Welcome to my channel. Yeah, it turns 5. I'm here on YouTube, and I'm going live. Talking 18 hours about Star Trek. Got some friends to help me not be a wreck. They call me Botwa. Yeah, here I am. Another 18 hours, gonna make it slam. Thanks for watching. You've been a peach. We're gonna find out if I can reach. Welcome back to part 2, y'all. We're here as part of the biggest block of this 18 hours. We just finished the first 6. This is the longest stretch from here for the next 9 hours until we reach buffer time where we do some trivia. Okay, where the heck are we? We are at number 609 out of 952 episodes we're talking about over an 18-hour span. All right, and unfortunately, my cat has left me, so no kitty cat cam. At least not right now. All right, we're at everybody's favorite episode at 609, the Lower Decks episode, A Mathematically Perfect Redemption, starring Peanut Hamper. And if you ever wondered how a bird race and a sentient small robot tool can make love, this is the episode for you. Yeah, I think this might be a little high, but I didn't put it here. I will live with it. Yeah, bringing that Justice for Almond Basket. Academy, for me talking it up so often, it does have problems. And I'm not sure why they felt the need to introduce a Peanut Hamper character named Almond Basket, an exocomp, and then not come back to it at all. It was just like this quick throwaway gag in episode 2. You see it in episode 1 if you're paying attention, but not after 2. Anyway, interesting. Okay. Ooh, who's here?
Am I here? Hey,
You
Dustin.
are here. Hello.
Awesome. Well, got a lunch break. Figured I'd use it.
All right.
Hey, everybody.
We'll throw around like 2 sentences apiece for wherever we are. How about take me out to the Holosuite?
Oh, I love this one. Gotta love a good baseball episode.
I purposely don't. I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's cheeky. It's fun. I don't hate it, but it has some problems with actual baseball rules.
I mean, yeah, there's some things. I don't know if you ever noticed, but there's a point where like Kira's uniform name switches from Kira to Nerys if you're paying attention.
No.
And yeah, I can't remember exactly when, but it happens. And I have always thought that considering how good Max Grodénchik actually was at baseball, Rom should have been like a ringer. Like he's playing terribly, but you put him in against the Vulcans and suddenly he's...
Yeah, suddenly you're up like 4 runs.
Yeah, that'd been great.
All right.
Norman's not wrong about, how it took place during the war, but I mean
you still gotta have fun episodes in there.
Oh, yeah.
All right. 607, Prodigy. You've seen this more recently than I have, sir. Prodigy, Brink.
Oh, yeah.
Mission Impossible style rescue.
Oh. Who were they rescuing? I think
I
that
don't even
was...
remember.
No,
I've only seen it once.
Oh. Crud. I can't remember who it was. It was either... I think it might have been when the kids like went down to Solemn to rescue Wesley because somehow Essentia took him prisoner,
Yes.
which was ridiculous if you ask me, because she also managed to trap one of the loom creatures, and I'm just like, what is this woman? How is she capable of this? But it was really just like a lucky shot. And then like they rescued Wesley actually kind of easily, but there was, I think Iltherin was also there, the younger version of Gwyn's father, and that one was harder. But it was like, it's like right on the edge of the end of the series, and everything was moving along pretty well towards the finale. So yeah,
Cool. 606 DS9's body parts, where Quark is made to think he's dying, and Keiko's baby ends up in Kira.
yeah, because Bashir's like, it was either her or me, and it wasn't going to be me.
Yeah, this is one of the most soap opera-ish episodes of Trek. Full stop.
Very much so. And of course, it mirrors real life because we all know who actually got Nana Visitor pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like weird that like if you're important enough as a Ferengi, you can sell off pieces of your body after you die, and people will buy them. Like, I don't even think we're that crazy yet.
I mean, we're buying crypto, and at least we're done with NFTs for now. But I mean, crypto's basically the same thing. So
although you do hear that
we're
thing
almost
like
there.
Buying people's bathwater.
Gamer girl bathwater. All right.
Yep.
605, The Shoot. I killed 47 defenders at Aquatiri. 47.
Oh, Tom and Harry kind of doing Shawshank, but this man is my friend. Hack the Shoot. I think Josh said when I summarized it, that's a good name for a ska band.
Me and Andy Dufresne, we survived the shoot.
Get busy.
Yeah, I like this one quite a lot. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's just it's a good bonding moment for Harry and Tom.
It is. It brings Tom down a little bit because before this, I don't know if it's because Charisse was just talking about it, but like I recall, like he was like, Harry, I know you have a girlfriend back home, but we're stuck in the Delta Quadrant and there are twins.
Yeah, I mean, he does give that up pretty shortly after that. All right, more Voy at 604. We've got The Haunting of Deck 12.
Haunting of Deck 12. Sorry, I need some air. Ah, yes, the horror story that didn't happen. It is a little surprising that, like, not so much that he held the kids' attention, but I guess they believed him. Although, if it was true, then I guess that particular part of Deck 12 would have been off limits.
It was, though. I thought they said that like nobody but senior officers are allowed in Deck 12. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one's just like, it's fine. It's a decent little Halloween episode. I don't like that Janeway, that the whole thing just kind of comes to a stop with Janeway, and then we resolve it after the horror story's over.
Yeah, because she just refuses to cooperate.
Yep. Yeah, it's fine. It's a good Halloween episode.
Pretty good.
603 DS9, nice. Looking for Parmak in all the wrong places.
Worf goes all Cyrano de Bergerac for Quark so he can get with Grilka. Then at the same time, Dax is like, hey, Worf, I like you. And then they all wind up in the infirmary with sex injuries.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part. That's all any of us can really hope for in life.
Yeah, just sitting in the hospital laughing. The good time that put you in the hospital.
Was it worth it? Yeah, it was worth it.
Yes, it was worth it.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of Star Trek, it's only fine. It sets up Worf and Jadzia. Great.
Yep.
The Quark coming back to Grilka thing. I feel like they needed to go back to that well then one more time. If they were going to go back for a second one, I think she should have showed up again. I think his Cardassian really lover there, I think she should have showed up again too. But
yeah, Natima
I really liked her.
I was having trouble remembering her name earlier, actually.
602 Enterprise Marauders, where the Klingons
Oh,
are messing
yeah.
with this deuterium settlement and like taking
Yeah.
all of their deuterium, and the Enterprise like
The Klingons come,
helps
they
them
take, they
outsmart
leave.
them.
They're basically playing out the last third or so of A Bug's Life.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about it
Yeah.
like that.
Yes, Josh moved the whole town 3 feet to the left. It's kind of
Yeah.
basically what they did. Right? Just
Yes,
move it
is.
slightly. You never know.
It is. It's just the end of. Why do I want to call it the Wild Wild West? You know what I'm talking about. Mel Brooks. My God, I can see all the stars.
Blazing Saddles.
Yes. God.
For some
This
reason,
is what happens when you're halfway into, or even only a third of the way into an 18-hour thing.
That's right.
Everything starts looking the same. I've got to go let my cat in. So DS9, A Man Alone at 6:01.
Man Alone.
Odo is suspected of murder.
Yep. Odo is suspected of murder. The guy that both the Bajorans and Cardassians trust to be fair and impartial. And it's kind of surprising how quickly, like the Bajorans at least turn on him. Because one would think during the occupation, he was at least trying to fight for them. But this guy comes along who hates Odo and clones himself, and they're just ready to turn on him on a dime. You get Quark of all people, like they're like, isn't he your greatest enemy? It's like, yeah, and I'm like the only friend he has right now. What does that say? It's really well written.
Yeah, for me, it's just fine. It seems like a little too early in the series. Like, if
it is like episode 3, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And I don't feel like I learn anything about Odo, which at this point it should be mainly like character development. So it's like, it's fine for me. I don't have a problem with it.
Right.
And the cat cam is back.
Jasper.
That's my buddy.
Ooh. I'd never be able to do that at home. Cats would ignore me and my dog would be all over me.
Okay.
Lagrange Point.
Lagrange Point.
A Frakes episode.
This is not marked correctly. I'm pretty sure this is episode 509, not 4.
I don't know. I can't even read the numbers from here.
Yeah, it is season 5. It's the next to last episode of the series where they find the key to the progenitor tech.
Oh, that's right. They go all like kind of Star Wars on the Breen ship, like sneaking in through the thermal exhaust port. And Maul's got her whole Breen Queen thing going on, even though that's not technically what she is. But and there's that bit where Book is like kind of flirting with one of the guards. Like, yeah, you know, the oil bath later, you want to meet up and like rub oil. I mean, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just it moved the season arc along. It was a good penultimate episode. It was fine. It got the job done.
It's very interesting, yeah.
599 TNG's A Matter of Honor, where Riker initiates the Klingon exchange program. And this one just like, it's never quite made sense to me. It gives us some good like Klingon tropes to then chew on later.
Yeah. It does make you kind of wonder why it wasn't Worf, but yeah. And I feel like, there's something about... Yeah, there's at least 2 instances in this one where a Starfleet officer uses the word indoctrinated, and I'm just like, why do you use that word so much?
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
What do you think it means? It should be... Norman saying Lagrange Point should be 509, not 409.
Yeah, that's what I had said. I knew when I looked at it. I was like, that's from season 5.
Yeah, I can't tell. I can't tell. But yeah, it bounced back and forth. You get that Benzite, Mordok, and not Mordok. That's the one the Wesley takes entrance exam, so it's like a different...
Yeah, I can't remember.
No, I don't know the name. Different Benzite.
But a different Benzite.
Yes.
They all look the same.
I didn't want to say that.
But I mean, it's true. Isn't it even the same actor? I might be wrong
Probably.
about that. And even if it's not, the makeup
Maneuvers.
is so the same. Yeah,
Yeah.
598, Voyager's Maneuvers. First
Oh,
time
is
the
this the
Kazon
one
really
where?
come back and start feeling like
Yeah.
they might be just a little bit of a threat.
Yeah. Is this the one where we find out that Seska's actually Cardassian? Like, is this where she joins up with him? Because they have Federation tech. Yeah.
Yes, but I think this is when this is later when they steal the transporter module after Seska's already part of them.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
No, because that one was in season 1. It was like the next to last episode of season 1 or something like that. Or like the second episode
Yeah.
of season 2.
Yeah, because they've got the transporter tech. They can't use it, right?
Well,
Gotcha.
at first, but then they figure it out and they like beam other Mages into space and stuff.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
At 597, I've got Explorers. Where I mean, the
Sisko's
first time I
midlife
saw
crisis.
this episode, I was bored to tears with it. Like, okay, great, a montage of Sisko building what, for all intents and purposes, a sailing ship.
Yeah.
But the stuff with
He reached
Jake
middle age,
really
he bought a
kind of
boat.
hits. So
It does. They do. Yeah, it's great to see the two of them together, and that, Sisko respects the fact that Jake doesn't want to join Starfleet and he's got his own life he wants to live. Because a lot of the time you see, a lot of kids, being pushed into joining Starfleet because their parents are officers. But no, he
right.
wants to be a writer. He wants to go to New Zealand. And along the way, they get to sail an ancient Bajoran ship, and Gul Dukat shows up like, oh yeah, I knew you could do that even when I said you couldn't. And look, we just found the evidence that proved they did back in the day. What a huge coincidence.
Aren't coincidences funny like that?
It's just amazing.
At 596,
Second.
we have the first episode of Lower Decks, Second Contact.
That's a good one. That's really... yeah, it kind of like, it did kind of outline what the show was going to be, because it's like Star Trek but funny, but also pulled upon, a few good tropes where like there's a virus taking over the ship, and you got the mission logs and some romance along the way ish with Rutherford and Barnes. Can't tell what this is. Dukat being mea culpa.
Mea culpa.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, this is like the second or third worst pilot, honestly. And even then, like, it's fine. It sets up our characters on a very basic level. But even then, we don't really get to know them very well here. Just, okay, Tendies. I actually didn't realize in my first watch through of season 1 as it was coming out, I didn't realize Tendi was an Orion for a while. And like part of it is like my colorblind. I can't see that her skin is really much different than any other white person on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I find it really interesting. I accidentally put her in a track that I had green screened in something recently, and her face just like disappeared. I'm like, to me, it doesn't look any different than Boimler's. If I really look, I can see it, but yeah, I didn't realize that she was even an Orion. They established it here, but I just kind of missed that on the first play.
Yeah. Like it's fine as a pilot goes, and like as the season goes, I actually still consider like the worst of season 1, because in my opinion, like every episode in season 1 just kept getting better than the one before it. So yeah.
I mostly agree until you get to the end. The last episode's only okay. The like starting with Landru, and yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's fair.
More Lower Decks at 595. Parth Ferengi's Heart Place. This one's just funny. I mean, there is reference. Like a little bit of serious moment between Mariner and Quimp, but otherwise it's just like it's just funny Ferengi stuff. They did an okay job with it.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, they spend the whole time just rolling over Admiral Vassery, who I don't know what he thinks his skills are in negotiating, but they're not. And Freeman has just the tiniest bit of redemption after sending her daughter off to live on the worst starbase in the Federation.
Starbase 80?
Starbase 80? I think that one's actually higher up than this.
Oh,
it probably
a
is.
lot. That
yeah,
I like Starbase 80. Until the only thing I don't like about Starbase 80 is the B plot, even though I like Jakubowski. Just like sending Freeman and Ransom around the starbase just felt like filler.
Right.
But the stuff, the jokes that Lane did, I liked better than this one. How about 594 Bada Bing from DS9?
Ocean's 11. Don't you mean Fontaine's 9?
That's a great.
No, this works better. This works better as a heist movie because it obviously is than that TAS episode, the one I keep calling a heist movie, the Jihad.
Yeah.
But this one, it hits all the tropes. It hits them in order. You know, you're getting a team together. You got a plan. Things go wrong, like predictably on schedule, but it still works. Possibly because this is a season 7 episode. Yeah. They're still in the middle of the war, but they're stopping to do fun stuff on the holodeck. And you got Vic Fontaine, and it all just comes together really well, even though, in the end, it doesn't really mean anything. They could just stop and reset the program. But instead, they decide to do this, and Sisko gets over his prejudice because, he doesn't want to participate because of the way casinos were in the 60s for Black people, which makes sense.
But at the same, as I've heard other people bring up over the years, but he also has no problem playing the 1960s to Yankees game or whatever. You know what I mean? It's right. It feels like Avery Brooks was probably the one that requested that this was put into the episode, and it does add something, but I wouldn't say it's either in or out of character for Sisko.
I could see Sisko being more willing to do that, play the 62 Yankees in particular, because baseball was integrated by then. But it's okay on that level because you can have Black professional athletes, but regular people aren't going to be allowed to mix with the white people in a casino. I don't know. It's very convoluted.
Either way, this episode, it's pure fun. I like it better as an episode of television versus other television than I necessarily do as an episode of Star Trek.
Sure.
All right, what else we got? 593, Accession, where another emissary comes out of the wormhole.
Yes. Yes.
I really did not like this
poet
one.
Who thinks he's... Huh?
When I first saw this, I really did not like this one. I'm still not crazy about it.
Fair. That's fair. I mean, he's not actually, the emissary. He's just a poet the prophets brought back to help Sisko realize that he's the emissary. And what's interesting is, I think, if I remember correctly, if you take the number of episodes and split them in half, this would be the first episode of the second half of the series. And it's again about Sisko coming to terms with being the emissary like he did in the pilot. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but if they did, it is freaking brilliant.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but at number 416, and where season 1 was a little short, that probably tracks. That this probably is the midpoint of the series.
Yeah.
Taking off, and the prophets just had to give Sisko a little kick in the pants and be like, hey, you're the emissary, bro, just deal with it.
Not this guy with the unfinished poem that we're going to let him go finish.
Deal with it, or let this dude let Bajor go all fascism and caste system again.
And that's a whole other thing. They sent that guy back to live his life. We know that the prophets don't understand linear time, but how did that not affect things? apart from he finished his unfinished
That's a
poem.
good point. I hadn't thought about it like that, but that's a good point.
Yeah.
At 592, The Bride of Chaotica. This is another one that the first time I saw it
so much
in first run, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
As a kid, and even now, in general, I don't like black and white movies. There's a few great ones that I've come to love, but most old stuff and most old sci-fi specifically, like I cannot with like Lost in Space and stuff like that. This is kind of cheeky, and I do like that it, in true Trek fashion, it introduces like holographic life forms, which sets up like Sam later in Academy, and that's pretty cool.
It is. It is. There's also the fact like they're explorers, but like they don't they can only recognize like the fellow photonic beings as real. I don't know. I mean, when the premise of everything else is that we have humans exploring the galaxy and finding all other kinds of forms of life, it's weird that those other forms of life aren't finding us. If that makes any sense.
Well, Ganon, you had the opportunity to make this higher. And you are welcome to join me. The links are in the Discord. Honestly, like I would probably put Manor of Honor lower. So potato.
Oh yeah, we did just do that. Wow.
Yeah,
Gamato.
It was a few ago. How much longer do you think you have? Just so I have an idea.
Roughly 10 minutes, I'd say.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll get through a few more. Enterprise Twilight. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people like this one a lot more than I do.
I know it's weird. It's technically an episode that, never happened. And I usually hate those, but like the way they went about this is really kind of clever. And I don't know if I was just like really into the movie 50 First Dates or something, but this came along before that and follows the same formula, but with more likable characters because, you got Scotty Bax, and it just kind of works for me. It like the premise is like so sci-fi and it works for Trek.
Yeah, I like it more the more times I've watched it, but even then it's like you said, I'm not big on things that never really happened. There are a couple of like interesting things in it, and it's basically the plot of Battlestar Galactica. Like your entire race is gone except for a few holdouts that are now. Well, you've seen the miniseries too. You should know.
I have.
That's the premise of both the OG and the 04 one. Your planet, your main planet's gone. There's a handful of you left. Go establish a colony elsewhere. But it seems like there's fewer humans left in this.
Right. Yeah. Like 5,000 or something.
Yeah.
All holding out on a reference, by the way, because they're on like SETI Alpha 5.
Yeah. I thought it was SETI Alpha 4 or 6. I might be wrong. Maybe it is 5. I thought it was just in the same system, but either way. Yeah, Marooned on.
Marooned.
All right, Voyager Twisted. I just watched this one recently. I have always had a soft spot for this one. Objectively, like there's not a lot going on, but I find it an interesting premise.
That is true. Yeah. I mean, it's like not just that the ship gets warped around them, like it just turned into a interesting labyrinth and can go hang out at Sandrine's the whole time. And it turns out if you want it to stop, just don't do anything.
Yeah. It's just trying to direct you to the bar area. Just hang out, be cool. We'll give you some info and we'll take some info.
This too shall pass.
As I put together before this clip, when Janeway wakes up from like all of it towards the end,
Hmm?
it's played almost exactly like Dorothy waking up at the end of Wizard of Oz. And like it's even word for word and beat for beat for a little
Oh
bit.
yeah. Oh man.
589 TNG's Allegiance.
Allegiance. Oh
I don't even know
brother.
that I'd have this one this high. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that's
where
fair.
he's replaced, where Picard's
Yep.
replaced, and then he like has to figure out that they can't even get out of wherever they are. It's just a test, not exactly a trap.
Yeah. And not Picard has to go so far as to be in 10 forward singing a drinking song before anyone's like, hey, wait a minute. Like honestly, the amount of time it
Yeah,
took for them to catch on to Picard is kind of a Voyager crew level of stupid because the Voyager crew had to be really stupid on a couple of occasions.
true. What else we got?
Oh yeah.
588. Oh, okay, cool. We get to knock out a three-parter here from
Oh, three-parter.
586 to 588. Um,
Brent Spiner is back.
and for me, that's the only thing the whole thing. Oh, and Richard Reel as
Yep.
Phlox's friend, Dr. Jeremy or whatever.
Seamus. I mean,
Lucas.
Batal.
Dr. Lucas.
Or
Yeah.
Lucas.
It's not even his first time in Trek. He's been in like
Yeah.
almost everything. The jump to
Oh, yeah.
conclusions guy.
Right?
Love that.
Oh, I
but
immediately think of Office Space.
God, for something that ties in Khan and Brent Spiner, I
Uh-huh.
don't find this three-parter all that interesting.
And Data, because right at the end he's gonna be like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna like try cybernetics now," and it probably won't fix
Right.
or figure it out in my lifetime, but set up and foreshadowing. And I had to go kill off all my augment kids who, to me, weirdly, the last time I rewatched it, I looked at all of them and I thought, for some reason, they would make really good Power Rangers. I don't know what that was.
Na, 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 na.
And oh yeah, the Big Show's in there. Nope, that's no,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
because there's
it's
the
this one.
auction and he like holds T'Pol up.
Yeah, that one's
Like,
that's actually probably the best part. Like it starts pretty decent in Borderland, and then it just like it hits this pacing point where now the next two episodes they're pretty slow. It doesn't feel like
Yeah.
it uses its 3-part runtime well, but that was season 4. That was how they got out of having their budget cut almost in half per episode, was to do a bunch
Oh,
of
man,
2
yeah.
and 3-parters to try and conserve money, going between
Yep,
episodes.
that's season 4 of Enterprise for you.
So, yeah, this one's just fine for me.
Yeah.
585 DS9 Vortex. This
Oh,
is season
right,
1.
Cliff
This is the
DeYoung.
other Odo episode.
Mm-hmm.
Where this like con man that you can never tell if he's lying or telling the truth, who really just wants to save his daughter.
Yeah. And he kind of like knows a little about changelings, so yeah, he's got Odo's interest, and like I guess it's fine. The only thing I tend to remember is that like when I did the summary of this episode, I don't know what was going on with my video, but I didn't even think of reshooting it because that would have made more sense. So now it's just up there on YouTube, and every time you watch, you can watch like my video like it's melting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one just isn't a particularly memorable one. It might even be overranked. Like it's fine. It
Meh.
has
It's meh.
it has some emotional moments, but it's yeah.
Hmm?
584 Discovery Perpetual Infinity.
Oh, that's the one where they attempt. Oh, they almost kill Michael to get the Red Angel back, to get the Red Angel to come back from the future.
Is it?
I don't
think
know.
that-
It's one.
No,
that one's somewhere
that's
in that
before
area.
this. God, I don't even know
Perpetual
by my
Infinity.
notes. Season 2 is my second least favorite episode. A
Time
season of
interchanges.
Discovery.
Leland is control.
Yeah, it's where I
Leland
know
is
it's
control.
where
That's
like
when we're
he
control. Oh,
takes over Leland.
Okay.
I remember that, but I
Yeah.
don't. Time never changes. Sure. This is an episode.
control and
It exists.
yeah, it does. Clearly, quite mediocre if you can't even remember what's going on.
Pretty much. Whistle Speak.
Whistle
One that
Speak.
I'm not all that crazy about, but I know some of the rest of you guys are.
I mean, it's fine. They got to try and find another piece of that machine and take them to a planet where they have to run a foot race while they're dehydrated for some reason. Like, we're not going to give you
Yeah.
water. You just got to run until you collapse. And oh yeah, they have to fix the like entire climate of the planet just to find the next puzzle piece because
Yes.
the tower they're racing towards is actually not the right tower.
But it's the friends that we helped along the way.
And almost died with once they won because they get in that tower and like, oh great, you're here. We're gonna suck all the air out.
At 582, here's one I want to like more. I
Coda.
really like the idea in Coda of this like matrix keeper that tries to lure you in after you die or are like almost dead. Is kind of terrifying to me as a kid when I first saw it, but like the runtime isn't great, but the premise I love.
I don't know. The best thing I can say about it is I love a good time loop episode, and this is an episode.
It is, because it's like it just starts with time loops and then like does something else.
Yeah.
And why it was time looped to begin with isn't really explained.
I think it was something to do with like the parasite in Kathy's brain. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those that's like it's not well written, but it's executed very well.
Yeah.
581, Voyager Natural Law.
Natural Law.
Yeah.
Chakotay crashes another. Oh,
another shuttle.
Yeah, there's this whole area that's like cordoned off because the rest of the planet is like willing to go full colonizer on it. And then they bring the Chakotay and Seven bring the dome down and they're ready to do it. So they got to put it back up. And like Tom has to do alien driving school.
Yep. Yeah, the B plots really, that is some filler.
It's so ridiculous.
I mean, I always love when Chakotay gets a chance to use his anthropology skills, since that's what he is.
Yes.
Before being a Starfleet commander and a Maquis renegade, he was an anthropologist.
And just a fanatic boxer.
Yeah. Yeah, he's almost the Al Calavici of Voyager.
Good times. Yeah.
580, Masquerade. Prodigy's 15th episode. Oh, when we find out what because they'd been like teasing for a while, like, oh, what is Dahl? He's everything that you thought you knew about the universe, all in one.
Yeah, he's like a human template, but with DNA from like 26 other races, somehow including a Q, and I want to know how they did that. And yeah, he's jealous because Okana's been on the ship for a little while and everybody seems to like him more. So he tells that geneticist, yeah, bring out some of my other genes so I can be better, stronger, faster.
Oh,
but then he like grows. Yeah. Okana guides them right before this into the Romulan neutral zone so the Dauntless won't come after them. And that's where they are when they figure all this out. But then like the Tal Shiar shows up. And I think it was in this episode, he's like, Starfleet and the Tal Shiar are after you? Who are you kids? But he also runs away.
Mm-hmm. And even though they don't exist anymore, probably the Obsidian Order too.
Right. They're after those kids for some reason. It was fashionable at the time.
That maybe you can like, help me with and talk up, because for me, this is an episode that I've started to like more every time I've watched it.
Fair.
Still, my biggest problem is that the mind meld scene between Spock and this like green wet blanket creature goes on way too long. It's like a third of the episode, just this uncomfortable mind meld. I love the premise though, and the moral of the story.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's got great ideas. You know, you got humans, unfortunately, once again, going after a creature they don't understand and not realizing it can actually be helpful to them. And you've got the Horta, which doesn't just look like another humanoid alien with weird stuff on its head. It's practically like a living rock, and that's cool. And it like communicates with like burning stuff with acid, which is something. But it can be really useful if the miners would just back the heck off. But it's like, what we don't understand, we try to kill.
Josh just kind of jogged my memory about the last thing we were talking about. Maybe they got the it could be like Corby, but maybe they got the QDNA out of Amanda Rogers.
Oh yeah, maybe. But yeah, he's right, because Trelane was saying that he saw Corby digging around on the Q homeworld. So yeah, you never know.
Yeah. You got time for any more?
Bloody hell.
Gotta go.
Okay. I can give you like one more. There's just happened to be like a bee or something that just flew into the car for a sec. But yeah, one more.
Crashed the shuttle, sir. Good
yeah, it was the bee's
from Voy. It's at 578.
Oh, wait.
Where the lower deckers of Voy.
Right, the Tom Morello cameo. Yep. Yeah. So Kathy decides to do. Oh, bloody heck! What is that episode? I can't remember. It's just something like the captain winds up on an away team with random characters instead of
yes.
the crew.
She takes the least developed characters on the ship and tries to give them something to do and like some team building and
and in the end, they do their jobs and the mission's a success. But I know it's derivative of another episode I can't think of right now. And like I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back inside.
Or the final episode of season 1 where Tuvok trains the Maquis. Is that what you're thinking of?
I might have been thinking of Lower Decks. If I was back in there and looking on YouTube at like my shorts, I know I specifically referenced it, but yeah. But yeah, there's that, and then a cameo from Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine.
Hell yeah, that's some of the best part.
That's the thing that happened. But anyway, this has been a blast. But yeah, unfortunately, I got to go back and do my job.
Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you popping in.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we'll see you tonight to try and take Josh's championship trophy away from him.
I got to try. I mean, I seem to know all this stuff, but I've never actually won a trivia competition.
You've come so close.
I know.
Here's my prayers to your lag, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Or not.
Okay. Where are we? We're here. We are here now. I decided. Okay. We're actually on number 577. Good for time. Okay, we're pretty good. TNG's coming of age. For me, this actually it must not be, because we haven't talked about the neutral zone, and that must be coming up. This is one of the best episodes of season 1 for 2 reasons. I really like the development it gives Wesley. I liked seeing the psych exam that they administer before getting into the academy. I liked what it set up for Conspiracy, even if Conspiracy just blew the ending of it. There was good setup here. They tried to do something. They took a big swing. And in this one, it was quite decent. 576 True Q, where we were just talking about Amanda Rogers and the the Q that was born for 2 Q parents that were in human form and gave birth to her. And actual Q messes with her to test her, like he does to humanity. It's fine. 575 Inheritance. So we've met we've met all of Data's other relatives. We've met his dad, his grandpa, his brother. Well, not all of them, because we haven't met his other brother yet, but Data's mom shows up, and I always find it really weird at the end that there was a program specifically for him in case he was the one that found his mom and figured it out. That's okay. That's a choice, but it's a decent episode. I do like the bonding. I do like the stuff with Soong in the very end in the holodeck, even if it is contrived. Yeah, decent. It's fine. It's a classic Trek plot. 574, Prodigy's Temporal Mechanics 101. Yeah. Again, I've only seen Prodigy season 2 once. I need to go back and make a point of watching it. I do have it on disc, but when everything else is on Paramount Plus and I'm like looking for random Star Trek to watch, I don't go to this well. Um, I'm going to trust Scott, who was just here with me, did the ranking of all of the prodigies because he just went through them on his channel. You should go check him out on Opinions No One Cares About, where he's been doing a review a day for the last 3 years of every episode of Star Trek. So go check that out. I don't remember this one, but if he put it here, I believe him. 573, The Breach. This one is weird. So you'd think Phlox would be one of the people to go find Denobulan doctors that are caving on this planet that has that the new government has told all offerholders to get out or else. So Travis breaks his leg, and he's the experienced caver. And then these like Denobulan doctors won't come out of the cave. They're like, yeah, but we're doing science. We can't stop now. Dude, you've been ordered off the planet. Come on. But there's this really interesting, I don't even know which one's the A or B plot, to be honest. They both get about the same amount of runtime, but the doctor dealing with this racism of a race that the Denobulans had been at war with like 100 or 200 years before. And there's this like underlying racism and mistrust between both races still. It's a weird but a good exploration of those topics. And we have Voyager's first two-parter, Caretaker, at 571 and 72. Yeah, I've never been crazy about this one. It does a good job of introducing all of our main characters, some of their backstory, so we understand where they are going forward. Not all the shows have done well in that respect. Voy did that well, and it got itself to the Delta Quadrant where they wanted to tell new stories. Fine. Do I end up caring about the Ocampa and definitely not the Kazon in the end? Yeah, no. It's fine. This might even be overranked because I'm thinking I don't know which is worse. This or Lower Decks probably is worse. It's fun. It has a couple of good gags, but it doesn't even introduce the characters as well as this. So, yeah, Caretaker. Yeah, I mean, but it's actually not true. Neelix saves a 1-year-old for those purposes. But that is the plot when you get right down to it. And I'm not going to say what's here on camera, but I bet you can all see it. Anywho, at number 570, Much Ado About Boimler, a Lower Decks episode with the dog, and Boimler goes to the farm while Mariner's best friend from the academy is already a captain and is here to temporarily do the Cerritos while Freeman germinates some seeds somewhere for a covert op. Yeah, the dog is this funny bit. I don't know why they wait till the end to make it talk. Yeah, it's mildly funny all the way around. Our man Bashir. I know some people, and honestly, I probably when I went back through these rankings, I probably should have put this higher this time. When we initially ranked this was only like in the middle, and I do think it's quite a bit better now than when I originally ranked it. I really don't have a problem. It's the first time that you really get the Garrick and Bashir dynamic. Garashir. Thanks for paying off, Lower Decks. Um, and it gives Avery Brooks a chance to just kind of go off the rails and do Avery Brooks like things. Uh, but it's also not a Star Trek story. I mean, it's a holodeck episode. It's it's fine. I think it's a little better than where it is, but yeah. One Little Ship at 568, also DS9, where okay, this is just a fun bit overall where like they got a little tiny ship and you gotta fight some Jem'Hadar. During the biggest war the Federation has ever been part of, they send one of their only warships to do a science mission that isn't even like immediately important. They're just like, hey, this probe got smaller. We should test what happens if we send people in there. And let's use one of our only warships at the time of war to do it. Cool. I don't see any issues arising from this. It is just fun, even if the reasoning just blows my mind. Yeah, that tracks. At 567, I have Voyager's Resolutions. And if you wonder why I call Chakotay Chuck in these notes, I can't remember what episode it is. It is a Voyager, but somebody, the way they pronounce Chakotay's name, it keeps sounding like they keep saying Chuck Otay. So I've called him Chuck for years, but I like this one probably more than where it's ranked and more than most people do. I am totally a shipper of Janeway and Chakotay. I do understand why that dynamic didn't play out. I think they needed to go to that well a couple more times though, even if it didn't pay off ultimately, because like that was the uncomfortable nature. Like a captain and a first officer, at least until you get to Seven of Nine and Raffi, but that's a different story. Really kind of can't be involved for a variety of reasons. So I understand why it didn't ever pay off fully, but I wish they'd gone back to it a couple more times. I do like the idea of Chakotay and Janeway being stuck together forever. 565 and 66, TNG's Birthright. This is an episode that I don't feel like used its runtime super well. I feel like this is another one of those, it should have been an episode and a half. It doesn't feel like it needs to be as long as it is. And like Data's arc is over, and the first episode is half Data, half Worf, and then the second episode is all Worf. And even the Klingon stuff going on, I'm like not really super into. I don't think I'd have this one this high anymore. It's fine. Vying for contender for longest episode title, it is only the second longest, as far as I know. The Butcher's Knife cares not for the Lamb's Cry. This is the first episode where they finally put together that the tardigrade is what will help them use the spore drive and make it work reliably. And they use it to save some miners, but only after going through a moral dilemma. It's done pretty well, as I remember. 563, Shattered Mirror from DS9, where the Sisko meets another Jennifer Sisko from the Mirror Universe. This one's got its ups and downs. The stuff between Jake and his not mom, I think, is actually... Oh, wait, that's the next one. This is the first one where it's just where Sisko didn't even realize his wife was alive in that timeline because they'd purposely obscured it from him. And he's being asked to build a Defiant, which I'm still questioning why he did, even after seeing that his wife was there. Yeah, it's fine. It's interesting. As far as some people hate the mirror universe stuff. I don't mind it at all. Um, this one was decent. Oh yeah, it is. This is that brings up a lot of stuff where like Cisco sleeps with the mirror universe Jadzia. Um, and then you have to wonder like, did the Dax symbionts die, go to somebody else? Because we meet Esri with Sans symbiont much later. Um, yeah, yeah, that was a thing. Oh God, that's choke me and yell, old man. Oh Lord, probably, yeah. Moving on to 562, court martial. TOS's um, or Star Trek's courtroom dramas are almost always good. This one I don't think is as good as others, and especially how can like Kirk's old flame be the prosecutor? That's a conflict of interest. It is an interesting little courtroom drama, especially for TLS. Solid. Kayshawn, his eyes open at 561, where we go back to the children of Tama, find out there's one in Starfleet now, and he's on the Cerritos, and he's about to become Kayshawn when he became a puppet. Yeah, this one's got some good gags. I like going back. There's a lot of pieces in this Collectors Guild ship that go back and reference other Trek. There's especially like the giant Spock skeleton from the Infinite Vulcan. Yeah, it's a good one. At 560, TNG's Hollow Pursuits. Oh, God, Barclay, why did you. Our introduction to Barclay is that he has hall addiction. And, well, I appreciate the, like, mental health, get some help message. The goddess of empathy thing, not great. Riker as this short little, swashbuckling musketeer, top tier. 559 Genesis. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like this one. I've always had a soft spot for it. I find it a really decent, creepy episode of Star Trek. And I think what I really appreciate, the best scene is the conference room scene, like as Riker is like fully devolving and like losing his mind. When they leave the conference room, Ogawa like comes out of there like she's an orangutan, and uh Barclay, he's all like spider like, and you can just kind of see what these people are gonna transform into the next time you see them. And I feel like just the scene of walking out of a room in different ways of what you're gonna transform into, solid acting. 558, the Galileo 7. This is, I know, a favorite for some, and for me, I'm just not quite sure why. You got these giants that are mostly off screen because budget and like what is it actually going to look like that makes sense, and they just kind of antagonize the survivors of the Galileo wreck that Scotty's trying to repair, and they like just barely get off. Like, fine, I don't have a problem with it. It just it doesn't hold my attention super well. It is bad science, but it's still enjoyable. Okay, at 557, we have TNG's Attached. Oh yeah, okay. So the Kess and the Prit, not that Kess. But yeah, this one finally half pays off the like Beverly and Picard cozy love story that started in season 1 and was barely maintained by a few breakfasts over the seasons. Um, it felt like it kind of came out of nowhere as late in the series as this is. But it is some good moments between them. I really do hate both of these races, the Kess and the Prit. They're not memorable. 556, TNG's Realm of Fear, another Barkley. And there are worms. Not in him, not this time anyway, but in the Matter Stream, and they're the lost crew of a ship that transported weirdly into a plasma stream. Okay, I've never particularly liked this one, but it is a decent look at mental health topics through Barkley. Fine. 555, Demon, the Voyager episode where everybody gets cloned on a demon class planet, including the Voyager ship, which will pay off in a much better episode later. This one just seems like classic Trek, and it's fine. Like, oh, okay, we found some weird stuff and it duplicated us, and okay, we'll even agree to be duplicated because we want to do good things for this new life on this planet. Great. It's fine though. 554, more Voy, Eye of the Needle. And this is basically a never really happened ish episode of Trek where they find a wormhole to the Alpha Quadrant. It's only big enough to get a message through. And it's to 20 years in the past. And we can only talk to Romulans. And that Romulan commander is going to die before he can give our message. And I wish Tuvok had given that information. I realize he was like trying to protect the timeline. He should have given Janeway the opportunity to make a decision based on the information that he had found sooner. But yeah, it's fine. It's heartfelt, but it doesn't pay off in the end. TOS's Patterns of Force. How many episodes of TOS can we have about Nazis, and how many can we have about captains that land or inadvertently left on a planet for one reason or another at the end of season 2 that completely alter that society? Yeah, I'm not even quite sure why this is this high. It is a fun watch as far as some of these go. It's a better watch than Omega Glory for sure. 552, Warlord, one of the only episodes where Cass gets to do something. A lot of people have this a lot lower. I feel like this is basically the only time Jennifer Lien actually like acts and does something kind of interesting. We get to see her rage and go a little full throttle as this warlord that's inhabiting her body. It's pretty decent. 551, Sons and Daughters. Okay, Worf and Alexander. Alexander, who has spent his entire life being like, I'm not gonna be a Klingon warrior, joins the Klingon Defense Force during a time of war because reasons. But of this episode, this is the least interesting of the 6-parter at the beginning of season 6 for me. But it's still decent, especially the stuff between Dukat and Zial and Kira and how that all plays out on, I was going to say DS9, but Terok Nor. Yeah, the Alexander and Worf stuff, like, there's almost a heartfelt moment there at the end where they kind of come together, and that's when they become a better family unit for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I would suspect that immediately, like, but they do have to take the blood oath to join the ship, so I guess that pretty much sealed that. 550, Prodigy's Observer's Paradox. God, again with the season 2 Prodigy, such a great season that I've only seen once. I do remember Rock Talk learning to translate Murph. I don't remember what Gwyn sees a spiral is, but it definitely has to do with the season arc of her and Essentia. And Stuff. We've got the two-parter from Voyager at 5:48 and 5:49. Flesh and Blood. This is actually a feature-length episode. It is considered two parts as far as production goes. I can't remember. Did this one have two different? Some of these even have these feature lengths. Even have yes. This has two different directors, Mike VR and David Livingston. So it is. It was only ever broadcast as a single episode, much like Dark Frontier, but it is considered two episodes worth. Anyway, if anybody else remembers or has ever noticed this, there's something weird with the frame rate at the beginning. And if this only happened in the modern day on Paramount Plus, I would not question it. But I remember it being like this in the original broadcast when I was a kid. And I'm like, why? When you see the holograms like come up out of the water and then a bunch more times throughout the episode, it's like they undercranked the camera or something happened in the edit that they like lost frames because it's choppy and weird. So yeah, it is truly photons being free. So if you've never noticed it, next time you watch the episode, like right at the beginning, you can see it. And then a bunch more times through the episode, it's choppy. It's a low frame rate. But the episode itself brings up a whole bunch of like moral quandaries about the rights of photonics and, you know, what level of sentience is actually sentient when it comes to an artificial life form. There's a lot going on. And this is all because Kathy gave the Hirogen holotech after she spent the entire early run of the show being like, no, Kazon, you can't feed your people with a food replicator. Get the frick out. So like, I understand. No, I don't understand, but I do still like the Killing Game, and we'll get to that eventually. Okay, we're going to do 5:47, and then we're going to take a little break. At 5:47, I have the Gamesters of Triskelion from TOS. More higher beings texting humanity, but this time for profit. Because these hollow brains are just, you know, betting the same couple $100 back and forth between each other for no apparently good reason for hundreds of years. And then you have what's been lovingly referred to by many as the baked potato boobs. This episode wants to be pretty good, and I might even rank it lower than this in the future, but there's this scene where something bad happens to Uhura and you only see and hear it in the shadows. And I'm just going to leave that there, but you do get the first bit of trans representation in Trek as Chekhov gets to be uncomfortable with a very masculine looking person in women's clothing. So, you know, they tried to do something. Sulu couldn't be gay back then, but we can laugh at a trans person. But I mean, today that's really cringy, but at the same time, it's also the first step in normalizing it. Like, okay, well, now we can laugh at you. Now we can, you know, actually take you seriously as a culture. So like, I'm not trying to defend how that is, but it's also a representation where there was none. I don't know. All I know is the episode has some real ups and downs, some like real high sides, and a bunch of just really negative, weird stuff that happens. And yes, Lady Gaga. It's very much fembot Lady Gaga. I'm almost certain that's where they got this idea from. Okay, when we come back, we'll be talking about Prodigy. Till then, I'm going to throw up a thing here.
Rather fun
seen her since. Thought he was happy, and then one day along came a dragon who took her away. And it was only after some time passed, there was a question that he hadn't asked. When another prince stopped around his way, only then he realized that he was gay.
This is a work of fiction, one you already know. You could get lost in pictures, make the jump to the future, and forget your past. Come on along with me now. Is this a work of fiction, or is this real life? Both full of contradictions.
What of the princess? What was her fate? She slayed the dragon and made her escape. Met another princess from far away. It was the moment she knew she was gay. Everybody's story concludes quite well. Sometimes it takes a dragon to free you from hell.
This is a work of fiction, one you already know. You could get lost in pictures.
All right, we'll cut that there. Hello, Josh.
Sorry, I was muted. How's it going?
Pretty good. Okay, you can get rid of my cat cam for now until he busts in through my door here in another minute.
What if he just comes in my house just randomly?
Do you have another camera?
I don't, but it just floats behind me.
Okay. Hi, Tomalak. How are you doing? Okay. How well do you know Prodigy Season 2? Because, like, I have not been good at remembering this after only seeing it once, like, 6 months ago.
So this is the one where they steal the ship, the time travel infinity ship, and they drop out of the transwarp hub, the remnants of the Borg hub, and find that Kazon guy who's kind of being controlled by an AI. And they do like a race, I think, on the planet, sort of a thing.
It's a race.
But they don't wear the cool Voyager racing suits.
Yeah, they really should have brought those back. And I mean, I guess they did in Lower Decks for that one Harry Kim, but
for the one Harry Kim, and I think there's another scene where they have it in like a bunch of Tom Paris stuff or something.
But there might be.
But yeah, this is right after they get off the Voyager. Is it the Voyager A at that point? After they get off the ship, and their holograms, I think, are still back there trying to fool everyone.
Yep. All right, on to number 545. DS9's In the Cards. Just a purely fun episode where, you know, Nog and Jake and friends find it's about the friends you help get stuff along the way.
And this is the one with the guy with the If as long as your atoms are happy that you'll never die. Is it the same one?
Oh, Scott tried to summarize that last episode because he knew I was going to have trouble with it. What a nice guy. But thank you for being here, Josh, because I am, my memory ain't what it used to be, especially not with 952 episodes.
Well, especially these new ones, which, you know, you haven't had decades to rewatch.
Right. But yeah, In the Cards is just fine. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's good.
Nice
Now
little
here's one that
bro episode.
yeah, it's good like bonding for Nog and Jake amongst
Mhm.
other things. Now here's one like I could see a lot of people saying a lot of different things about, and that's Enterprise's North Star, the Western episode, right in the middle of the Zindi arc.
Yeah, the placement's a bit odd. But as far as the story, it's a little heavy-handed. But I mean, when is Trek not heavy-handed with a lot of their allegories? But it's good. Apparently, we're going to have a Strange New Worlds episode that's going to give it a run for its money, maybe. But
Yeah, I mean we see him riding horses, but like I don't know how much of a Western it's going to be. I've never been much for the Westerns, period, but especially not the ones in Trek, except for this one. We're not even halfway up the ranking, and for me, this is the best Western because it actually like it fulfills some Trek tropes. You know, like helping the downtrodden,
Mhm.
the race that brought him there, and then connecting with this other. It's a good story. I feel like.
yeah, and it's probably the first Western that I can think of off the top of my head that they took purely seriously.
Yeah, that's a good point. Every other time, it's like it's a little one-off. Like it's either fabricated in one way or another.
Mhm.
543, A Matter of Time. Oh yeah, this is when Berlinghoff Rasmussen, Matt Frewer, comes. What do you think this would have been like if we'd actually gotten Robin Williams in the role, which it was intended for?
That's I don't even know where to begin on that because it would have been I don't know. Like I like the episode as it is. And he does a pretty good job with this character, even though it was technically supposed to be Robin. But I feel like if it was a Robin Williams episode, it would either be like on the lists of greatness or it would have failed miserably. I don't think there's any point in between.
I agree. I mean, where this one's falling pretty middle of the road. Yeah, Robin could have taken it in either direction. Because one of the big things with Star Trek is there's only, I think, 3 times in all of Trek where an ad-libbed thing made it into the final cut, because you just don't do that. And Robin Williams' entire persona and everything he's ever done has been, well, give Robin a little bit of direction and just let him eat.
Mm-hmm. I would have loved to see the 42 hours of outtakes, though, that they didn't use.
Oh, and there would be. Always is. Yeah, it's a fine episode by itself, and Robin it would either be, yeah, like a top 100 or like a bottom 800. 542, Voyager's Prototype, where they find this random robot floating in space, and Torres is supposed to be their savior. It's the first of 2 times Torres gets to be the savior of a race, or they believe she is.
I mean, it's what is it? Silver good, gold bad. Typical. This color and that color are the same, but also opposites. And also they killed their creators, which they also redo later in Voyager with, is that Warhead? Which I think you already talked about earlier.
Yeah, Warhead's definitely worse than this one. At least this has like some pizzazz to it.
And we get a data mention, which is always nice, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, there weren't a lot of like Easter eggs to previous Trek back in the 90s. So to have a callback and like a direct name drop like that. As long as you don't overuse it, great.
Mm-hmm.
Prodigy Starstruck. So I don't remember if this is actual episode 3 or if this is like after the opening 2-part. Yeah, this is like the first one after they've gotten away from the Diviner and Tars Lamora. And Dahl's just like, Janeway tries to tell him, like, hey, go do this. And he's like, no, I'm doing this, Janeway.
Okay.
God.
Yeah. But this is before they get to the planet that makes their dreams come true. So this is back when it was hard to stomach Dahl, which I know was the point, but
Yeah, he really has quite an arc. Whereas, like, Gwyn probably could have been the captain of a ship right from episode 1. But that was like her upbringing and her pedigree. 540, Enterprise's Harbinger. Harbinger? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Probably Harbinger. Where they first find a sphere builder who's really just a test subject to see if the space has been transformed enough.
oh, okay. He's got all sorts of weird conditions and stuff because he can't exist in our space.
Yeah.
I don't really
Yep.
remember what the rest of the episode was about. Just that guy.
That's
but-
pretty much it. I don't think there was a B plot or anything in it. It was a big part of the Xindi arc, and it's fine. It moves the plot along. Phage from Voyager at 539. Kess now has one lung, and so does Neelix.
Yeah, I like that the Neelix lung thing actually went on to be part of a couple other stories, or at least they remembered it was a thing.
Mhm.
And the Vidians, definitely better than any of the antagonists. I mean, it's only the 4th episode, but they're definitely better than the Kazon or anything like that.
Yeah.
Good introduction, I suppose, although it was a bit of a tonal whiplash in this season with just how dark the Vidians got compared to other things. And I suppose the show could have gone that direction based on its premise, but it held back a lot.
Yep. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about it. It is where it is here near the middle of the road. 538 Lower Decks, Room for Growth. Where the beta shift and the delta shift they're trying to get this one secured terminal so that they can rig this lottery to get a better room for themselves. And along the way, they discover all they needed was each other.
Is this where they encounter the Shax and Ta'ana sex play in the holodeck? Or is that a different episode?
Yes, the black and white one where they're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
robbing a bank.
Yeah, so there's cool exploration of the ship on this as well while they're crawling through ducts and whatnot.
And Ta'ana sets up, like, I hadn't ever noticed until Ta'ana said it in this episode, where she's like, and sometime I got to tell you the story about how I lost my tail. Like, you don't have a tail? I hadn't noticed under the doctor's coat, really.
That's a good point.
There better be a comic book that
Well, now we need that
explores
movie.
that.
That should just be the entire Lower Decks movie premise.
How Ta'ana got her groove back, or lost her tail, or,
Or both.
whatever she does. But yeah, there was some really good, like, random moments in this, and room for growth. It grew the characters.
Mm-hmm.
The very next episode of Lower Decks, where Mariner and Boimler have to do a Starfleet job. They're the Starfleet reps at a job fair.
And this is also when Mariner meets her what is she? The Vosh character, right? Is also there.
Yeah, the Archaeology Guild.
Yeah. I don't remember much about the episode aside from some of the gags. So
Yeah, I don't think I quite would have put this one as high as it is. It's fine, but not a lot happens. It's more setting it. Okay, it does a couple of things. It furthers the bold Boimler storyline for the season because he does a full Mariner and just goes crazy at the end. And Mariner meets her future partner in crime after she gets sequestered to Starbase 80. But the episode itself is, TNG's Dark Page at 536. One of the good, for at least I think, Loxana Troy episodes. It is a very dark page where you learn
Mhm.
about that Deanna's sister died when she was very young, and then they never even told Deanna she had a sister.
Yeah, following the season 7 trend of just throwing everybody a random family member we hadn't seen before. Um, Probably, I mean, aside from maybe she does have some good scenes with Odo and DS9, but it might be the best Luxana is in this show. Not the best Magel's ever been, but the best she's been as a whatever the hell she's supposed to be.
I'd argue that's half a life, and that's coming up
Oh
eventually.
yeah, Half a Life, yeah.
This one's good. It's very good for Loxana. She's not an annoying trope. She's like a real person. This is actually like probably the most quote unquote real that she feels.
Mhm.
535 TNG's final mission. Wesley Crusher keeps getting episode titles about him that are like finalities. So he's got this and also Journey's End.
Which was the beginning of his real journey, but I digress.
Yes.
I always liked this one for some reason as a kid. Like Wesley saving the day here compared to all the times he saved the day in season 1 and partially in season 2. Like it feels like his character deserves to do it here. He's not just pulling out some cockamamie thing that like nobody else on the crew can figure out. He's just like, I solved it. Like he actually uses his skills. Picard is there, but he's, injured. And then the other guy is just worthless. So I liked it. And I guess if it was technically his going out moment, it was bittersweet in a way.
If there's ever a moment that you start to believe that Wesley might be Picard's son and not Jack Crusher's, it's this episode. They really do bond through Picard's trauma.
Mhm.
And Wesley grows from, for lack of a better term, from a boy to a man in this one. He goes from just like, being the nerd on the ship to actually having to do the knock down, drag out hard parts of being in Starfleet sometimes.
Yeah, and he didn't just instantly solve it. He, some trial and error and some issues, and like they probably wouldn't have made it if not for like the very end. So it was nice.
Yeah, it's fine for me. I don't find it particularly interesting as a Trek episode, but it's fine. I don't have any problems with it. Discovery's Labyrinths. This is where is this again, Miss? Because wasn't this season 5?
Yeah, this is season 5.
I don't know why so many of these season 5s are marked 4, but either way, we know. I do remember this one quite fondly. I actually kind of like it, but it also kind of goes nowhere. I like the idea of this library. I like that Burnham has to do this like trial, but so much of the trial is just to set her on. It's just to obfuscate her and set her off the correct path. So the runtime isn't super well used, but it does move the plot of the season along pretty good.
Yeah, I liked the concept of the library that's, trying to preserve what it can from our cultures or all the cultures. I liked the whole bit about a book being in the library with book being in the library. I liked seeing an Afrosian again. Probably, is it the first time since the movies? Maybe they were in Lower Decks. I can't remember, but it's definitely one of the memorable episodes from the latter parts of Discovery.
Yeah, it really is. Like I don't remember everything that happened in seasons 4 and 5, but that one I remember very distinctly. Was this the first? I can't remember if this is the first time we see the Breen. I think that was a couple episodes before, but we find out they're like jelly.
Oh yeah,
totally jelly. Okay, the Sons of Moog, and God, I think 533 is that's a ceiling for this episode. I hate this episode. For bringing back Tony Todd, one of Trek's best recurring actors ever, just to like lobotomize him and make him think he's somebody else. I don't
I
know.
definitely feel like they should have. First of all, I'm not the biggest Bashir fan in general. I feel like he's one of the more questionable doctors we've ever had in a lot of ways. But like
Mhm.
his willingness here to just be like, Worf wants it, so cool. I'll just erase this dude's memory when there's no turning back. Whatever. Like I feel like that should have come back at some point. And just we see a lot more Worf after this. We never hear him talk about this guy again. He's just erased from canon. When what is it? A season later, he gets put in Martok's house, or a couple seasons later, and he would have been fine.
Yeah, but I mean, getting Kern to that point would have been the hard part.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting the stark difference between Picard and Cisco in this situation, because when Worf's back was out, he was the one to tell Riker like, "No, dude, if Worf wants to die by your hand, you should probably do it." Where Cisco's like, "Absolutely the fuck not."
I mean, here's a solution. All these people that want to end themselves in this, just send this guy to the mirror universe. I mean, he probably could have carved himself out a pretty decent path over there. They can just pop back and forth whenever they want. So
that's an interesting thought. What else we got? Okay, the second pilot, but the third episode released. Where No Man Has Gone Before. Talk to me about James R. Kirk and that sexy, sexy Gary Mitchell.
is this the galactic barrier, or is this the center of the galaxy?
Yes.
Okay.
The edge galactic
the edge
barrier.
of it, yes. I mean, this one's definitely, it's memorable for a lot of reasons, but like is this where Star Trek is supposed to have been going at this point? Who knows? We got to see, I think for the first time, the phaser rifle, the only time we saw it in TOS.
Yeah.
Having the establishment of like this pre-existing stuff with Gary Mitchell being Kirk's friend was kind of neat. I wish we had a little play up on that in Strange New Worlds, maybe, but not that I want more Kirk in Strange New Worlds. So
you say that, sir. You know we're probably going to get it, whether we want it or not, whether it's good or not.
Like I think it was fun, but it's not the most Star Trek we've ever had.
No, it's better than the original pilot, but like confoundingly, it's better than the Cage, but it's nowhere near as good as the Menagerie for me.
That's fair, yeah. They hadn't really gotten their settled on what the show was going to be yet.
Yeah, and we have our second of three doctors that still may not be the CMO. For all we know, M'Benga is still the CMO because McCoy is just the ship surgeon.
Who knows at this point? I feel like this is going to be the era we kind of gloss over, because like Sulu's supposed to be in blue and Scotty's in yellow. So I mean, who knows? It's all.
And Uhura's in yellow too, isn't she?
Yeah, we didn't get red uniforms till the third episode.
Sounds right.
Because I mean, Charlie X, I still think they're in the like turtlenecky things, but anyways, it's a fine episode. I enjoy it, but it's not like breaking any new ground really.
No, it's fine, but I'm also glad that they didn't use it as the first run episode. It's too techy and very hard sci-fi, and very James R. Kirk. 531, Choose to Live, my friend. Where Discovery takes the Quat Malat that Picard invented and puts it in the 32nd century with Burnham's mom as her lawyer. Oh wait, no. That was in season 3. This is the one where they like go hunting with them with Burnham's mom and go find another Quat Malat that's like defected.
I have a very hard time with these Discovery episodes of like not blurring a season together, as far as like individual episodes, since I've only seen it the one time.
That's fair. That's how I feel about Prodigy. Even though I really liked season 2, I cannot remember the individual episodes to save my life. Yeah, this one was merely fine. Moving on. 530, Through the Lens of Time, from the past episode of Strange New Worlds, where we set up the finale of the show by going to what we can only assume is the Q homeworld.
See, this one I remember liking this at the time, but it did leave me wanting a little bit more explanation, um, which we technically still never really got as far as the Q stuff goes. But the Vesda stuff we got follow up in a very metaphysical way at the end. Um, I would be interested to watch them back to back. I haven't gone back to watch them like as a continuous thing since they came out, but it was interesting. Is this also where is this the one where what's his name? What's his name? The nurse guy loses his eyes and all that stuff. Yeah, Gamble.
Yes.
That's his
Yes,
name,
it is.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Oh, I didn't. Man, y'all killing my trivia questions for later.
Oh,
Shh.
but yeah, this was overall the weakest season of Strange New Worlds, but this was I did
Yeah.
enjoy this episode above a lot of the other ones.
Yeah, it had a couple of, I talked about it earlier in the stream. Stranger season 3 took the biggest swings, I think, of New Trek, and it struck out a couple of times, but it also hit a couple of home runs. It had some really decent episodes and some really kind of crap episodes, and this one in between.
Mm-hmm.
Cardassians. Yeah, this is the one with the Cardassian Rugal that's been adopted by a Bajoran family, but his Cardassian father, who's a high up legate, wants him back, and it becomes a court battle.
I'm trying to remember. Is this also where we see an Obrantane for the first time, or am I misremembering?
No, that maybe I don't
Because I
think so.
remember I might be misremembering because I know like Garrick goes to Cardassia.
No, he goes to Bajor.
Or yeah, sorry, Bajor. But that okay. So I'm misremembering. But he talks to the people and they're very like snippy to him or whatever. But okay.
I think the first Enobrantane one is the first Kenny Grimore one where Kira is made up to be his Cardassian daughter. If I'm not mistaken, that's the first time we see him.
And of course, Ducat was just Ducatting all over this thing.
As Ducat does. Yeah, this one's fine. Like, I don't have a lot to say about it. It just bringing Garrett. This is the first time Garrett comes back since early in season 1, making him a recurring character that he was never meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then became just an awesome character. So I mean, there's that, but otherwise, it's fine. 528 Discovery. Will you take my hand? Where is this the finale? It must be at 15. I did not like this one particularly because they did this whole thing to set up like taking over the Klingon Empire, planting this bomb, and then so all of these admirals decided to do this, but only when Burnham, the disgraced no rank specialist, is like, hey guys, we really shouldn't do this. And they don't, but then they do it anyway, and then give L'Rell the detonator. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre ending to a season that I actually kind of liked.
It was, yeah, season 1 was a bit of a mixed bag as far as what they were trying to do. And then, as we know, every season Discovery changed its identity. But in season 1, they just, in the middle, had that whole mirror universe thing. It was not, I mean, I remember the bomb thing, and I remember people talking about, it might have been someone in this chat, I can't remember who said it, that this bomb might also have been potentially part of what caused Kronos to blow up in the Academy. When the reactors went critical. I'm sure that wasn't intended, but like, if you can headcanon that, why not? It's kind of a cool setup. But yeah, I mean, it was just a period of time when they weren't sure what the show was going to be, and I guess they never really discovered what the show was going to be, at least not 100%.
Yeah, it's kind of an anticlimax to the season, but it puts an end to the Federation Klingon War, the first one. Non sequitur at number 527, Voyager. This is Harry Kim's "It's a Wonderful Life." Harry Kim did not need to suffer. He was given a second chance to go home, be with his girlfriend, have a promotion, and have a decent life. And he's like, no, I got to go back to Voyager. I do like this one, but like Harry, I would have made a different choice if I was Harry, for sure.
It's a fun episode. I do feel like it would have hit a lot harder if it wasn't the beginning of season 2. If we were like season 5 or something and he was making these choices after having a lot more experiences.
Absolutely correct, Scott. Always facing that bridge.
Well, just like you always have to have the entire Eiffel Tower when you're in Paris.
It always makes sense. No, I've always really liked this one, but objectively there are some problems with it, and especially Tom Paris. Like, oh hey, this dude from another universe just showed up and told me that we're like best bros back there, and I should totally sacrifice myself. All right.
It's like, yeah, my life sucks here, so I'm just gonna take his word for it.
Yeah,
Because he knew a bar I used to hang out in or whatever.
There's stuff that doesn't make sense, but it's a good watch. Okay, some TOS at 526 by any other name. When aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy come to find out if they can all move in someday.
Is this the one where they turn them into the geometric
Yeah.
shapes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
The not Kelvin universe Kelvins.
Yeah, it's a pretty fine middle of the road Trek plot for me. Don't have a lot to say about it.
It's one of the ones I remember from TOS, so that's got to be something.
I thought it was dodecagons or whatever the 20 sides are.
Oh, and we
But
get to see the Scotty who doesn't drink alcohol try to drink these people under the rug.
Yeah, that's a pretty great moment. I love this is the It's Green episode, and then that gets pulled back out in Relics. So cool. Galaxy's Child at 525. TNG, where Geordi meets the woman of his dreams only to find out it's not to be. At least not now.
And maybe not ever, because they're coy about that.
Yeah, so somehow in both the Prime universe and whatever the Q's thing was in All Good Things, his kids are named the same thing, and he was married to a Leah in that one. But we're not going to tell you in Picard.
It's a good, this is a space ravioli. I mean, it's a good space. I always like a spacefaring creature in Star Trek, generally speaking, at least. And having the consequences of his own decisions come back to bite him in the ass is always a nice touch. Now, if he was ever allowed to actually have a real functional relationship in the show, that also would have been nice. But
Never once.
but it's a good one. It's fun.
You just need a few more Coco No-Nos, buddy. Few more Coco No-Nos.
But he can
Yeah, I like
judge
the-
Barclay all day. Like,
Yeah, like I don't know how many times I can say it as we approach the middle of this ranking. It's fine. Like I don't really have a lot of opinions about the ones around here. They're just they're pretty decent Trek. Good watch. Fine. And here's one I know a lot of people would not put this high. Masks from TNG at 524. I put it this high purely for Brent Spiner getting a chance to be Brent Spiner and really do some range. Is the plot great? No.
it's a typical season 7 episode where they're just like, let's do something wacky because we're running out the clock. But it definitely is interesting as far as the this episode alone, and I guess we can throw in Fistful of Datas, makes Brent Spiner probably have played the most roles in Star Trek, just full stop. But
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how many different characters. It's only like 6 or 7 in his.
I mean, if you take every single
Western.
iteration of the Soongs and add them all up, he's
Yeah.
probably
Oh
played at least
God. Yes.
74 people.
Mm-hmm. But sometime between the 25th century and the 32nd, we get Fred, who is a Soon-Tyke android, and it is not Brent Spiner.
And that's another thing Discovery did that pissed me off, because I really thought he was going to come back and have any relevance. But no, just brief meet up and that's it.
Nope. And that's the end. All right, at 5:23, I've got Enterprise's Fallen Hero, where not Data, speaking of Data, not Data's mom is T'Pol's hero, and then she finds out that maybe she's not as great as she thought she was. So there's a whole thing about like looking up to your heroes in this one, and not getting you don't want to actually get to know them and stuff. It's fine.
Your typical, Vulcans and humans come together a little bit more to understand, like, they're not maybe what they thought each other were.
Sup, Clarence? Thank you, sir. You are also welcome to join. Links are in the Discord. Be here all day.
I like that, Scott.
Stolen Valar. That's a good Vulcan joke. TNG's The Hunted. Yeah, just what my notes say. It's a boring episode. I don't really particularly enjoy watching it. I think this is the first, if I'm not mistaken, this is the one where James Cromwell is the head of the society. And
the super soldier goes on to be posted on Voyager until he dies.
Yep, that's pretty much it. It's not a great episode when I watch it, but it's got some good morals, and there is something there to be watched, I guess.
I do remember there being a funny moment, probably unintentionally, with Worf like thinking he caught the guy and then not having caught him, but I don't remember the actual quote he used.
Everybody knows who Roga Danar is.
Yeah, the 3-season spinoff on Paramount Plus. Didn't you watch it?
I did not. I guess I'll have to catch up on that when I do the Khan audio drama, which I still have not caught up on. Or all of Scouts. Man, I'm really missing out on that Scouts, aren't I?
People talk about it all the time. And by people, I mean me. But
I hear that eventually they do a second, rather than doing the exact same thing with an asteroid every episode, it then goes to the holodeck.
Well, I hear they
haven't gotten there
introduce like an antagonist too at one point, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I gotta go like make copies of those, because I have this feeling that, like Prodigy, it is going to disappear forever. And even if it's a show that I don't care about, I'd like to have it. Anyway, SFA, what is the show? Academy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The third episode, Vitus Reflux. This is a generous ranking, and I did not put this here. It is just a fine episode. It's kind of dumb, but fine.
I liked oh no, that was in the Calica episode where they introduced the mascots. This is one of my lower end of the Academy ones. I mean, it wasn't the worst, but there was not a lot going on besides the pranks, I guess, unless I'm missing something.
A school rivalry, and they're like training for, what is that game?
It's Galaga, Calica, something like that.
Yeah, it begins with a C.
This would not have been this high for me either.
No. So let's move on. How about Tin Man? This one does feel like it is about where it is. It's a poignant episode by the end. You get some Romulan action, and some exploration of spacefaring, like living vessels. Cool. I don't have a lot to say about it, but I think Tam Elburn and Tin Man should come back someday.
Mm-hmm. I really like I said earlier, I like the spacefaring living things, but I also like when Star Trek introduces this grander feeling to the universe and the galaxy, which is part of the reason I hate when they always make everything connected. Like we have this Tin Man creature that came from some unknown civilization that has all died out, and it's the last of its, like, there's all these cool ideas that makes it feel like
Mhm.
there's so much going on out there that we don't know about. And then we add in the, overpowered Betazoid who can't deal with his overpowered. So there's the whole allegory of, I guess, mental illness in there at some point too, and like living in a society where you're not like everyone else. It's got a lot going on for it.
Yeah, and for all the people that have said in Academy that like they didn't get the Betazoids right. Well, between this episode and Lon Suitor from Voyager, we know that there is a wide range of powers and things that Betazoids can do. Some of them have none, some of them can't turn that shit off, and then there's everything in between.
Mm-hmm. I can do probably one more, then I have to dip out at 2.
Okay, I appreciate you being here at all, my friend.
Well, congratulations!
You will be
again.
back to. Thank you. I assume you'll be back this evening for buffer time to defend your champion standing.
Oh, hopefully I didn't answer all the questions already in this chat. So,
yeah, there. You might have gotten a bit of a refresher. Everybody else is paying attention for the class. All right, one more. What do we got? Oh, Discovery. Eriga. I think this was the one. Wait, is this I get, why are all of the season 5s marked 4? I'm not.
Yeah.
Either way, we know it's season 5. I think this was the one where we first see the Breen face.
It wasn't that far in. 7 episodes into the season out of 10.
I think so. I might be wrong, but
because
I thought this was where it was.
Maybe it was, because I thought at this point we almost what's his name? Locke. Didn't he die? Spoilers, I guess. Like 2 or 3 episodes before the end.
Well, this is 3 episodes before the end, and I do have his name in here, so he must be. Yeah, because this is like still when the Federation is holding them, and the Breen are trying to get them back, and then they just like go voluntarily as part of an agreement.
I could have sworn we saw the face in like episode 4 or 5.
That might be true.
Briefly, but I remember the name Eriga.
Yeah, I remember this one being pretty decent. Like most of season 5 was decent.
Yeah, season 5 had like a breath of fresh air, but it didn't quite go as hard as it could have.
No.
And then the ending was, what it was, but
yeah, it was. Like I didn't hate it. It did a better ending than some other treks, so
they gave it an ending at least.
Yeah.
Not all treks get those.
Cost an extra $1 million.
Yeah.
I doubt that they'll give that to Academy to finish off.
I doubt it.
Bet we'll get left on a cliff.
A lot of people are saying that they're just going to toss it and write it off again, but we'll see if they go through with actually dropping it on Paramount Plus or not.
Yeah, because it is a good chunk of change. I don't know what season 2 rings in at, but the rumors were that season 1 was $100 million. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of that sets in the things that they get to reuse
that they already tore down. So
yeah, so that's the series is done. There is no saving it at this point.
I'm going to take off now and pop in the chat a little later.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you again. Care. Okay, I'm here all by my lonesome. No cat, no friends, just more than 500 episodes to go, and we are 8 hours in of 18. Boy, not even at the halfway mark. And that's good, because I need to get to at least number 450 or 4.25 would be even better by 3 o'clock. So let's see if we can knock out another 100 here. TOS is the immunity syndrome, the giant space amoeba. It's a really cool premise. I dig this, but it's also a lot. There's also a lot of filler getting through it. Not a lot happens. But Spock's sacrifice is something, or is almost sacrifice. Yeah, it's an interesting premise. It's fine. The final DS9 Mirror Universe episode, the Emperor's New Cloak. I really do like Worf as the Regent. I like Worf better as the Regent than as Worf. I'll be brutally honest. Was this episode particularly good? No, but it's acted on a very high level by all involved. Everybody takes it super seriously. I like the new Ezri. I like the introduction of Brunt, Mirror Universe Brunt, who's just like this totally neutral, nonchalant dude. Yeah, it's fine. Voyagers rise at 5:16, where Tuvok and Neelix finally kind of come to blows and then like work out their crap, and they're kind of better to each other for the rest of the series. And even one of the people in the episode calls them out, Tuvok out, like, yeah, no, you're not being good to Neelix. Just you guys got to work on this, and they do. Episode itself, absolutely fine. The Wolf Inside from Discovery, season 1. This is the first. This is where Stamets appears to die, but then comes back because the mycelial network and reasons. And in the mirror universe, Tyler meets himself, or what he used to be in Vogue. So that's this really cool, surreal moment. And I like all the mirror universe stuff there, where you get to meet like the counterpart of Sarek. And so like Vulcans are, the mirror universe Vulcan is still a Vulcan because they're just so neutral, I guess. This was not a bad episode of Discovery at all. A few dollars more, or a few badgies more. This is I believe this is the final badgie episode. You do see Guji a little bit after this. But this is the final one where he like splits into 3 parts, and then like all but Guji ascends. He's gonna like go see the Black Mountain. I want the movie where Badgie and the Great Koala team up, and I want to see that. At the very least, I want the comic book. 5:13, TNG's Future Imperfect, where Riker gets messed with by this random alien kid who's been stuck on a planet and he's lonely. And he constructs this whole fantasy world with Romulans and stuff. It's really decent. There's some cool setup, like the barred pins that they'll use for alternate universe stuff through the rest of TNG gets introduced here. Yeah, it's a pretty decent episode. I neither love nor hate it. 5:12, Loud as a Whisper, TNG. This is one of the first really good episodes of the series, and it's not even like really good because we're only at number 512, but as far as early Star Trek goes, Loud as a Whisper, it may be a little dull in spots, but like just the ideas of opening communication and different ways of interpreting and using what seems like a disability, or on the surface, to then unite two people through a common learned experience. Pretty cool. I like the premises in this one. Not executed on a super high level, but a really solid premise. 5:11, TNG's Rightful Heir, where Kahless returns by showing himself to Worf in the fire caves on Borath. Every time we go to Borath, it's a little different. This one is, yeah, fine. They never go back to this well. They mention the Emperor in the Sword of Kahless, and that's it. It's never expanded upon. And even though, like, we know his role as the Emperor is ceremonial and Gowron's still in control, there should have been more of this that came back later in DS9. Picard, we haven't had one of these for a while. 2 for 1 from season 2. So Jurati's singing and this being directed by Jonathan Frakes are the only things saving it. I really like the camera work and Frakes' choice of shot composition in certain scenes. It's not a great episode, but it's worth watching just for Girardi's music number and her red dress. Holy crap. 509 Voyager's Hunters, where we first find the Hirogen and the relay network that lets them let Starfleet know they're still alive. Or will be soon. 508 TOS's Tomorrow is Yesterday. So, this is one of those weird ones where we haven't established like a temporal prime directive. And, oh no, this isn't the one where they go back on purpose. The Enterprise gets pulled back in time because reasons, and even though they weren't anywhere near Earth, they end up on 1960s Earth because every Star Trek show has to have a show that goes either to or very close to the date of the actual production. It's fine, but it never really happens in the end, so woo. Enterprise's Catwalk. This to me feels like this should be the middle, and one of the metrics to judge other Trek by. This feels like the most quintessentially just, it's Star Trek, it's fine, it's not good, it's not bad episodes, as the crew has to like survive an ion storm and they get creative, but they get boarded, and it's a whole thing, and it's fine. Lower Decks Terminal Provocations from season 1. This is the Fletcher episode. I didn't realize until watching Lower Decks again, Fletcher is in literally every episode up till now. He's just only in the background. I think he does get at least one line, but this is like the one that revolves around him being an idiot, and then he gets transferred in the end. It's very quotable. It's not the best plot, but it's a quotable, fun little episode. Discoveries Despite Yourself at 5:05. What? Oh, this is the first episode where they end up in the mirror universe and then learn what it actually is and change the ship name to the ISS and all that stuff and put on those awesome costumes. The mirror universe outfits, uniforms, rock. Enterprise's Oasis at 5:04. Rene Auberjonois guest stars along with Annie Wershing, who plays his daughter, who is also the Borg Queen from season 2 of Picard. May she rest in peace. This episode it's another one that's like merely fine. You've got some great talent in it, and it wants to be better than it is, but it's ultimately just a boring thing about another one where like we created some friends because we were lonely on a crash ship. Okay. 5:03, A Simple Investigation from DS9. Yeah, this gives Odo gets laid for the first time that we know of in this episode. That's the only thing of note. I guess the other interesting thing is the chick here she plays 3 different characters across Trek. She's the one that gets information and knocks out Archer at the end of, I want to call it 2.5 Men, 2 Days and 2 Nights. And she's in the Masterpiece Society. She's the one that like Geordi tries to get with, always the wrong woman, and then causes the damage to her biosphere. Okay, what else we got? When I get to 500, I am going to take a little break, and I'll give you guys some actual unique extra content, and not just the "we'll be back" slogan. Okay, 502, Invasive Procedures. where the Dax symbiont gets cut out of Jadzia and put into a slime ball from LA. Little Scrooge reference there. Yeah, we learn a bunch about the symbionts and the Trill, but otherwise it's like it's a bottle episode, and you do get Tim Russ as a Klingon, so that's something, I guess. It's not a super memorable episode, but it's it at least sets up enough lore that it's interesting. The Squire of Gothos with Trelane. I might rank this higher now, the more times I've seen it, being the original Q, and now it's like confirmed that Trelane's an actual Q by Strange New Worlds. This one is just super fun. It's really out there. Trelane, the original Q, Trelane kind of crushes it. And fun fact, he comes back as the Klingon commander in Trouble with Tribbles. Okay, at number 500, Q2, the spawn of Q and Susie Q, that we saw conceived in The Q and the Gray. Q's son comes, messes with the ship. He does a lot of stupid stuff, but he has some growth along the way. Not a lot to say about it. It's a fun episode, and hopefully he learns something. Okay. After a couple hours here, I think it is time to take a little break. I will leave you guys with... I have a new satire roll that I had never put out before. So, here you go.
The Vulcan brain, a puzzle wrapped inside an enigma housed inside a cranium.
Then we wrap it in a soft flour tortilla. Then we wrap that in a savory corn tortilla. We take a deep-fried gordita shell and wrap that around the outside. Then wrap that in an authentic Parisian crepe. And wrap that in a Chicago-style deep dish meat lovers pizza.
Satire is track. Satire is track.
Oysters, clams, and cockles!
I will see the neuronal pathways in Sloane's brain as literal pathways.
And let them know we might have someone for them.
This child is a blessing to the both of us.
Dr. Sam Beckett stepped into the quantum leap accelerator and vanished.
Why don't we make it interesting this time? Let's add some table stakes.
What year is this?
What day is it? What year?
It's 1944.
He went in, bringing out all those kids that were still alive.
All the ship's children have been ejected into space!
All those kids.
My student. My protege.
I progeny.
It's time.
And you gotta work up the legs.
It's time.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I'll just will have this baby without you touching me!
I'm looking for Captain Archer.
And one of those little refrigerators you have to open with a key.
You're gonna have to do better than that.
You gotta do better than that.
One step at a time.
One slap at a time. One slap at a time.
Smile, you're at Mr. Smiley's. Would you like to try our new beef and cheese pot pie on a stick? Would you like Smiley sauce with that?
I created it. In 5, do you know me?
Hello, Father.
Born in a science lab late one night.
What do you have to say? My sister. Say her name. Say her name.
I am the brother of Elia Martel. You murdered her. You killed her children.
Ava. Her name was Ava, and I liked her.
Out. Don't look at him. I'm telling you to leave. Now!
Don't look at him! Look at me! Nobody can help you!
We pledge our loyalty to the founders, from now until death.
Night gathers, and now my watch begins.
They're scanning us, sir.
They're scanning the area.
They've stopped scanning us.
They're scanning again.
They're scanning us.
Okay, they're done scanning. Oh God, they're scanning again!
Mutiny? A Federation starship? That's shocking.
That's shocking.
I went into it with my eyes wide open.
Timber, his arms wide.
You're human? It's the curator, Mr. Wickles.
We're not giving up hope. Neither should you.
I'm not giving up, and neither are you, and neither am I.
The things we do for love.
The things I do for love.
Whoops, I guess I didn't leave you guys with anything long enough. And I am going to eat really quick, so let me give you something else. What have I got here that's good? How about the rest of the Thanks Majels? Now, in my original rankings, I did this thing where I highlighted and counted up every episode, every scene that Majel, a character that Majel voices, is in. And given that I hadn't done TAS at that point, and there were a couple of new ones in Picard, here you go. Let's count them all up. How many times, how many scenes is Majel Barrett in the franchise?
Computer. That program is available.
Thanks, Majel. Majel. Thanks, Majel. Majel.
Bones, get down to the engineering core on the double.
Thanks, Majel.
Cease review. We were scanning recent Vulcan history.
Thanks, Majel.
I hope you were not disturbed by my son's behavior, Sarek.
Thanks, Majel.
Sarek, our son and the visitor are gone.
Thanks, Majel.
Perceive many somethings within me.
Thanks, Majel.
Not desire to consume other beings.
Majel.
Will return to origin place.
Thanks, Majel.
No, sir.
These figures just don't match up with Spock's.
Thanks, Majel.
I am Thela, the head female.
Thanks, Majel.
They occupy another compound.
Thanks, Majel.
Results of every scan run by the women's science team.
Thanks, Majel.
Soon all the men on your ship will feel as you do.
Majel.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Majel.
They might have returned to where they landed.
Majel.
I am Thela.
Thanks, Majel.
Parties of two.
Thanks, Majel.
I heard Spock's voice.
Thanks, Majel.
Oh, Spock! But the women's bodies developed a glandular secretion.
Thanks, Majel.
No results, Captain.
Majel.
Suppose it failed.
Thanks, Majel.
Captain Kirk, we have kept the agreement.
Majel.
Voice print positive.
Thanks, Majel.
The captain is inquiring if the examination is completed, Doctor.
Thanks, Majel.
What about the rest of the tests on Winston?
Thanks, Majel.
Having frequency open, sir. They're waiting for us. The Romulan commander is signaling, sir.
Thanks, Majel. Majel. Thanks, Majel.
Lieutenant Mores here. Oh.
Lieutenant, have Mr. Scott beam down the phaser bore and...
Thanks, Majel.
Clarify, please.
Thanks, Majel.
All hatches secured. Oh.
Thanks, Majel.
It was designed to provide fun and amusement. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Majel.
This is very strange. Oh.
Majel.
Communications remain jammed.
Thanks, Majel.
Yes, sir. Harry, darling, I was lonely for you.
Thanks, Majel.
You'll live.
Thanks, Majel.
I'll let you know the results of my analysis.
Thanks, Majel.
It'd be stupid. I've come to collect on your guarantee, Mr. Mudd.
Thanks, Majel. Majel.
You're the same fraud you've always been, Harry.
Thanks, Major.
Mud. And he has Christine.
I can't imagine.
Thanks, Major.
Mud had landed on the planet's surface.
Thanks, Major.
The planet's a desert.
Thanks, Major.
Sure, Eric's.
Thanks, Major.
How wonderful. Look!
Thanks, Major.
Not so loud, you fool. Emergency beam up.
Thanks, Major.
You'd be the last person I'd choose.
Thanks, Major.
Well, our halo fish is bright as ever, Doctor. Dr. McCoy, the animals.
Thanks, Major.
Oh, if only we could use our bone-knitting laser. Help! 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 Help!
Thanks, Major.
They came without weapons. We must inform the Tribunes.
Thanks, Major.
Let us examine the wreckage before we make judgment.
Thanks, Major.
Be half news, High Tribune.
Thanks, Major.
Conserve your strength. I will free you. Follow me. Your friends need help.
Thanks, Major.
There are legends of such a happening. We must break the ordainments.
Thanks, Major.
This is the last dose.
Thanks, Major.
The light is warm and the air is soft.
Thanks, Major.
Twist my winter shins.
Thanks, Major.
Oh, we heard your communicator signal. This is Nancy Randolph, our navigator.
Thanks, Major.
Aren't Vulcans telepathic? What's going on?
Thanks, Major.
Beta Canopus.
Thanks, Major.
ETA at rendezvous point.
Thanks, Major.
It's on an intercept course now, Captain.
Thanks, Major.
The drug isn't working anymore. Open, sir.
Thanks, Major.
Message from the alien, sir. He needs surgery, Captain, but he'll live.
Thanks, Major.
We're picking up increased activity from that anomaly.
Excuse me for laughing.
Thanks, Major.
Captain Kirk, look behind you.
Thanks, Major. Thanks, Major.
Crew members McCoy, Sulu, and Uhura are still in the recreation room.
Thanks, Major.
Phil, for my joke. That is for me to know and for you to find out.
Thanks, Major.
Perhaps this will cool you off.
Thanks, Major. Thanks, Major. Thanks, Major.
How interesting.
Thanks, Major.
It's not
Thanks, Major.
USS Enterprise now under command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard. Electropathic pattern located.
Thanks, Major.
Shutdown procedure initiated.
I miss that voice.
And that's it. 902 scenes. At least. I may have missed some somewhere along the way, but Majel Barrett has at least 900 scenes in Star Trek. And that last one really kind of hits. I'm not the biggest fan of Picard Season 3, but the stuff on the D and Majel as a computer voice again was it was a very nice touch. Okay, let's get back to what we're all here for, ranking all of Star Trek. At 499, among the Lotus Eaters, which I honestly don't think I'd rank this high, we go back to Rigel 7, where it all started in the cage. Well, before the cage. It's why Pike is having a crisis of faith in the cage. And he thought he lost somebody there, and it turns out, nah, he's still around, just like being the king of that weird planet. And it's, it breaks its own rules when, like, you're not supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to remember things when you're in the palace, but that's not consistent through all the characters. So yeah, but $4.99. Let Sleeping Borg Lie at $4.98 when the Prodigy kids find a disabled cube, probably because of Janeway in Endgame, like the same as the artifact in Picard. But yeah, it's not super memorable, but giving the Prodigy kids a chance to like get some danger in with the Borg was pretty fine. $4.97 Discovery's Anomaly. Saru comes back after being a representative of his people on Kaminar, and they start looking into the DMA. Why it destroyed Kuei-Zhang, Book's home at the end of the past episode. Yeah, it's fine. It does what it needs to do. Voyager displaced at $4.96, where the crew is slowly replaced by another race who at first it's like, oh, we don't know why this is happening, but it's really just their method to take over. So super interesting plot point. It's merely executed fine, but it moves along the Torres and Paris love interest, and yeah, it's a pretty interesting thing. It doesn't go. It's not a trope that's been used in Trek before, so cool. TNG's brothers, and they got a hug. I'm not sure why the whole thing with like, well, I guess okay. I'm not sure why they have the whole thing with the kids and the brothers and like the one's going to die because he ate something he shouldn't have eaten. And nobody was paying attention to these kids when their parents were on sabbatical. But it's just a way to make the plot of Data locking up the ship more, have more weight, I guess, because that B plot is like, yeah, whatever. But the stuff with Data and his dad is great. It's the only time we see lore that I don't absolutely hate it. So yeah, brothers, decent. Enterprise Doctor's Orders, where they go back to a trope that Voyager did, where Seven was the only one capable of being awake in this weird nebula. Same kind of thing here. Even though Phlox like hallucinates T'Pol being awake, which elevates it a bit. If it had just been Phlox, yeah, I don't think it would have been quite as interesting, but it's a really decent episode. $4.93 Picard No-Win Scenario, the first of season 3 to make it on the list. I guess it can't be as bad if we're into the 400s for its worst one. So they've spent 3 and a smidge episodes stuck in this one nebula, which is part of what like really just didn't do it for me in Picard. Like they did not use their runtime super well. It's like they had a very small premise. They had like 3 episodes worth of premise and plot, and they tried to stretch it out into 10. But hey, we can bookend the space jellies thing. Now we know where they come from. Yay. Voyager's Sacred Ground. Now here's one at $4.92. Some people aren't crazy about. I really like this exploration of meaningless rituals and how it's just like, it's just about the faith. And does it teach Janeway anything in the long run? Maybe not. But I find it an interesting exploration. There's the other episode, and I think it was done a little bit better in Voyager, where 7 of 9 is the only crewman not in stasis, and she slowly starts to go mad and hallucinate an enemy that's not there. And it is very much faith of the heart for Janeway. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about it, especially after we just talked about it with Phlox. It's a decent premise to like put one person alone and have it be creepy and have them just slowly lose their mind. 490 DS9's Crossfire. After Shakar is ordained as first minister, he comes to make a speech on DS9, and someone on O'Brien's crew who has been like hitting on him is behind it. Yeah, it's just fine. We'll always have Tom Paris. And the Tom is important. Boimler got kicked off of the Titan at the end of the last episode because there can only be one Brad Boimler, even after he's transporter duplicated. So now he comes back and he has no access to the ship because reasons. And yeah, there's some good jokes here. It's just a fine middle of the road Lower Decks episode. Bar Association. This one's probably better than where it's ranked. It's the union busting episode where we first get introduced. Is it first? Is this the first time we see Brunt or the second? Either way, Brunt FCA is the best part of it, even though he's the authoritarian nightmare in this scenario. I do really like Rom's character steps up a lot and becomes self-actualized here finally after a few seasons. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, let's go Unions. The Ensigns of Command. I have literally nothing to say about this episode. It is, again, it's fine. Kobayashi Maru, and there are several episodes named very similarly. This is something that we keep coming back to. I loved the idea of the Kobayashi Maru test. It may have been overused at this point, even though we're not doing the actual Kobayashi Maru here. I don't even feel like the situation in the episode is a Kobayashi Maru, but it sets up so much of what's going on in the season. President Rillick, as I wish I could pronounce her name, the last name like Horstuvre. I cannot remember her name, but she's an amazing actress, and Rillick is probably my favorite part of season 4. She grounds Burnham. Poor Book though. He sees his planet destroyed at the end. Yeah, this one, it's quite hard hitting. I don't like season 4, but the setup here, we started at a really solid point. I'm gonna butcher this. CV's Pacem Parabellum, the Discovery episode from season 1, where Saru's like running through the trees like nobody's business and it's like the only time we really see him run like we're told he's capable of to kill Burnham and Tyler because he's inhabited by crystals. Who's to say? Lower Decks at 484, something borrowed, something green. We're going to an Orion wedding. Nah, that's the blue guys. We're going to an Orion wedding. Tendy's sister's wedding. There's some good gags here. It's the first time we get a really good look at Orion society. I think this is where we find out that, and I think the joke here is that Tendy's family is the fifth richest family in the Orion Syndicate. So that makes her a daughter of the 5th house. Some good gags here. Merely fine. Unimatrix parts 1 and 2. I get this confused with Dark Frontier because it's both like going after the Borg. I feel like in Dark Frontier, that's where Janeway and Tuvok become Borg, but it's this one where they purposely get captured and infiltrate a cube so that they can plant a destabilizing agent and disrupt Unimatrix 01. It's really interesting for Seven. I like the it gives her first real love story, and like Picard with a perfect mate, it kind of gives her permission to love, even if she doesn't get the love of her life back that she's had in Unimatrix 0. A lot of people don't like this one. I think it's at least fine. I don't think at this point Janeway is afraid of the Borg. I mean, she has just Picard in the not the Mirror Universe, the Confederation universe gets the title of Borg Slayer. That would be Janeway in the Prime universe. She is in no way intimidated by the Borg anymore. Another. Oh God, why is this ranked higher? Gosh, it's another fine episode. I don't think I'd put it too far down. Gambit's part 1 and 2, season 7 of TNG in general is like, yeah, it's at best fine, and that's where this is. But I don't think it's even as good as Unimatrix 01. I don't even think it's as good as We'll Always Have Tom Paris. But here we are. It gives Riker and Picard a chance to juxtapose some of their normal stuff, so that's fun. Even if it ends up in a weapon that does nothing in the modern day because of Kumbaya. Prodigy Crossroads. Yeah, I remember this after what's his name? Okana takes them into the neutral zone. Janeway comes looking for them, and this is where they literally bump into Janeway, and they know Janeway, but Janeway doesn't know them yet. But will after this encounter. This is a pretty good encounter. A pretty good brick in the season 1 story. Oh yeah, in Gambit. Yeah, Vulcans, for like the super logical people, there are a fair amount of bad guys there. The Last Generation, the final episode of Picard season 3. I don't love this ending. I mean, I like the ending to like the poker game. I even like the weird setup of Q at the end, which is claimed to, this isn't our way of setting up a future show. Totally not a little backdoor, not pilot, but hint. I don't think we're ever going to get Star Trek Legacy. This season didn't wrap up a couple of major things. It never made a tie between Vedic and the Borg Queen. We know why Vedic is doing what she's doing, and we know why the Borg Queen is doing what she's doing. But when did they decide to work together? There's no communication there or set up for how that came to be. And I don't know. I just saw this recently too, and I'm still just like, yep, well, that was a season and it ended. Merely fine. It hits like the end of those Thanks Majels, the final shutdown sequence of the D. I get a little tear in my eye every time. Thanks, Majel. And yeah, that's a whole other thing. So the Titan is supposedly a refit in the season, the Titan A, which means they took bits from the original and just like wrapped new skin around it, except like nothing about the Titan A on the exterior appears to be the same as the Titan. There's none of the same nacelles. There's nothing. So I'm not sure how they call it a refit, but but it is. And then now it's the Enterprise G. It's boldly going under Captain Seven. Picard's The Bounty, more season 3 stuff. This one actually frustrates me probably more than the ending. And it's because Moriarty's wasted. There's this whole big buildup in the teasers to this season. Oh, they're bringing back Moriarty. And what is one of the coolest fun villains from TNG do when we bring him back? A song and a dance, and shoots at them for about 3 minutes until Riker figures the super simple way to deactivate him. After being like one of the most formidable foes that the Enterprise had to deal with, and had to deal with him on his level and reasoning, I did not like this for that. There's some cool side quests like the attack tribble, and you find out that Kirk and Picard's body are both here being stored by Section 31 on Daystrom Station. I mean, we used Picard's body here, but yeah, Kirk's body, that could be a whole other thing someday. Not crazy about this one. I don't think I'd have it this high, but sure. Subspace Rhapsody, a very controversial episode here as we get we're just about right in the middle of the day. And what is my timing? And we've been streaming for almost 9 of 18 hours. Yes, perfect. I love this. We are right where we need to be. So the Star Trek the Musical. A couple of good musical numbers, a couple of dumb musical numbers, some stuff in between that I didn't care about one way or the other. And I don't think we necessarily needed the dancing Klingons at the end, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I hate musicals, and when this was announced, I was like, all right, well, this is starting at a 1. It better be better. It's got to gain points from there, and it did. It's not terrible. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. They took a big swing at this, and it's at least okay. DS9's Shaka Khan at number 475. This one I find to be quite interesting and maybe even deserves a little bump in the ranks. Where Kira gets roped into almost starting a civil war and being Kai Wynn's pawn until she realizes what she's into. And most of the Bajorans that have been fighting Cardassians for decades realize it pretty quickly too, that, hey, we didn't just drive the Cardassians out of here to fight each other. This is dumb. So the ending is very satisfying. Yeah, I think I'd put this almost certainly higher. 474, All is Possible. Discovery Season 4. So Tilly lost Discovery as the first officer that should not have been in Season 3. And now we give her a shuttle full of cadets and it crashes. Not that that's her fault. But she actually does a very good job with these cadets. I'm not going to say upset, because maybe we'll see them in Season 2 if we get a Season 2. That they didn't bring these cadets into Academy, or at least some kind of cameo. Because that seemed to be where they were going. I liked it. It was a very classic Star Trek plot. You know, the enemy that's out there, that like this duplicating CGI thing, that was really dumb. But the interpersonal stuff between the cadets and how they're brought together, some of which are races that do not like each other, especially in the realigned post Emerald Chain era. So there's a lot of resolution there. And it lets us know more about the factions and the realignment of the 32nd century. So where a lot of people I know don't really like this episode, if you take the CGI critters that are just kind of a MacGuffin out of there, I like it. And here's one that I know a lot of people will disagree with. And the more I see it, the more I like it. Sins of the Father, my biggest problem with it is that they smush two things together. The first half of the episode is Kern being the exchange first officer on the Enterprise. Okay? But then you take this really decent plot at the end and like you just cram it into the latter half of the episode. Had it all been about that, or almost all, I would like this better. But I feel like the first half is underutilized. So that's why it is where it is. It's not that I don't think that this is important in the grand scheme of TNG, just that it didn't fully utilize its runtime. Ba-da-da-da-da. All right, 472, Day of Honor. More, oh wait, maybe this isn't what I think it is. Yeah, Janeway offers to help these, like, refugee aliens, and then, like, they keep coming back and asking for more, and then when she won't give, they, like, she ends up having to eject the warp core, because they've, like, taken certain damage. And then it gets stolen from them. They have to like go get it back, which is really kind of what really gets me. It's like the ship blows up because they tractor the unstable warp core. Well, shouldn't the warp core have blown up too? And if you look into Voyager's engineering specifications in like the Star Trek schematics books from the 90s, there's an extra warp core supposedly, or at least a place for it in an auxiliary engineering. So in theory, they shouldn't need it, but I digress. This is the first episode where it really cements Tom and B'Elanna wanting to be together. Yeah, exactly. I love you. I know. It's a beautiful moment. 471, Strange New Worlds Lost in Translation. Now, this is another what feels like Halloween episode. I want to love bringing back Bruce Horrick as Hemmer, because we did not get enough of him in season 1. They did him dirty as, you know, if this was the 90s, I'd say he got Bermaned, but that's not the case here. Either way, Uhura seeing zombie Hemmer, and then like, but that like gets Kirk interested in her and like as a person, and tries to help her. And then at the end, she introduces him to Spock, and like we get to see the meeting of the two of the big three, which is pretty cool. The episode as a whole, I don't love, but there's some symbolism that's great, especially that last moment with Kirk and Spock. That's enough to be middle of the pack right there. Juggernaut, the Voyager episode where it feels both like Speed and Terminator, where they're trying to shut down this out of control Malon freighter that they can't slow down. But by the end, B'Elanna almost completely reenacts the scene at the end of Terminator 1, where Sarah Connor crushes the Terminator, and she's had enough, and goes full Klingon half while she's being super radiation exposed. It's, as far as like creepy episodes of Trek, especially when I was a kid and I first saw this, it's quite creepy. 469, TNG Clues, where, yeah, this is another one I don't have a lot to say about. It's just fine. It's this middle of the road. It's an interesting mystery that they come to as they've been to a place before, but they weren't supposed to be there, and only Data remembers, and is trying to keep everybody from it, which, I mean, but he was ordered to lie, so he can't not follow. He's going to break an order one way or another. So it's, yeah, it's an interesting moral quandary and some fun mystery. Okay. Yeah. I've grown to like these ones more. The first 2 episodes of Discovery that when I first saw them, for sure. I still, honestly, I don't think they're a great setup, especially since the first episode of something should introduce you reasonably well to all of your main cast. This introduced us to Burnham, let us know Saru and Detmer exist. And that's it. And it's not even on the ship that we're going to come to love. And it's very confusing. I had to watch this. It wasn't even until after season 1 was done and I'd seen it several times that I'm like, okay, I actually understand all of the pieces that are going on. And if a story can't start like that and do that, I think this is why a lot of people are so frustrated with Disco. You have to get beyond the first couple episodes and then it starts coming together and starts making sense and being at least decent Star Trek. More Discovery. Season 5. Hey, we've actually correctly identified Season 5 this time. Under the Twin Moons. We get characters that haven't been on the first episode back. Rayner gets a second chance. He's demoted from captain, and Burnham's like, hey, even though you put my life in danger and I'm pretty much the reason you got kicked out of Starfleet, would you consider taking a demotion and being my number 1? Which is odd, but I do like Kellum Keith Rene in this, who I also came to love as a recurring Cylon in BSG 04. Yeah, decent episode. Lower Decks, here all trust nothing at number 465. So we go to DS9, which is like hey, we're back, oh my god, and we're circling, just pretend you're in all the pylons. I don't know what that means, but we're doing it. I don't think the plot is super captivating. It feels like a late season 1, early season 2 plot of DS9. Oh, Quark stole replicator IP? What? But the beats in it are nice. It's comical. It's always nice to get back to DS9. Even if the actual plot was pretty, 464, Voyagers in the Flesh. This one's super entertaining, and I'd only recently become aware that from Battlestar Galactica 04 that the chick here that Chakotay goes on a date with turns out to be Colonel Ty's wife. The first time I watched that show, I really was using IMDb to find all the crossovers. And that one I didn't learn until just a week ago. So this one, it's very interesting finding this recreation of Starfleet Academy and the surrounding Starfleet command. I don't have a lot good to say about it. It's just it's always nice to see Boothby, especially Ray Walston, who hasn't, this was his, oh no, that was the fight. Or is it this? I can't, is this or the fight came before this, right? I think the season before. I'm just trying to remember if this or that is the last appearance of Ray Walston, very shortly after he died. Anyway, I've always liked this one. It's not perfect, it's not amazing, but it is pretty good. 463, Business as Usual. Where Quark finds his red line in the sand. He finds what he's not willing to do on a moral level, because up till now, Quark's not the worst of the worst violent gangster, but you don't actually see him run up against something he's not willing to do. So in this one where he gets in deep and then starts realizing oh, hey, these weapons I'm selling, we're killing millions of people. And oh, this dude in particular, totally not Cyrus Redblock. Totally not Joe from frickin' Reservoir Dogs. Wants to just wipe out 20 or 30 million people. And to Quark's associates, that's just fine. That's a lot of money. But this is a very interesting moral quandary. And even though it puts Quark on the wrong side of money and some very bad people, it's great to see that he does have a moral center that exists somewhere. Yeah, Norman, let's get down to the business. Okay. Imposter syndrome at 462. So this is after the kids in season 2 of Prodigy leave the ship, but they're like hollow doubles turn out to be too real and being able to do their jobs too well. And then the doctor figures it out that these are holograms. I don't remember anything super memorable about it, but if it's here, I agree with it. I love it. 461, Destiny, I'm your density. DS9, Cardassians come and try to make it so that you can get signals, comm signals through the wormhole to the Gamma Quadrant. But the Bajorans are all worried because it's part of a prophecy, but a prophecy misread may have been. Because everything they do, which seems bad, and the Bajorans are like, no, they're going to destroy the prophets, is actually what does open the wormhole. And it's fine. Yay, communication throughout the galaxy. Make the first. So I'm just realizing something from the Reg Barkley episode, which name escapes me, which is much further up from here, in Voyager, where he gets or actually I think it's later when Dr. Zimmerman calls him out. He's like, oh, Reg, congratulations on the first intergalactic phone call. Well, actually, wouldn't that have been here where they're transmitting from the Alpha Quadrant to the Delta Quadrant or to the Gamma Quadrant? I digress. Either way, this episode is fine. I don't think she was really so much a scientist or up to anything as just in the USSR as a parallel to real world. Anytime a group of Russian scientists or somebody would go somewhere abroad, they would put a KGB agent in with them just to make sure that they're not going to do anything that is against the will of the people. Really, against the will of the bureaucracy. That's how I've always read that. 459, Prodigy's Ghost in the Machine. This is their first holodeck episode, their badgy episode. The safeties are off, and they have to figure their way out, like most other Treks that have holodecks. Yeah, that's what it is. And this brings back up what the Janeway's holo novel, and I still want to know what's on the 4th floor. 458, Yesteryear from TAS. We talked about this one on Buffer Time a couple of years ago. This is one of the better episodes. They go back to the Guardian of Forever, which, I mean, clearly there's no temporal prime directive at this point. They're just messing with Vulcan history. But when they get back, Spock was never... Well, it's not that he was never born. It's that he died in the desert, in the Vulcan Forge, chasing his pet Sailot. And it's one of the saddest freaking things ever. It's about teaching kids to cope with pet death, where Spock loses his pet Sailot, and another creature would have gotten him otherwise if regular Spock hadn't gone back in time to fix this mistake. And yeah, it's a pretty decent TAS episode. 457, TNG's ethics. We're talking medical ethics, because Worf, it turns out his kryptonite, blue barrels made of styrofoam. And that, just like that opening scene, it's not great. And then you have the whole dilemma about like, oh, I don't know if I can kill Worf even though he's asking me to. Should I? And Picard's like, go for it. Yeah, I don't really care anything about the ethics of this doctor. She sucks. The whole thing with Worf, it should be an interesting look at disability, but to me it doesn't come off that way. It's it takes some big swings and explores some big concepts, but at a kind of shallow level. It's fine. It's a barrel, and they should roll it out. Oh yeah, the Andorian in Yesteryear that replaces Spock. Yep. Though technically, maybe it wasn't a member of Starfleet, but there was an Andorian in TOS on Memory Alpha that died in, was that the Lights of Zatar, or I think so. Anyway, DS9's Equilibrium, because Joran Dax existed, and we have to prove that. That's the entire premise, and the Symbiosis Commission on Trill is like, nah, we can't. We will not admit that we messed up back in the day. So Jadzia is gonna go. All right, but you'll get a new friend. We can put Dax somewhere else. It'll be fine, probably. Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, parts 1 and 2, the finales of season 2 of Prodigy. And what a finale it is. There is so much going on in that season that gets closed out here. Between, we've got Chakotay back in action. We've got to stop Essentia, but with a younger Essentia, and I don't even remember all of it, but it's all about stopping the Loom from taking over and destroying this universe as a failed temporal universe. And Wesley Crusher tries really hard. Yeah, they close the time loop. It's not a set, like the end of season 1. I remember when Hollow Janeway died, that really crushed me. I did like how they tied in other Trek at the end of this. They tie in the Romulan supernova and what happened with Mars and the Utopia Planitia shipyards being attacked. And they tie in Picard's son, his Wesley's brother Jack. So that was pretty cool. I like that they actually reached out and did some work with other Trek, because sometimes it has felt like with new Trek that the writing teams don't always talk to each other, and then they give you two divergent paths. So it was nice that didn't happen here. And at the end, it's like everything's closed up, but they do leave us on the hope for another season where the kids get another Protostar class ship. Sorry, spoilers. 453, Voyager's Nothing Human. More medical ethics, except this time a little more interesting. Krell Massette, who's a direct analogy to the German Dr. Mengele, and it brings up all kinds of medical ethics of whether or not it's okay to use the research of somebody that got that research through unethical means. And I don't have a good answer to that. Should you use unethical means to get your research? No. But if it exists and it will save somebody's life down the road, well, if it exists, you probably should. But then does that incite another doctor to do more unethical research? And round we go in Ouroboros. Super interesting. DS9's life support, more medical ethics. At what point are you no longer you? At what point, when you replace so many organs and parts of the brain, are you literally just a robot? And it's amazing that Kai Wynn is the one that's even like, who most of the episode is like, you must save him. You must save him. I need his help. And then she, after she gets what she wants, and I guess it's not that amazing because she got what she wanted out of it. Now she's like, okay, well, I guess we can let him go. That's the only thing to do. But she's actually, but I mean, I think she's right at this point. The Nothing Human is an episode where you can have a moral discussion about it. This one, it's pretty cut and dry, that there is a certain point where a person is no longer a person, and it's probably time to let go. At least that's my take on it. Yeah, she very well might have. Maybe she like slow poisoned him or something. But that doesn't seem to me. I don't know. I don't know that Kai Wynn has a brand. She's just out for herself. 451, Enterprise's Dead Stop. We go to a repair station voiced by the episode's director, Roxann Dawson, aka B'Elanna. And they like steal Travis Mayweather and try to use him as part of a like neural computer that they like harvest people and turn into more processing power. It's kind of a weird episode, but it's really interesting. It's the first chronological use of a replicator. Yeah, it's kind of intense. Oh no, that is final. 450, Strange New Worlds, New Life, and New Civilizations. Yeah, well, this is our most recent episode of... Oh, no, it's not. Academy was. It's the most recent episode of Strange New Worlds. I like the CGI of Batel sacrificing herself, but the whole thing all season felt forced. Like, it's your destiny, Batel. You must sacrifice. Honestly, I really don't care about the ending stuff between her and Vesda. Yeah, it is. Lower Decks Temporal Edict, the Buffer Time episode. And that's, I feel like, all I need to say. The premise is actually not great. But the fact that this is the show that named our podcast that's going on 3.5 years now, it deserves to be where it is. 448, Profit and Loss. The DS9 episode that introduces Quark's awesome Cardassian ex-girlfriend. This is honestly probably one of the better single episode romance plots ever. And one of the only times you really see Quark being sympathetic and willing to let go of Profit for someone that he genuinely seems to love and isn't just using. Love this one. And Garak even like finds his limit when he realizes, all right, well, I guess I'm not going back to Cardassia, so there's no reason to kill these people. Fine. Okay, at 447, Macrocosm. Viruses aren't just tiny things. They can be big guys that float around, even though viruses only float because they're on water molecules and they're very small and almost weightless. But if they were in a macro environment, what is carrying them to float? I don't know. But this random CGI gob, it does give Janeway a chance to be badass. I really like the no Starfleet jacket, just tank top Janeway and phaser rifle. That is a great look. G.I. Janeway. 446, The Expanse. the final episode the final episode of season 2 that leads into the Xindi arc. This is where the Xindi attack Earth. It sets up so much going into season 3, though the episode itself feels like it has an identity crisis because there's like they pack it full of all kinds of stuff. So you've got the Duras Klingon that's been tasked with getting Archer because they had tangoed before and he lost his captainship over it. There's that. And what did they just like, because Enterprise goes home and then they get refit, which is at minimum weeks, if not like a month. So are the Klingons just waiting on the edge of the Sol system for them to come out? Because as soon as that, they're like following them all the way to the Expanse. There's so many random pieces going on. It is decent setup, but they had a lot of plots. That's all I'm going to say. And that's like, it's fine. Tomorrow at 4:45. The controversial time travel episode where we again came back to 2024 of all years. And we meet young Khan and reset how things play out in the timeline with the not temporal wars, the augment wars, but yeah, I think you guys all know what I'm talking about. Where Khan takes over a good chunk of the world. But if he's a kid in 2024 and originally that happened in like 1994, then presumably, yeah, it doesn't happen until just before the 2060s when First Contact takes place. The Eugenics War. Thank you and grace. I don't know why we're on hour 9. I'm halfway through this thing. We're halfway there. Anyway, I find this one at least entertaining, even if the setup I still don't understand. So what seems to be a supervisor, like from under the Travelers, comes and for some reason ends up on the Enterprise, and Lan's the first person he talks to. And I want more about that. Like, why did this random time traveler end up on the Enterprise at this exact moment? It's not like they went specifically to recruit La'an. I don't know quite what's happening there, but I do mostly like the episode, except for the fact that Kirk gets freaking hot dogs on a wheat roll with no condiments, which I might think that you're a Xindi or a Cylon or a Borg or something if you do not put condiments on your wheat roll hot dog. Just saying. 444s and 443 Supernova Parts 1 and 2. This is the ending of Season 1 of Prodigy. Now, even though I find Season 2 overall to have the much better story, I like the ending of Season 1 better. The stuff with Hollow Janeway going out in a blaze of glory and losing the Protostar, it really hits you, and there's super satisfying resolutions to everything that can be resolved in Season 1, except for Chakotay, which we have to, we'll leave him for next season. I liked these quite a bit, though. I liked it much better than the first episodes of the series. Valiant, Red Squad at 442. This is one I feel like I've always kind of liked, but I'm not sure why. I guess like Captain Waters feels like a young Kirk, but on stimulants. Yeah, I've always liked this episode. It's got some hokey moments. It speaks to the dangers of being overconfident. (441) Discovery's New Eden. Well, we found yet another lost human colony, except this time it's like 25,000 1,000 light years into the Beta Quadrant. Why not? They're looking for the Red Angel that visited. I think what I like about this one is that it mixes like religion and mystery and the season arc all in one. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that one. 440, Strange New Worlds, The Broken Circle, where Spock steals the Enterprise. And, what does he do? I don't even remember what they do in that one. Against orders to save lives. Whose lives? I'm sure somebody in the chat will remind me, because I don't feel like this is that memorable. The only thing I remember from it is Spock being like, I would like the ship to go now, please. And that's his like warp me, engage thing. If it's here, it's probably fine. Indeed. Picard's surrender. Okay, I would not put this as high as it is. And here's why, because Beverly Crusher has been like the ultimate bleeding heart at every turn in TNG. Whenever there was, even if it meant potentially other people maybe dying, if she could save 3 people, she probably would. She was always the voice of human life, or, you know, life, conscious life over whatever else may come at that time. So to have both her and Picard, who's also super principled, even about their own offspring, to be like, oh, I think we've got to just execute Vadic. That moment that really ruined a lot of the season for me. Any goodwill the season had, at least the next episode would give us the D and Majel and some nostalgia. This one just pissed me off, to be honest, that they would even go down this road. It just goes so against what we know about these characters that, no. There is good act. I've got here in the notes. What? Heads what? Whose head is doing what? What is in my notes here? Head scratching morals. Yes, we've been over that. Okay. 438, Power Play, where Chief O'Brien and Deanna Troi and others get infected with the souls of prisoners stuck as energy on a weird remote planet. I don't have anything to say about this one. It's fine. The Shuttle to Kenfori. I don't think I'd have this one as high either. I do like the dynamic between Pike and M'Benga, and we've been told before that they had been posted before, like in the Mojave together, so they've had some adventures before the show ever started, but we don't get, up till this point in the show, we haven't gotten a lot of major stuff between the two, other than what we found out near the end of season 2 about M'Benga being the butcher of Jagal, which is like this weird thing between the two of them. Anyway, yeah, they fight off some Klingons and some zombies and some Klingon zombies to try and cure Batel. And it works. And it's fine. Through the Looking Glass. Or was this the first one? The notes don't do it justice. I think previously when I had talked about the episode that I thought was this one, that was the one with Jake. And I liked the stuff between him and his mom. And that was it. But this one, yeah. I don't think we needed Sisko to get pulled into the mirror universe. It felt a little forced, but it did lead to some good moments. And this was the one where he banged Dax, not the other one. There are so many mirror universe episodes of DS9. It's kind of hard to keep them all straight. This is the Jake one. Are you sure? I'm not. It's not. If this is season 3, it can't be, because the very first episode in the Mirror Universe verse was at the end of season 2. And this is only halfway through. I mean, maybe it is. Did they really do 2 in the same season? I don't even know anymore. I'm just gonna say it's fine and move on. Yeah, exactly. That's I had it confused the last time when I talked about Shattered Mirror. But this is the one where it's just Cisco, and he's being asked to build the Defiant for the Resistance, and bring the wife in on it. Okay, Devil's Due. I have always liked this one. It's a reused script from Star Trek II, the show that never got made in the 70s. It really kind of slaps. I like Data as the Arbiter. I like whoever plays Ardra. And I really like her main dress that we see her in for most of the episode. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say, but it's fun. It's Courtroom Trek is rarely bad. Voyager's alliances. So when Janeway's like, or Chakotay comes to her and is like, we can't keep taking these hits from the Kazon. We got to do something. We got to think more like the Maquis. And instead, Janeway turns around and takes his suggestion and flips it on its head. And she's like, well, rather than being more like the Maquis, what if we make the Kazon more like the Federation? And it goes as well as you would think. It falls apart in half a second at the end when nobody trusts each other and they set traps at the meeting. It's a big swing and a miss for Janeway. I do enjoy it, but she didn't get anywhere with it. Lower Decks, finale of season 4. Where Nick Locarno, who came back as the big bad in this season, gets foiled by a Ferengi Genesis device with a paywall on it. And as funny as that joke is, I always wonder, how were the Ferengi that programmed this, how do they collect on the, like, oh, please insert 2 bars of gold pressed latinum? Like, what? How are they meant to collect? I don't know. And if somebody had bars of gold pressed latinum, you just blew those bars up into a million very small, tiny bits of goo, because as we know, latinum is not solid unless it is sometimes. I know he does. He looks an awful lot like Tom Paris. There's something suspicious going on there. Further analysis needed. Unification 3. So there was a 2-parter in TNG that was really decent called Unification, and we follow it up. The only reason this is called Unification is we use like a little piece of Spock talking from that episode. So somehow that makes this 3. And it's like, it's about Burnham and like her request to the now Navarre ruling council. But I guess the unification is that that even the council, even all these centuries after the Vulcans and Romulans have reunified, there's still these distinct camps and tensions and separate plots between them. So yeah, it's fine. I don't like Burnham's mom in this one. She's her lawyer, but like totally, and she does it for good reason, but I don't like how she like doesn't tell Burnham that she's gonna come after her to make a point, but like she's not very nice in doing it. Yeah, overall it's fine. It's a butt to connect. At number 431, Discovery. Yeah, the like Federation Council, they vote on what to do with the DMA, and Book's like, we should go do this. And when they vote not to, Book's like, well, we're gonna go and break all the galactic rules and use isolytic weapons. So see ya. And that doesn't even work. So good job, Book. This is the episode where one of my favorite characters in Discovery, Book, goes from being pretty awesome to I don't really like you even after the season's over, because of the way this was all handled. And Tarka might be my least favorite character in pretty much all of Trek. 430 Mirrors. I bet this is a mirror episode. Oh no, not quite. From Discovery, where we find, oh, this is another season 5. Why are these all marked 4? Anyway, we find the Mirror Universe Enterprise, and it's been hiding in a nebula for like 800 years because reasons. And it has one of the clues they need towards getting the progenitor tech. Yeah, it's there's like some good little fight scenes and even like team up scenes between them and Maul and Locke. So, yeah, and just Mirror Universe Enterprise. The only problem with this is that this is the last time we see Detmer and Woshikun, who then are tasked with taking the ship back to Starfleet, wherever. You know, maybe Daystrom Station. I don't know. But yeah, it was unfortunate that we never got them back in the final episode. It was like the B crew that we had through most of season 5. But I did like this one. This was a really solid season 5. Saying 505's face is straight. Well, this is 5. That was 5 something for sure. Mirrors was definitely season 5. Okay, Picard, Imposters, more season 3 here. It seems a lot of it just lives right in the middle. And yeah, I'd agree with that because it's built purely on nostalgia. Nostalgia is good, but it's not a replacement for a good, well laid out season arc. And this one particularly hit me because Ro's always been one of my favorite characters. And while the Trek books are not alpha canon, there's a series called The Dominion War. Book 2 in The Dominion War is just a retelling of the final episode of season 5. It's the novelization, but there's a lot more to it with, you see like a lot of what's going on between Damar or between Dukat and Weyoun in the Dominion fleet that's while they're attacking DS9. So I really thought that the first book in that series would be closer to canon, since the second one basically is, which is all about like the Enterprise D is on a mission during the Dominion War, and Picard's like off doing his own thing, and runs into Ro, who had like the Maquis has collapsed at this point, and they're fine together, and they work together, they accomplish what needs to be accomplished after he finds her. They even find God, what's his name from Lower Decks, the lieutenant that got the promotion to Khan. I can't remember his name. Either way, they're all in it. I always assumed that was basically canon or close to it. So for this episode to come out, Picard to just like come out swinging against Ro and just so mad that she betrayed his trust. Like, I kind of understand that, but also I feel like Picard would be way more forgiving and understand, since he's the one that's like, I have a special relationship with the Bajorans. And somehow he ends up with the smashed Pa-Wraith tablet after that for some reason. But he doesn't. And he's like, there's this adversarial thing between them for the whole episode. And then whoopsie, we Game of Thrones Ro at the end. Yeah, I don't think I'd have this as high as it is. This one annoys me quite a lot. Okay. I think I need a little break. So, what am I going to leave y'all with? Probably just a "we'll be back" message. Enjoy my band, Portending Honor.
So where you going? Tell me where you've been. I know we've met before. Don't remember when. Start to build trust now. Where it is due. Won't tell you when or how. It's coming for you. All I have are stories, nothing left to trade. I'll share the glory for honor paid. Population density, overflow intensity. We don't address what we can see. Guaranteed catastrophe. Masculine fragility, forcing the insanity. If you don't stop being greedy, guaranteed catastrophe. Obvious uncertainty causes my anxiety. Seems we never will be free. Guaranteed catastrophe. This is not hyperbole. Admire the complexity. It is what it's gonna be. Guaranteed catastrophe. If you choose to stay here, then listen close. Gather up your loved one who matters most. The end is coming. This is not a drill. As if nothing matters, 'cause it never will. You don't need glory. This is not your fate. Get back to safety before it's too late. Population density, overflow intensity. We don't address what we can see. Guaranteed catastrophe. Masculine fragility, forcing the insanity. If you don't stop being greedy, guaranteed catastrophe. Obvious uncertainty causes my anxiety. Seems we never will be free. Guaranteed catastrophe. This is not hyperbole. Admire the complexity. It is what it's gonna be. Guaranteed catastrophe. Population density, overflow intensity. We don't address what we can see. Guaranteed catastrophe. Masculine fragility, forcing the insanity. If you don't stop being greedy, guaranteed catastrophe. Obvious uncertainty causes my
Hello, we are back. I even have a cat that's intent on bumping my mic rather than sitting in him's nice bed. Yeah, I'm glad that wasn't the halfway mark, Scott, because I would be in trouble right now. We do need to pick up the pace here just a smidge. We've got, what? Oh, maybe that's not that bad. Got 5 hours and 20 minutes to get through the next 300 and a quarter episodes. So that's doable. Let's do it. And yes, Norman. So my band Portending Honor, we have 7.5 albums over the last 8 years of stuff. I put these together as like blocks. Some of the stuff we do is really chill, and some of the stuff we do is relatively hard. And that was the rock stream. Okay, where are we? We're in a pleasant fountain, and we are lying. At number 428, the Lower Decks episode that introduces us to another Jeffrey Combs character, Agamus. Yeah, and he tries to deceive them. It's a fun back and forth between him and Mariner and Boimler. I like it a lot. Wedding Bell Blues. This one is another one of those middle-of-the-road episodes that is here at the middle of the road, but some people love, some people despise. I think it's somewhere in between. I actually wish they hadn't tied Trelane into the queue, even though it's made all kinds of sense for a long time. And I do really like the cheekiness of the episode, and how everybody that sees Trelane sees something different. Anywho, 426, a piece of the action. Now, this is an episode I had ranked fairly low, and somebody in my crew has moved it up, and that's fine. It is a fun episode, and it's the only time in Trek that I know of that the ship's phasers are set to stun a wide field on a planet. The only thing I really don't like about this is how bad it makes the officers look. So Kirk and Spock beam down, and then they get captured. And then they get let go, and then we get captured again. And then we beam down another party to get captured again. It just makes the bridge crew look incompetent, but it is a fun little romp. The second episode of Strange New Worlds, which it's merely fine. Children of the Comet. What is it? Yahoo. Yahtzee and Twinkies. Those are brought up in the episode. It's merely fine. I have really nothing to say about it. Captain's Holiday. Such a fun thing for Picard to not just be the stern block of wood on the ship for a minute and get a love interest of the week. Again, it is merely a fine episode. I don't really care about the Talk Stu Tot. It is purely a MacGuffin. But yeah, it's fun going to Risa, and the funnest part is Vash's swimsuit. Spock Amok from Strange New Worlds. Spock and T'Pring flip. One is the other, and they have to play out each other's lives because reasons. It's funny, but it's not great. 422, Renaissance Man. Yeah, the Doctor is used to try and get Voyager's warp core, and he has to pretend to be Janeway and Chakotay and B'Elanna and pregnant B'Elanna. It's fun. I don't have a lot to say about it. Thankfully, I need episodes I don't have a lot to say about. A lot of people, for some reason, don't like First Flight at 421, the Enterprise episode where Archer finds out that his friend and fellow captain that was going to be the future captain of NX-02, Columbia, but he died in a hiking accident. And we talk about the only problem with the episode is the alignment of like, so they could only go warp 2, but this seems like it's within the past 10 years that the story is being told. So we go from like warp 2 to warp 5 in like the blink of an eye. I do find this to be a fun backstory though. Chimera, the DS9 episode where Odo inadvertently probably infects another changeling that's not of the Founders with the Founders virus, and then he just goes up into deep space and presumably dies a horrible death on his own. But hey, we get J.G. Hertzler as another character. 419, Choose Your Pain, the Discovery episode where Lorca and Tyler are thrown in Klingon prison with Harry Mudd. And Harry Mudd is as insane as one might expect. It was a good recasting of him. Yeah, fine episode. Yeah, yes, I know, wink of an eye. Actually, but yes, I know that's TOS episode. We talked about that already. Shadows of Pajem, where the Pajem Monastery being destroyed by the Andorians. Well, the Vulcans can't blame themselves for putting a listening post under their most sacred monastery. No, that's Archer's fault. And the Andorians that were already there to find it totally would never have found it. Yeah. It's just following up. It's fine. 417, Voyager Waking Moments, where these sleeping aliens, there's this like whole dream within a dream thing going on for Chakotay, and he's never quite sure what's real. So that makes it kind of interesting, even if the plot is only mid overall. Fly Me to the Moon, Picard Season 2. Jurati unalives the Borg Queen, and Picard gets to know Talon. Yay. Jinal, from the final season of Discovery, we get more about the Trill, because one from a host from ages past knows something about the progenitor puzzle. Voyager's Collective. This is where we get the Borg kids for half a season on a collapsed cube, and we'll find out later that that's because of Icheb, and Icheb is just he is a Borg Slayer by design. This one's, it's really interesting, and really, these kids are really creepy as Borg. Voyager's Projections at 413. This is another one very similar to Waking Moments, where like the Doctor doesn't know what's real after a while or who to trust, because Reg Barkley pops up because reasons for the first time in Voy. It is quite a mind bender and a lot of fun. Not fun for the Doctor, but a good watch. 412, the best episode, I think anyway, of season 1 of TNG, the final one. I don't know what it is about these random people from the past, from like the early 2000s, that were put into cryostasis, that come back and pop back up. And the only real continuity problem there is like, they're nowhere near Earth, but anything put into space at that point definitely would not have been able to leave the solar system, and you wouldn't want it to, because it would need the solar panels to be working at full efficiency, which closer to a sun rather than in the middle of deep space. But it also gives us Mark Alemo as a Romulan. Cool. The Most Toys. This is a storied episode where the original person that was supposed to play Fajo died after filming for a couple of days. So they scrambled and they redid it. I do really like this guy as Fajo. I think he plays it pretty well with Data. Put Data in danger over an extended period, and he will lose all of his morals. Discovery coming home at 4:10. Okay, this was the finale, season 4. The 10C stuff, communicating through like amino chains, pretty cool. Everything with Book and Tarka, I kind of can't with. But the ending of this is more satisfying than a lot of the season itself. 409 M Pathological Fallacies. A just random Lower Decks episode where Betazoid spies come aboard, and they're not spying on the Cerritos, they just are using it as transport. But then they get all messed up by Talin's telepathic emotions because she's in chaos about being forced into Starfleet against her wishes. But it is fun. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of comedic beats in this one. Yes, she is, Scott. Vulcan as a motherfucker. Okay. Where are we? 408 Life Signs. Voyager episode where they find Dinara Pell and he creates a hologram of her, which she wants to continue being because she doesn't want to be in the disheveled body that she already died once in. It's a really good episode for the Doctor. I feel like this is the first one that really connects for him. 407 Discovery Light and Shadows. Season 2 episode where Burnham finally finds Spock at home scribbling the same numbers over and over again. Yeah, Georgiou and Leland, they set up their angst. And yeah, is this one where Gray gets his fancy new oh no. Gray or supervillain? Oh, yeah, Michelle Yeoh is a Gray area supervillain. Yes, she is. She's fantastic. She's the only thing saving the Section 31 movie in any small way, and one of the few things that's really good about Season 2 of Discovery. 406, Picard Dominion. And yes, that Dominion, because we find out that Vadic is a changeling that was taken by Section 31 and experimented on during the Dominion War, and she's not happy about it, as she shouldn't be. Oh, an instant classic. I have no bones, yet I must flee. The Moopsie episode. Scott, avert your eyes, buddy. I know you got trauma from that. And then there's this whole thing. We bring up this rivalry between Rutherford and Livik, which never gets resolved in the course of the series. There's one more moment with him. There was like Livik later in season 5, but that's it. So the B plot, like, oh, Rutherford gets his promotion because he learns to ask for things, or Tendi forces him to ask for things. But Moopsie is an instant classic. Moopsie. Scott had to climb the Black Mountain and everything. It was a whole thing, and I know it's traumatizing for you, buddy. 404. Error confirmed. DS9's progress. This is one of season 1's like gems in Diamonds in the Rough, where Kira has to like choose between her loyalty to like her morals and just wanting to help everybody and stand against the tyranny of the government, even if she is the government in this scenario, before ultimately deciding, yeah, okay. My only problem with this episode is like, oh, we're going to basically destroy one of our Bajoran moons so we can have more energy, which, like, all right, you're a race that's all messed up from the occupation and you're just coming out of it. But Starfleet, who's like your, caretaker at the moment, the Federation won't give you some like fusion reactors or whatever. I don't know. Anywho, it is a great moral quandary and one of the best early DS9 episodes. DS9 Adversary. They mentioned the Zenkethi several times in Trek. I used to confuse them with the Kazinti, the like bad cats from TAS, but they're not. We never actually see them, to my knowledge, in Trek. So they're just a bad guy MacGuffin of the week, so that we can do a shapeshifter plot, which is quite entertaining, and like the mystery of like figuring out who's the changeling and where they are. The only thing I don't like that comes out of this is, okay, Odo kills this changeling to save everybody else, but this changeling was going to kill Odo by blowing up the ship. So this like no changeling has ever harmed another thing rings a little hollow coming out of it, but it's a good episode. Yep, sure is. Preludes, Prodigy at 402. Yeah, all of the characters just kind of sit down and tell you their backstory. Like, you know, Jankum Pog, why he says Jankum Pog before everything else. He always announces his name because that was the Generation Sleeper ship he grew up on. And if you didn't say your name before addressing the computer, it would not recognize you. You get just little bits about everybody, and it's a nice little backstory exposition dump near the end of season 1. The Omega Directive. This one might be better than even where it is. It's very interesting. I mean, it's the only time in Trek that we know that the Prime Directive is rescinded. And Janeway has to like make her own Prime Directive, and then Seven's got to grapple with like religious philosophical implications because she like low-key worships the Omega molecule and what it represents. Yeah, Janeway definitely made the right choice, and this is quite a good episode. Okay, 399 and 400, Lost and Found, the Prodigy 2-part introduction. I would not put this high. I have always only thought this was an okay introduction to the series. It does introduce most of our main characters, gives us just enough about them, but it's weird because the tone shifts a few episodes after this, where it feels a lot more like Star Trek. This one feels more like a Marvel Star Wars kind of crossover thing, and it's just, I don't even know how to describe it, but the tone feels off to me in this episode. I do like Prodigy as a whole, but I only think this is okay as a place to start. Scotty Relics. You might think this one's better. I don't. I think it's decent. I love the idea of the Dyson Sphere. That's cool as hell that we explored it. It's nice nostalgia to bring Scotty back. But even that, like, the more times I watch it, like, I loved it as a kid, even though I had never seen TOS other than like A Trouble with Tribbles. But I was aware who Scotty was, bringing him back here. I liked it a lot more then, and there's still a lot of elements I do like about it. But it's almost everything that Scotty says is just some kind of callback to TOS. Like, remember when that happened? Remember that? Hey, I mean, at least the episode has something that it can stand on its own with the Dyson Sphere. The Scotty appearance, it's pure nostalgia, and it's fun. And what I really don't like about it is the way Geordi treats Scotty for the first 2/3 of the episode. He cannot stand this man. He looks up to so many other people in the engineering field that, for a guy that wrote like a lot of the Starfleet technical manuals and is brought up in this episode, you'd think Geordi would have a little more reverence for him, and that part bothers me. No, Prodigy's not trash. Not the first episode's not even trash. It's just merely fine. I wouldn't put it that much further down, but lower than this, you know, probably more closer to the middle, like 470s. But it is decent. And Relics is decent. But I don't think it's like amazing, mostly because of Geordi. 397, Survival Instinct. Well, this one's fun. This is one of the many that, God, what's his name? That played Commodore, Green, no. In Admiral Forrest, Commodore Green. Admiral Forrest Enterprise, he played 13 different characters across Trek in different times. And this was one of them. This is definitely not his most memorable character, but it is an interesting backstory, and you learn a little bit more about the Borg in general. Penumbra, the DS9 episode where Ezri decides, yeah, even though Worf is only my ex-host's ex, I still gotta go find him. And somehow she finds where the Defiant could not, she alone in a shuttlecraft in a runabout can. Interesting little faux pas in this episode. So you may have noticed that the runabout's name is Gander, even though all of the runabouts in the show are named after Earth rivers. There, as far as I know, there's no Gander River. They had said Ganges and written that into the script, not remembering that, hey, we destroyed that runabout a while back. So they just made up a word that was close enough to Ganges that they could overdub it and it wouldn't look too off without having to reshoot the scene. So fun, just a little bit of trivia there. And then Worf and Ezri aren't sure whether they're really done as a couple until after this. They had to have that one more time. Okay, I know some of you are going to crucify me for putting the Inner Light here, a little bit above the middle. Let me tell you why it's here, for me anyway. When I was a kid, I would have told you that this and Samaritan Snare were on par. I did not like this in first run. And there's still aspects of it that I don't like. As an adult, I can appreciate it more because it is part of what I call the Picard is human arc. There's a bunch of stuff that happens to him in late season 5 through season 6 where he tries on being a normal person like everybody else and having romances and, just trying to be a softer captain and not a hard ass all the time. Not that he was ever Jellicoe, but, he is a little rough around the edges. And so for the Inner Light, there's a bunch of stuff that bothers me. I hate the idea of forcing someone to experience someone else's life. There had to be a better way to get your message out there. Second of all, why is it Picard, other than the plot, why is Picard the only one or the one targeted by this beam? Why isn't it some random ensign on deck 32? Why are none of the doorways tall enough for normal people to walk through? I mean, obviously this must have been a set that they just found somewhere or had ready for this that they could use for this purpose, but there's a lot of little things that just kind of don't hit for me. And then his wife's last words are, "Don't forget to put your shoes away." Okay. It's got a lot of poignant stuff to move Picard forward. And I definitely like it more as an adult. But I don't think it's that number one episode status that a lot of people do. It's merely better than fine. Okay, let's get through the pissing people off part. So Duet at 394. I know this is another one from DS9's first episode season that people are like, yeah, this is why, like, not all season ones are bad. Look at DS9, and yes, DS9 does have some top tier episodes in its first season. I only think this one's fine, and here's why. Because I agree with Kira at the beginning of the episode, where she's like, I don't care if he was a file clerk. I don't care what he did there. If he was there, he was part of the regime, and he deserves what he gets. So by the end, this is supposed to be like character development to soften Kira's antagonistic tone. But I think she lost sight of, oh, well, okay, well, this guy isn't the madman that he claimed to be, so maybe he doesn't deserve what he got. No, he was a cog in the machine, and you should still be mad at that machine, even if it's a small cog that just filed paperwork. So I'm with Kira at the beginning. I'm not with Kira at the end, and that's why Duet is where it is. And that's fair, Norman. Like, I do understand why people enjoy this one, but that's why it is where it is for me. And okay, I think this is the end of the block of let me upset some people with episodes that everybody likes. The ending of City on the Edge of Forever, both when Edith gets hit and Kirk just like, oh, he knows, Doctor. One of the best moments in all of Trek. And I even like the cold close where there's no, they beam up back to the Enterprise and there's no like joke on the bridge to soften it as is customary in TOS. Those moments are great. For me, the entire rest of the episode, it doesn't hit. I do like the joke about Spock constantly making this ever evolving series of vacuum tubes to out of stone knives and bear skins. But aside from that, Edith comes off as one of the most naive characters ever, and there's just so much that doesn't make sense to me. Like, oh, well, I found these men breaking into my basement, and I run a soup kitchen full of homeless dudes that would probably do most of this stuff for free if I asked them. But I'm going to pay these guys that I just found breaking into my basement to clean up and do chores. And more than that, it's also Uhura in the beginning. This is where you get that line, I'm frightened, Captain. Of what? Because the Enterprise just like disappeared seemingly, but all of her lines, both how they're written and how she delivers them, just, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like Uhura. And yeah, and then you got like the very dated jokes about like, oh yeah, Spock's ears are like that because he's Chinese and he got his head in a mechanical rice picker. That dog. So I can acknowledge that it has some of the absolute best scenes across all of Star Trek, but you can't hang an entire episode on one or two scenes that close it out. So great ending, pretty mediocre middle. That's for me. Okay, this one probably won't upset quite as many people. Space Seed is not The Wrath of Khan. The Wrath of Khan is definitely is in somewhere in a variation of basically everybody's top 3 Trek movies. It's usually most people's number 1. For me, it's my number 2, but it's a great movie, and this sets it up. This is not that movie. Khan is not super interesting, and like the whole romance between him and was it Lieutenant Romaine in this one? I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. That just like it doesn't hit for me. And I think the only reason it's ranked even this high is because it's attached to The Wrath of Khan, which is approximately 1,000 times better. I just want to check in here. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, if these were plots in some other shows, I think they could have been better. And City on the Edge, for already being rewritten and Harlan Ellison being like, I don't want anything to do with this, and then complaining about it for the next 20 years. I think it needed another round of rewrites, quite honestly. I think they were like, they took Harlan's idea, they stripped out the stuff that was going to be way over budget, they added some other stuff, and I'm glad they stripped out the thing about the drug dealer. There's like a whole thing, if anybody doesn't know about this episode behind the scenes. But yeah, okay. Let's move on. Because I don't think people are going to... These are pretty much like my most controversial opinions in Trek. And from here, this should go pretty smoothly. Picard Vox, the next to last episode of the 3rd season. The nostalgia when the lights come up on the D and you're like, what? The D? And then you hear Majel's voice as the computer and it's like, ah! But that's all it has going for it. The only reason it is where it is pure nostalgia. Yep, that's all I have to say about that. Lower Decks Moist Vessel at 390. Because was it the Rivadao in this one? The captain of it? Like, he just can't let Freeman be the lead ship and like ends up tearing open this weird like generational seed ship that ends up destroying his ship. And Ascension Guy, which gets us our first look at the Great Koala. Pretty good stuff. 389, TNG's Thine Own Self. Data irradiates a village, which is way more interesting than it sounds. For season 7, this is a really good Data episode. This is a good Troy episode, where she takes the commander's test and like has to learn that, hey, the hardest part of being a commander is sending people into really dangerous or completely deadly situations. I like pretty much everything about this. Voyager, Extreme Risk. This is an episode that I have come around on. I did not like this as a kid. I don't even think I liked it my first watch as an adult. Because B'Elanna is just so self-defeating. But they build the Delta Flyer, the first one, sans Dynamentor tail fins anyway. And that's pretty cool. Surprisingly, the character that usually is not great in Voy, and I'm not talking about Neelix today, Chakotay is the voice of reason, and in several instances in Voyager, he's the ship's counselor that they don't have. He's got really sage advice for people, and in this moment, B'Elanna, and like, does not mess around when she's like, he finds out that she's like doing these extreme programs with the safeties off on the holodeck. He's like, all right, fine. Let's go do some safeties off crazy stuff on the holodeck. You like this? Do you? And just kind of rubs her nose in it until she like breaks down and is like, yeah, this is my problem. I can't with learning about the Maquis. So, and that really, I think, helps her going forward. She's still flawed, but it is a step in, like, really the first step late in the series in her recovery. I like this one a lot now. .387 Bliss, the telepathic pitcher plant, where William, for the second time in the stream, last name escapes me, who played Data's grandfather, comes back as this space monster hunter. And this is almost like one where 7 of 9 is the only one on the crew left, except this time it's just Naomi Wildman and the Doctor. That's all we got. And they really come through on this one. 386, The Sanctuary. Yeah. Yeah, Book goes home to Quaejong. Yeah, that's not gonna last long into the next season. Sorry, dude. We first see Osira as the bad guy. I know a lot of people don't really like this one. I think the analogy to like pollutants and pesticides and stuff, I think there's a good message for today in there somewhere. Yes, the Bliss is a better version of Persistence of Vision, Norman. I absolutely agree. William Morgan Shepherd. Thank you, Scott. That is the name I've been trying to get all day. Remember William. Okay. Booby Trap. Never really liked this one as a kid. But I do as an adult. Even though it's got that like double meaning where they're like caught in a booby trap, but then Geordi gets hooked into I don't know, an AI catfishing scam or whatever it is that that Leah Brahms is up to. But this is far better than Galaxy's Child, where he actually meets Leah Brahms. Ooh, all right. What else we got? 384, The Mind's Eye. Oh yeah, this is the first episode where we don't see Scylla, and it's not even the same actress. It's not even God, why can I see her face and not Tasha Yar? God, and I even know like her house burned down during the fires last year. Denise Crosby, my God, I am. What are we? We're like 10 and a quarter hours into an 18-hour stream. I am starting to lose it. I've totally got 8 more hours in me, folks. I swear. But yeah, where she's in the shadows, but Geordi's all like, kill John Lennon or Chief O'Brien or the governor of Krios. Yeah. Yeah, and everybody's like, yep, Denise Crosby. I know. And like, stream for 10 hours and then see if you remember your own kids' names. Yeah, this one was entertaining. 383 and 382 at In Arcadia Ego. The finales of... Hi, this is me, and I don't know why we just dropped for a second, but here we are. Let me get all the good stuff, including the cat cam, because I know y'all love Mr. Jasper. Oh, and we're all Cambot. Let's rename these. I am not Cambot. Hi. I am this person. Okay. At In Arcadia Ego, the finale of season 1 of Picard. A lot of people don't like this because I think 2 reasons. Bringing Picard back in this golem body that doesn't give him any android superpowers, even though it could have, because reasons. I always thought that the whole like Irumodic syndrome thing had been brought back more in case, you know, an 80-plus-year-old Patrick Stewart didn't make it through the filming, and then they like had an easy way to let us down. But and the way the androids, it's like this stupid CGI, like, oh, we're coming out of whatever hole in space, where like even when they stop the transmitter, why isn't that why don't they just keep coming? Because they should know where this is. I don't know, man. But there is a lot for me personally to like. Despite the copy and paste fleet, what I did actually like the whole thing with the weird gadget that does whatever you can think and creates like 1,000 copies of the La Sirena. And that staves some stuff off. I like all the stuff with the Soong androids and Eric Soon. Or is that Alton? I don't know. Call him Data Lore at this point. I'm not sure. But I did like this one as a finale quite good. Even if I don't like where they took Picard in killing him and then giving him a new body, the moments with Data and his end hit so freaking hard for me that this is absolutely worth where it is. Yeah, you know, that's like one does. Like one does. Another paycheck for Spiner. Yes, correct. 381, Enterprise's home, where after they defeat the Xindi and then have to go through another two-parter where they stop literal alien Nazis in 1940s Germany and the U.S. Well, actually, it's in the U.S. This is basically the man in the high castle at this point. This is another one I know a lot of people don't like, but I found the closure to the temporal Cold War to be quite satisfying, personally. I enjoyed the messing around in the 1940s. Voyager's Dreadnought. Man, there's nothing like a homicidal, sentient missile that's talking to you in your own voice. This whole thing between B'Elanna Torres and this missile that she once reprogrammed that was brought here by accident by the caretaker, it's a real mind fuck, and I find it quite good for as dark as it is. 379, Enterprise Sleeping Dogs. So even after saving a Klingon ship, I guess that wasn't worth anything, you know, and because of that, they like lost honor or whatever, and you're going to destroy Enterprise. Like, yeah, hey, thanks. But it's this really nice moment in Enterprise that I feel like it turns a corner from being like all pretty much the low end of mediocre outside of the pilot episode. To this, for a long time when I was doing rankings, this was like a measuring stick in the middle of the rankings where it's like, is this better than Sleeping Dogs? Because the my note description here, I don't feel like does it justice either. This is quite a good episode as Reed and Hoshi try to figure out how a Klingon ship works and then save it, and then save its crew. Even if they do a typical Klingon thing where they're like, we're going to get you in the end. This is a good one. 378, Enterprise, Season 2, Judgment. Oh yeah, we go back to Rura Penthe for the first time since, and truly the first time chronologically. The trial mirrors a lot of what's seen in Star Trek VI. So it was cool going back to the courtroom, and we even got J.G. Hertzler got to play another Klingon. Someday, if we ever get Hertzler on Buffer Time, I want to ask him which he liked acting in better with Scott Bakula. This episode, or the episode of Quantum Leap that they're in together, where he like knocks him out and fisticuffs, pugilism. 377, DS9's Whispers. This is another, there's a lot of like mind fucks here in this section. Or like everybody treats O'Brien like shit. And then you find out later, like at the very end, like why. It's a good set up mystery and then reveal at the end. I feel like we finally, it's amazing how much crap I can talk about even middle of the road episodes of Star Trek, because like almost everything has something wrong with it. And I feel like we're getting into the parts where like there's basically nothing wrong with any of the episodes above here, as there shouldn't be. You know, we're what are we, 480 episodes down, 377 to go. It's all good stuff from here. And I got to replace my camera battery, I think. So hold on. while we do this, I will just do a little break. I will give one of my shorter things here a roll. What do we got? Let's do a music video. Are you breaking the Prime Directive?
Fascinating.
What would Janeway have done with Nikolai's tribe if she left them alone? Would they still be alive? Would Picard interfere with a pre-warp race? They could grow on their own. Could that not be the case? Should the Cisco return? Haunt a Borg sphere for fun? If the Cisco should lose, assimilate everyone.
Yeah, we're breaking the Prime Directive. We're breaking it down. Breaking it down. And we cause ethical dilemma. We won't interfere. We won't interfere. But we're breaking the Prime Directive. It'll be for the best. Be for the best.
What if Archer was in the 23rd century? Would he give natives guns? How do you think that would be? Would Curse Pike have brought the Romulans to war? Can he live with himself? It's a bargain for sure. Would Rios have let Edith die? That's rhetorical. Kiss the timeline goodbye.
Breaking directive. Breaking.
Yeah, we're breaking it down.
We're breaking the Prime Directive. We're breaking it down. Breaking it down. And we cause ethical dilemma. We won't interfere. We won't interfere. But we're breaking the Prime Directive. It'll be for the best. Be for the best.
And the Prime Directive is in full force, Captain.
For the duration of this mission, the Prime Directive is rescinded.
Your actions did not violate General Order 1. The Prime Directive is not a matter of degrees. What we do today may profoundly affect the future.
Starfleet's Prime Directive is to avoid interfering.
What a perfectly vicious little circle that'll never stick.
Yeah, we're breaking the Prime Directive. We're breaking down. Breaking it down. And we cause ethical dilemma. We won't interfere. We won't interfere. But we're breaking the Prime Directive. It'll be for the best. Be for the best.
Okay, I have a new battery, but I need to refresh my browser. Give me moments. Aha! I has returned. And we are breaking something. Okay, better. Let's try that for a while. Get all these other fun cameras going. I know you guys can't live without my my buddy here. The Jasper cam. And one of these. And okay, I think we're ready to get back to the action. At number 376, Species 10C, the next to last episode of season 4. I really like this whole like communicating through amino acids and math in molecules. It's something different for Trek, and I appreciate when we try something sciencey and different. I didn't love this season, but the finales are at least okay. Kids these days, the first episode of Starfleet Academy, and I don't care if you hate it because of the 10-second joke that didn't land because, oh, I swallowed my comm badge. Is it dumb? Yes. Can I get past a joke that didn't land and enjoy the rest of the episode? Also, yes. I'm not crazy, as we talked about with Context is for Kings in Discovery. Yeah, we're starting with a person of color on a prison shuttle, which is not great, but it does set up what's going to happen in the season pretty well for him. So I can give it half a pass on that because the rest of the episode I find quite good. The setup of Noose Braca, great. I mean, he's pretty much the savior of the entire season. I did like this a lot, and it sets up, it introduces all of our characters that we're going to get to know pretty well, except for Genesis, which barely got any development all season. We know her dad's an admiral and expects a lot of her, and he's also kind of absent because he's an admiral, but that's all we know. Short of that, I do really like this episode of Academy. Thanks, Scott. We will see you for some trivia, sir. Okay, a space adventure hour. Another one of those that's like kind of controversial. Some people love this, some people hate it. I'm mostly in between. I think it's quite decent. I love how we took like the history of Star Trek behind the scenes, turned it into Clue, and then introduced chronologically the holodeck. Do I think this holodeck might be a little too advanced for where they are? Yeah, sure, but it's also a prototype. We knew that they had holographic communication and stuff before now. So holograms aren't out the window at this point, because we also have the rec deck, which will come in TAS. I really did find this a satisfying episode. Not perfect, but... and I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, well, I hate how Paul Wesley like does the William Shatner meme. I quite liked that, and it was minimal, so it just let it flow. I like this episode. Dax at 373. Yeah, another one of those like season 1 DS9s. It's actually quite decent. We learn a lot about Curzon, the previous host. And there's like a satisfying little mystery that gets tied up. 372, Civilization. I'll stay right here. The Enterprise episode where they go to a pre-warp planet, and normally they wouldn't really even visit it, but they detect modern technology. And they go, and Archer gets a love interest for the episode a little bit. And yeah, it's fine. It's a fun little romp. 371, Voyager's State of Flux. This is where we find out that Seska is a Cardassian. We don't see her as one for a few more episodes down the line, but oh boy, I wish I had my Bajoran and Cardassian Seska figure more readily available. They're like here somewhere. Anywho, this is like quite a good set. As much as I hate the Kazon storyline, Seska is the most interesting part of it, and this is good setup for that. She takes everyone on their own little space adventure hour before they all come to the conclusion that yeah, Seska is not who she says she is. Quite good. Strange New World, because we don't have enough episodes and shows named this that we have to name the show. Oh, wait. We have somebody in the queue. Who is that?
The new contender in the ring, Robbie Sherman of Conversations with Robbie Sherman, the Big Bad Pod Man. How's everybody doing today? I guess it's just you right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's Scott and Josh have both popped in randomly throughout the day, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't be here earlier.
Oh, don't apologize, my friend. I'm sorry you're having trouble with your tires.
Yeah, it's gotten worked out, it seems, for the time being. I just got off of work, thought I'd pop in for a few minutes before I had to go do a couple other things.
All right.
I am a good Robbie. Thank you. I generally like to think of myself as a good Robbie. Not like my evil twin, Evil Robert.
Well, here you go, Robbie.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille.
Yay, Robbie's here. Okay. I don't get to use the sound effects that are built into this thing very often, because they're mostly annoying, but okay. How much do you know about the pilot of Strange New Worlds, the aptly named Strange New World?
I remember it being fine. I wish I could tell you more specifics. I haven't thought about that show very much in a while. I like the setup for Pike. You know, I like that he's kind of unwitting, unwilling to go into space again. I like a conflicted protagonist. I guess that's all we get from Pike.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second time we've seen this. I mean, when we start the show with the original pilot, The Cage, he's having this crisis of faith, and he's having something similar here. I mean, before it was just more, yeah, I'm tired and I'm done. This time he's like, I'm going to die if I go back out there. I don't know if I want to do this. The episode is okay at setting up the main characters, except for Una. We really don't get much of anything about her.
They take a minute with her.
Yeah, in general, like, she's the character that's gotten the least development across the run of the show so far. Yeah, this was merely fine. Like, I didn't love it, didn't hate it. It did what it needed to do to start the series. Okay. 369, we have Voyager's Gravity. This is one I actually like quite a bit. This is, I don't know if you remember this one, Robbie. It's with the chick from Tank Girl and
Lori Petty.
And Point Break. Yeah, her. And she's this love interest for Tuvok, where they fall into this like pocket dimension universe that's out of time sync. So it's only been like a couple hours in the real universe, but they spend months together.
And
it's
crazy.
It's really fun. And then in the end, it's like she really likes Tuvok, and Tuvok only likes her on a friendship level. And then he does like a mind meld at the very end, and then she just is like, I understand. Sometimes that's all you need. I find this to be a good one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hardly remember a thing about it other than Lori Petty being in it.
Yeah, I'm glad you remembered her name, because like I know what she's been in. I don't remember.
I loved her as Tank Girl, even if I don't like the Tank Girl movie for lots of reasons.
Yeah, I mean it's universally panned as one of the worst major release movies of all time.
I mean,
it's not great, but it's one of those ones that it's at least worth watching once for the absurdity, but it's not.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like Wild and Dumb. Like the comic does achieve like something and is very fun, but yeah, it's just too cheap of a movie to be capable of translating what's cool about that comic to the screen. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, we've got two-parter of season 2 of Prodigy, which I've already established. I don't remember. You probably haven't even seen it, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I haven't. I Look, Prodigy is great. I just haven't gotten to the second season due to different things.
That's fair, especially since the only way to watch it now is on physical media. So.
Yeah, or through other means, which I don't judge anyone for using.
Yep, it's just as I remember it. I'm just gonna say it's great, like the rest of the season, and we're gonna move on. The penultimate episode of season 4 of Lower Decks, where the big reveal that Nick Locarno is the big bad of the season. The inner fight.
Decent.
Yeah, it is.
I remember it being decent. Yeah. I apologize to anybody in our office, in our audience. I have a terrible memory, so a lot of these will go by.
That's fair. I'm guessing we're going to get to a lot of TNG and DS9 here pretty soon. And there we go. TNG Contagion. This is the season 2 episode where they find the Iconian homeworld, which has these like these gateways that can take you to like anywhere in the galaxy.
Yeah, we covered it a few months ago. Just kind of a strange episode. I remember.
Yeah, that's right. Didn't you picked this one, didn't you?
Yeah, and like I think we had a really good time discussing it, but it's also just kind of like a half-baked episode where you get a lot of like characters that aren't necessarily acting the way you expect them to, and the payoff about the like computer on the planet just feels very surreal and half-baked. Like it felt. We all just kind of felt it was a little crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things in there that have some entertainment value, but not the best TNG episode.
No, but I think it's better than the average. It sets up the Iconians for some future fun.
Sure.
It's the first use of Carolyn Seymour's first foray into Trek as a Romulan commander, one of 2 Romulan commanders she plays over the course of TNG.
God bless her.
I love her. She's my favorite recurring actress in Trek.
Yeah, icon for a reason.
All right, 364, Cupid's Errant Arrow. A Lower Decks episode where Boimler has a girlfriend, but only because he's bitten by a tick or whatever that like makes this one woman love him. And there's some great comedic beats there.
I really like it when Lower Decks could just be like a straightforward comedy. I mean, they found the balance after a few episodes of getting those Star Trek references in with the comedy, but they can also just be a very, very solid comedy without having to be like extremely referential Star Trek series. Yeah, funny stuff.
Yeah, this one was almost all unique to the episode, and not so many like, "Hey, remember this? Remember?"
Yeah,
callbacks.
I never quite found the line between like nostalgic parody and actual parody. Like a lot of the Lower Decks humor is callbacks, remember this type humor, which I'm fine with in a lot of ways. Yeah.
All right, let's see if you remember the next one. More Lower Decks, the final episode in that same season, where we start on the planet from TOS with the Red Hour and Landru, which actually has like one of the best lines. I can't remember exactly how it's phrased. Starfleet is good at discovering, bad at maintaining. I know the second part is bad at maintaining, which is so true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the rest of the episode, we bring back the Packlids, which were always a joke, and now they're big bad for one episode.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm blanking on this. I'm sure I probably enjoyed it when it came out and all that, but yeah, I'm just it's not coming to my head for whatever reason. This is what, season 3?
No, this is season 1. This is the end. This is the final episode of the first season.
Okay. Yeah, it's just not coming to my head. I'm sure I enjoyed it. I did think season 1 panned out a little better by the time you got to the middle of it into the ending.
Well, that's fair. Then let's move on to maybe something you do remember. This past season of Strange New Worlds, the Salot Who Ate Its Tail. This is, for me, one of the better episodes of season 3. It cements Kirk, Spock, and Uhura, and even Scotty, like some of your TOS favorites, into a team. That gives Kirk a style of command. Like he doesn't really know what to do until partway through this episode, and then he starts to like really get his command style together.
I think it's a good like 7.5. I do think there's some concerning morality to it that has infected Strange New Worlds at this point. Like there's a little both sidesism going on with it that's a little concerning, but it's still a pretty well executed classic Trek adventure with our TOS buddies. I'm so happy to see Scotty and Uhura doing stuff together. I like that we're getting shadings of what Kirk might have to deal with later on. I know a lot of people don't want to think of Strange New Worlds as like the TOS prequel, because it kind of isn't, but if you're going to do it, you could do it a lot worse. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it sets these characters up pretty good. Okay, more Strange New Worlds above this. The second episode of season 2, Ad Astra per Aspera, where there's this Una's on trial because she's a genetically modified person, and you can't be that in Starfleet. And her lawyer is both an excellent lawyer and has probably the best wardrobe in all of Trek. Do you remember any of this? Talk about it? I gotta go close my door. Hold on.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I will. I think I remember this being one of the better Strange New Worlds episodes. If I remember correctly, there is a like beautiful speech towards the end of it that kind of serves as a climax for how the episode makes its point. And I remember this being one of the more satisfying Strange New Worlds for me. Probably a good 8.5.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're right around as far as this list. We're right around the 7.5s now.
Okay.
We're getting there. We're almost into the top third. And if only this was the journey's end from TNG. This is the final episode of Wesley Crusher in TNG with where Picard's ordered to go rehome some Native Americans, totally not in any kind of look at anything we've done to Native Americans over the years.
This is season 7. I think.
Yep.
I think maybe they were starting to have some grasping at straws moments for parables and things like that by this point. I don't have any particular love or memory of this episode in my head. I'm thinking it might be tolerable. I'm thinking it might be okay, to sit through just a standard quality TOS.
I kind of agree with Norman here, where it's it's Matt. This might be overranked.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, it sets up Wesley Crusher to be awesome later in Prodigy, but that's it.
That's really incidental, though. They had no idea they were going to do that,
Well,
yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Elementary, Dear Data, the first Moriarty episode from season 2, where he captures Pulaski and holds her prisoner for a little while.
Oh Lord, whenever we get Data doing cosplay, it kind of grates on me, and this one feels very pretentious. I've never been a super big fan of him. I mean, it is a season 2 episode TNG, so there's a certain amount of quality to it. But these episodes always feel like small plays instead of actual Star Trek episodes for me.
That's fair. I like this one quite a lot. I like both of the Moriarty episodes. The second one better, but
I can enjoy the camp fun of it. I can appreciate the campiness of it on a certain level.
And Diana Muldaur rocks her 1890s London dress.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
saying.
true. That is iconography.
The Forgotten Hostage. All right, what else we got? 358, Voyager's The Gift. This is where Kes leaves the Voyager because she like ascends to a higher plane and sends Voyager 10,000 light years closer to Earth. Fine. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's fine.
I think she should have left sooner. She was in an age gap relationship that was weird. I've never understood. I don't hate Kes like as a character, but the relationship like stuff with her and Neelix is very odd.
Oh, it was weird.
And, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
these-
and I'm glad they gave her a respectable send off. That's good stuff.
They did until they gave her a completely disrespectable episode coming back like 2 seasons later, but that's
Oh,
we
that's
talked
right.
about that a long time ago today.
Yeah.
Boy, what am I in? How long have I been here? Who am I? We're in almost hour 11 of 18 here.
Josh,
and
I
I've-
need to have so
been up
many
longer
words
than
with Rick Berman, if not a few hands.
Yes.
Look, just because we share taste in women doesn't mean I agree with the things he did. Okay. God damn it.
Well, he certainly didn't have taste in actresses because almost every main female crew member that ever left a Star Trek show was because of Rick Berman. Well, at least during the
Monster.
90s. At least during the
Monster.
90s.
Yeah. And I get why you hire Playboy models and all that stuff, but you're on a Star Trek show, buddy. You can't be being too voyeuristic like that. There's a reason people are leaving.
All right, so this
I
episode's
hate
really
that, man.
fine. What else we got? Season 2 of Picard, the season that everybody except me loves to hate. Mainly because a lot of people don't like the whole thing with Picard and his mom with mental illness. For me, that's what makes this episode good and a good part of what makes season 2 good. It's not all good. But I feel like this is what describes, this is how we get Picard in Encounter at Farpoint in the first episode of TNG, where he's like, don't let me make an ass of myself in front of children. And he's just kind of this slightly broken person. And now we know why.
I see. Yeah, as a person with a mother who died very early on in life, something about this episode felt more like pop culture sitcom writing almost. Like I don't know, it didn't take to me, like it didn't bond with me. I could see why other people might like it, but it didn't offer a lot for me. I always kind of felt it was a little melodramatic. That's part of the reason I don't like Picard. Maybe after all these years, I'm just a little cynical about using those types of things for pop culture, TV show plotting. It's tolerable. It's a tolerable episode of television. I don't have like extremely angry words for it, unlike some other things in Trek. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, your opinion, I think, is the general opinion of most people and how they found this episode. I saw it different. Like, do I like that Picard's mom did what she did? No, but I just think that it helps make his character early on in TNG make a whole lot more sense, and that's all.
I mean, yeah, the guy probably had to have had parent issues the way he acts. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what else we got? Disaster. This is an episode of TNG where like the ship is nothing works. Troy is on the bridge, and this is the first time I think you learn since the pilot that she's a lieutenant commander. So even though she's never really in command of anything, now that she's the last one alive with a rank on the bridge, she's got to like make hard decisions while everybody else is like, Worf is giving birth to Molly O'Brien and Data's head is being removed. It's really surreal. It's a real like, I don't even know how to describe it. I've always liked this one.
Do we get a ship separation in this one?
Almost. They got ready to separate the ship. Like Ro Laren is all like, "You've got to separate the ship," and Troy's like, "I don't know. I don't think I want to do that yet."
I see. Okay, yeah, I don't remember this one well. I would have given it a higher like rating or something, if I knew the ship got separated, because that's always a special effect that is fun to see, and you don't see it very often.
No, that's the thing. You don't see it after season 3 until the
Really?
movie.
Okay,
Yeah,
damn.
Best of Both. Well, I guess it's actually episode 1 of season 4, but the 2-parter Best of Both Worlds. And even then, that's only the 3rd time we see it. We see it in the pilot. We see it randomly in it's either late season 1 or early season 2 when Geordi's in command for the only time ever. And then in Best of Both Worlds, and then we don't see it again. It's mentioned, and I think this may be even the only other time it's mentioned in the series, where they almost do it.
I mean, we are in season 5 by this point, so I'd imagine it has, some entertainment going on with it. I'm going to have to refresh my memory on this.
You should. It's a really decent episode. Oh, here's the other Moriarty episode where he like comes out of the buffer. The only reason it took them this long to do it again is because they thought originally, being from the 1800s, that Arthur Conan Doyle was in the public domain with Sherlock Holmes, but it wasn't by British law. So like they almost got dinged the first time, and then this time they finally got all the proper permissions in place. So
this one, I still think these things are more like community theater type productions, but this one does have a little more fun because you're getting your characters out into the Enterprise, and you can kind of mess around with the permanence of the of like not real characters, characters that are temporary because of the holodeck. So yeah, I'd say it's decent. It's watchable. It's okay.
It introduces the Countess Regina Bartholomew. I just wanted to do that in a funny voice.
Sure.
Okay, 354 Voyager Investigations, where Tom Paris leaves the ship so that they can expose the person that's feeding the Kazon information. And then Neelix unintentionally unalives him.
I feel like I should know this one better. I just I'm drawing a blank, but that sounds fun. I'm gonna have to go over that one again. That's a season 2 Voyager, so that should be pretty decent on the quality.
It starts with Neelix's first broadcast of his, and the only time you actually like see it, but you hear about it later. His little, I guess what you would call today a podcast, his briefing with Neelix. And he's like he's like trying to be an investigative journalist about like, oh, who's leaking Kazon information? And he comes to the conclusion it's Tom Paris, but Tom Paris is purposely being set up so that they can expose the real person. And it's really decent. It's decent.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah. Okay. DS9, Honor Among Thieves. This is one where, for some reason, Chief O'Brien is tapped by Starfleet intelligence to be an undercover agent in the Orion Syndicate. Because when you need to get into an underworld criminal organization, you need a good Irishman.
I remember this being a banger, though I can't tell you as many specifics as I would care for, but I do remember this one having a lot of payoff. And of course, I'm a O'Brien fanboy. I want to be a wife guy that barely wants to be home. I understand the limit. It's okay.
And he gets a cat out of the deal that he didn't really want.
Oh,
but now
that's
he's
where
stuck
the
with it.
cat came from.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he ends up the guy that he's shadowing, he feels bad for and tips him off like, hey, you're gonna get like either taken by Starfleet security or killed by the Klingons doing this thing. The dude's like, yep, but I have to do it or they're going to come after my family for not doing it. So take care of my cat. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, cool. I'm ready to move.
This is how
on to
you
the
get a
next one.
cat. I wish I had my buddy left. He's not in his bed anymore. My Jasper cam is
Oh, I want to see
empty
your
bed.
Jasper.
Empty bed. No.
You get to see my cat all the time.
Where's
for
my
sure.
buddy? Okay.
So do you have a camera specifically trained for the cat?
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. That's a smart
I
idea. Thank you.
sure do.
Good idea.
Him good boy. Okay, but I don't need this. I don't need that camera on screen.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Keiko
not-
sure
I'm
lost
not
that spider.
Here.
Washed it down the toilet. That's where she lost it.
All right. God, I would not rank this high. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why this episode is at 351 and 352. Voyager's Basics. It was the finale of season 2 into the start of season 3. This is where they get stranded on a planet by the Kazon who take over Voyager. And then at the end of the second one, Seska dies.
Oh. Okay, I feel like this one was sort of a miss. I don't remember it too much, but I've been through Voyager at least a couple of times, and this one doesn't seem like it had the payoffs it should have.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real honest. I don't know. I don't know if I had this here or if somebody else in the group moved it here, but
okay.
Boy, I wouldn't put it here. It's such a weak ending to a season, but at least this is the end of the Kazon, who are like only slightly less annoying than the original Ferengi in TNG.
Yeah, I agree. Get rid of
So
them.
this being the last of it, great. That's the only reason to have it here. Thank God we're done with the Kazon. All right, moving on. Assimilation, Picard, season 2. Okay. I love this one for one of the reasons that people hate it, because it has a cover of California Dreamin' in it. And it's like a modern pop cover, but it's a goddamn earworm version for me anyway. I think it's done super well and it fits in, and I think it fits in better where they put it than the original ever would have.
You know, it's amazing how timeless some songs are. I mean, you can just slap them into any context, and if you do it right, it's almost perfect. I love that song. Let's see, Eleanor dies, Seven and Raffi, fuck around. I think this was kind of like a mid-episode for me that maybe had a couple of payoffs in acting, if I'm remembering correctly. I think I covered this with you when we did Picard. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at with it too. It has some really bright moments and then some stuff that doesn't land. Like Seven and Raffi pretty much this entire season. As much as I like season 2, they don't do much. They keep putting them on screen to fill time.
Yeah, that's my problem. Like, I like Seven and Raffi, but the problem is the writers don't seem to like Seven and Raffi. So, like, what's the point in having them around if you don't even like them and you can't really write for them? It always felt like a miss to have them around. It's not even their fault, they're great actresses who can play those roles really well. Yeah.
And without satellites or something to bounce off of, riddle me this: how, when you set your ship down in France, how do you transport to Los Angeles on the other side of the planet? There's this like planet in between you and that, and this isn't like the future where they would have like, sat relays or whatever to be able to take care of this. Yeah, there's a couple little problems, but I still like this episode.
Uber. That's all I got there. Uber. And yes, I am sponsored by Uber. No, I'm joking. I'm not sponsored by Uber. Don't use them if you can help it.
All right, season 349, episode 349, Stratagem, Enterprise episode. This is during the Xindi arc, and there's a particular Xindi that, like, a scientist that designed the whole weapon that's going to destroy all of Earth, and Archer, like, they do a mind fuck with him. So and try to get him to give up information. And that's exactly it. It's a good mind fuck where they convince an enemy to give them info.
Yeah, I don't have a lick of this in my head at all. I started going through some Enterprise the last few days because I thought, if I'm going to do this, maybe I should give Enterprise another shot. I've always had a little bit of a bias for it since I was a little kid, and it became the only Star Trek I had for a while, and I was frustrated by that. But maybe I'll go and check this out. I mean, if it's this high up on the list, then it must have a little something going on.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining. Like at this point, maybe some of these I was like, yeah, there's nothing bad to say about any of these a while ago going forward. And there's a couple of these that I'm wondering why they're ranked where they are. And I don't know if I was the one that ranked them here or if other people moved them here. Either way,
I probably won't be there when you do it, but I did enjoy the pilot for Enterprise despite all the intense Klingon tension. Like there were some times during there where it felt like you were just dealing with racists, like mean-spirited racists or something, but there was still like good payoff. And I liked the second episode of Enterprise a lot more because it felt like everyone kind of got together as a team and we got to see some of their flaws. I like the communications officer. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What else we got? 348, Picard, the second episode of the last season. Yeah, okay. I definitely didn't rank this here. Because, like, I'm not the biggest fan of Picard Season 2, especially when they just go into this nebula and they're just constantly fucking around for 4 episodes and it barely goes anywhere. And the only cool thing is this, like, displacement weapon that they stole that, like, I don't even know why they just use it to do a cool special effect.
Oh my God. Season 3 of Picard. I think it's pretty, like, season 3 on a whole, I think is pretty half-baked, It just seems like there's a lot of bloated drama for nothing. Yeah.
Agreed. Moving on. DS9, Ties of Blood and Water. So in season 2, Kira was captured by the Cardassians, and they tried to make her believe that she was this, like, high-ranking Cardassian's daughter, but truly only so that they could get him to admit to being a traitor, which they get eventually. But then he comes back much later and, like, as he's about to die and, like, gives up a bunch of state secrets to Kira. But then she starts to realize that, like, hey, so all this stuff, you were part of destroying Bajor. I don't know if I like you anymore.
Yeah, this episode in particular is not in my head, but I do like Kira having her character moments because I think she was one of the stronger characters on DS9. So I'm sure it has a payoff that's worth the time. Yeah.
And we find out that the Vorta can drink pretty much any poison and survive, as Rayum does.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Right. So I remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah, where he, like, just chugs this bottle that Sisko just got finished telling you is, like, so much poison it could kill, like, 10 Cardassians or whatever. And then he just, like, downs the shot, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, fun stuff.
Here's an episode that, okay, so TOS Season 3 is almost all garbage. It has a couple of decent episodes. This is one of them, but it's even problematic. There's this really, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this that won't cause this to be completely not recommended on YouTube.
Okay. Assault?
Chekhov. Yes, basically. And it's not an actual one, but, like, Chekhov gets really friendly with the Klingon's wife. And, like, it seems like he's going to do something untour, let's just say.
Okay. This is one of those episodes where they're screwing around with that stuff. Yeah, okay.
But that's like one really bad scene in the episode where the rest is actually decent. There's like it's weird like Klingons and Federation literally swashbuckling until they realize that like there's a higher power messing with both of them and trying to pit them against each other. So then they team up and work together. So it's like this pretty good Klingon Federation moment, minus one unfortunately written scene.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have it in my head, but maybe
that's fair. I mean, TOS season 3 is pretty bad.
I mean, yeah, like, look, I even like TOS a lot, but yeah, it's fairly bad. There is definitely camp value in season 3, though, for people out there that are looking for that. So, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. The stars at night are big and bright. You don't know that one, do you, Robbie?
I remember this one fucking. Like, I remember this one actually having some good payoffs. Well, I wish I could tell you what they fucking wore, but yeah, I remember this one having some like real fireworks between the two crews.
Well, it wasn't even two crews. It was the Texas class ships.
That's
are
right.
Automated. They're completely AI driven, and they're trying to
yeah, it's like a big episode to show the benefits of having the actual crew of the Cerritos there. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's some fun stuff going on there.
Yeah, it was quite decent. It's like a little bit tragic, but you know, they prevail over AI. Yay!
No, that's a political point I will always stand behind.
Yeah, I don't. Speaking of politics, like I had planned on maybe doing a little mini yap in here today. I don't think we can squeeze it in.
It's not a big deal one way or the other.
And there's not even a lot of political news to talk about. Which to anybody out there that is more of my Trek-centered audience, I also do a political podcast here, usually with Robbie Sherman and my friend Adam, every Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, where we talk about the dumbest politics of the week. Robbie, I'm just gonna bring up one thing. Did you see the thing I posted to Discord the other day about your lieutenant governor?
No. What's going on?
He's got to be one of the biggest assholes I have ever seen in my. He went on a podcast. I had to go on fucking Rumble to get this entire thing.
Rumble,
because it's a podcast that's like so far to the right they can't be on YouTube.
Oh my god. Okay.
But he goes off on basically if you can't deny Donald Trump because if you deny Trump, you're denying God, and a whole bunch of stuff. I clipped together out of like an hour thing. I clipped together a 5-minute reel and posted it. You should check that out later. He is
okay. So you're talking about Beckwith, right? You're talking about Micah Beckwith, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so anybody who doesn't know, I promise I won't take a lot of time. A church he has been associated with for years has had an insane scandal where the pastor and his wife, like their son is like some kind of weird voyeur who had like child porn and all that stuff going on. And yeah, he also had like photos of his family doing stuff. It's a crazy mess, and everyone involved in that church is probably being taken advantage of in some way. If you just look at the evidence that we know publicly about it, it's terrible.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that he says in this is basically that hate is not a bad thing, and we shouldn't be pushing out hate because I hate Muslims and you should hate Muslims too. And hate is actually a good thing because God wills. Oh, that's what it was. That like, if you don't hate the people that you're supposed to hate as a Christian or whatever, then you are denying God.
Wow.
Let that sink in. I'm not going to go any further than that, but you should go check that out, and we will talk about that a little bit on Thursday.
I'll just say one thing. I do agree with him that hate can be a good thing because I fucking hate Micah Beckwith with all my straight to hell.
I hate people that hate, and that's That's
Yeah.
pretty much the extent of my hate. So
Yeah.
anyway, what else we got here? There was our mini yap moment.
Hegemony.
Parts 1 and 2. This was the end of season 2 into the past season, where the Gorn came and like took over this planet, and Captain Patel was there, and they destroy her ship.
Okay, like I didn't get to be on part 1, and I remember thinking part 1 was a really like fun season ending first parter, and I was really excited about the next season starting up, the second part of it starting up, because I thought the first one had some like real intense action going on with it and some good crew dynamics. There's a lot of controversy about the reliance on intense action in New Trek, but I felt like that was incredibly dynamic. And then part 2 kind of just put it into the ground with a bunch of pseudoscience and easy generalizations, easy plotting. I think maybe both of them together give you a 7, but I feel like part 2 is about a 6.5 at the very best, and part 1 is like an 8.
No, see, I'm on the other side of that. I did rank it relatively highly, the first one relatively highly, the first time we did it. We actually might remember we just got this as a roll for episode at the end of one of our buffer times just like last week or a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And everybody that was on the original stream lowered their scores for episode 1.
Okay.
And like episode 2 to me is fine. I don't like the very end resolution, but I like the episode. Season 1 I have problems with, mostly because the science in the science fiction is a lot more fiction than science. But that's just me. I do appreciate the darker tone and the Resident Evil thing that it's got going on. But
that
this is where they are in the rankings. It's a decent two-parter.
Sure.
But I don't think it's not as good as it was on its first watch as a complete two-parter. Yeah.
Just having some actual blood in Trek, I think, helps me a lot too. Sometimes I like just the grit of having some actual blood, like actually seeing people get injured. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that sounds creepy.
A little bit. So what
I'm
else?
sorry. It's
Another
a TV show, people. I promise. I don't feel that way when I see real people get injured. It's a TV show. I promise.
Another two-parter from Prodigy season 2, which I actually do remember this one because this is like some of the best parts of the season. Like if you haven't seen it, and spoilers, they find Chakotay, who has been missing for years, and he's like in this weird cloud dimension thing. And I thoroughly enjoyed these ones. I'm not going to go too much into it because I know a lot of people haven't seen it, but out of season 2, this is some of the best of it.
You know, I'm going to do season 2 sometime soon because it seems like all the consensus behind it is that it's as good, if not better, than season 1.
Yes, absolutely. And here's season 1 of Prodigy right above it. Another two-parter. The end of this season 1 was released in the weirdest way possible. 5 episodes were released. Months went by. 5 more episodes were released. Half a year went by, and then we got 10 more episodes in that same season. So this was the end of the second 5. So for all intents and purposes, it is a season ender, even if it is only a mid-season break by the total number of episodes, where the kids go back to where they were jailed and minors on Tars Lamora to try to figure out what's going on with the living construct. And they, I don't remember everything about it.
I don't remember everything about it, but I do remember it being extremely satisfying that they actually helped out all their fellow prisoners and were able to break that camp down. Yeah, I think it probably is one of the better Prodigy moments for a lot of people.
I might be wrong, Josh, but I think this one like finished up in like a January, and then it was like September when we got the next 10. Either way, it was the weirdest release cycle of Trek ever.
D-Day, this has been fun, but I need to catch up with you in a little while. I got a couple things I got to take care of. It's been a fun, good half hour, and we'll be talking soon.
Well, thank you. I'm going to take this opportunity also to take a break because I've been here for quite a while. So thank you, Robbie. We'll see you back, hopefully for also trivia tonight at 9 o'clock.
I might skip that, but I think I'll be joining you a little bit before that. Yeah. But
Cool.
Before I go, I want to mention that we're going to be covering Batman Mask of the Phantasm sometime on your channels in the next couple of months for the 5-year anniversary of Conversations with Robbie Sherman. And I thank you kindly for allowing me the opportunity to do that with you, bud. You've been one of my best friends for the past few years, and I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
Okay, we can all have a 5-year anniversary. Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Okay, yep, it's time for another break, and I will leave you with this.
It takes me back. The magic, nostalgia of seasons past. The longing for something we can't get back. The magic is gone now. Look ahead. The future is calling, wanting more. The magic, seductive, you can't ignore. The magic, so tragic, come alive in the summer. Lay out in abundant sunshine. Then one day when the fall comes, all the leaves gone when it's autumn, slowly dying in the winter, getting lost out in the snow. We can't wait for the springtime, watching majestic flowers grow. Seasons change, the magic in nature, unrestrained. Imagine the beauty leading you. The magic has worn off. Look around, not finding the answers, looking up. The knowledge of chances, to my surprise. The magic returning, come alive in the summer. Lay out in abundant sunshine. Then one day when the fall comes, all the leaves gone when it's autumn, slowly dying in the winter, night, watching majestic flowers grow.
All your eyes looking at me, hold it all so splendidly. Though I despise attention on me, to my surprise, I found it freeing. Stand in line, waiting their turn. Shrugged it off, watching them burn. And I confess intimately, I'll never rest. They're laughing at me.
But where were you when I saw your face? You were down there by the river near the sea, and you vanished without a trace. Swept to where the river meets the sea. So lonely, I float alone where the river, oh, the river meets the sea. Misfortune, the waves got rough where the river meets the sea.
Called your bluff, delicate game. Lost it all, horrible shame. And I would bet you'd be unkind. How are we so far behind?
But where were you when I saw your face? You were down there by the river near the sea, and you vanished without a trace. Swept to where the river meets the sea. So lonely, I float alone where the river, oh, the river meets the sea. Misfortune, the waves got rough, yeah, I drowned, and that's when I say goodbye.
There you go. Okay. I'm not going to play the rest of that. Welcome back. Thank you for listening to my band Portending Honor. These were actually meant to be the final ones of the night. I played the wrong one. These are all of our finales from our various albums. Anywho, we need to make up a little bit of time. Where are we in this 18 hours of fun extravaganza? Well, we're about 11 and a half hours in, and we have 338 episodes left. I need to get through 238 of these by 9 o'clock. So, Academy beta test. This one merely fine. There's, I mean, with all of Academy, there's a lot of polarization on these episodes. I didn't think this one was really all that bad at all. I think it was an interesting new part of the like resetting of the galactic board. That now Beta Z is the capital of Earth. So when like bad guys come a knocking, they can go to Beta Z and they can just freaking leave Earth alone. It can be somebody else's problem. Ensign Rowe at 337. This one honestly probably deserves to be better than this. The first episode that introduces Ensign Rowe. Quite good. I mean, we haven't dialed in the Bajora yet with their little weird Y yen symbol or whatever it is going on as the prosthetic or with the name of the race. But this is quite a good episode. Voyager's Counterpoint. Another quite good episode. Wow, there must be like a lot better stuff coming up than I remember, because these are all feel like solid 8s for me. So Janeway has to rebuff these this race that is super secretive and they're going through their space, and this guy just like kind of uses Janeway to try and get rid of some undesirables because they don't do telepaths, and it backfires on him. No, they could have easily impounded Voyager at that point. So, but neither here nor there. A very good episode. The Collaborator, DS9, where you find out Bareil is actually the reason that Kai Opaka's son ain't with us no more. But it was, or really that Opaka was the reason that her own son is not with us, and Bareil takes credit, even though this is what causes Wynn to become the worst, in theory, the worst Kai in all of Bajor, at least that we know of. So, you know, there's that, but that's all the will of the prophets. 334, The Voyager Conspiracy, where 7 of 9 just all she sees is conspiracies everywhere, and even gives conflicting conspiracies to different people and like pits the crew against each other until even Janeway and Chakotay are like, what are we doing? Why are we so afraid of each other after all these years? But quite a good like mental health episode. DS9, The Reckoning. I know a lot of people aren't super high on this. I do really like the whole thing with it's the Cisco's task to destroy the Pirates tablet, but Wynn is all like, no, you broke the tablet, even though like later she's like, oh, well, this is the will of the prophets, and I get to meet a prophet, and they won't even talk to me. Boo. 332, Jason Alexander in Voyager's The Think Tank. This is an interesting little tidbit in Trek. It's not like a trope that's been reused from somewhere else that I can think of. This group of people that plays Voyager into like giving up 7 of 9. Pretty good. 331, The Scientific Method from Voyager. So this one Kate Mulgrew did while she quit smoking, and you can tell like Janeway is pushed to her breaking point with various drugs that are secretly pumping into her, and she is like, she's a woman on a mission. She is not playing. And the acting in this one is, you know, better than the premise actually has any right to be. Maps and Legends, Picard's second episode, where he finds out, and we find out, that he is not the man captaining the flagship of the Federation anymore. He is not favored in the eyes of Starfleet. Yeah, it's pretty much the biggest takeaway. It sets up a lot of the rest of the season. It's the slowest building season of Trek, but at least the most satisfying overall season of Picard. Wage Douche. I would have, gosh. Why isn't this like a lot higher? I did not put this here. I know that. Wage Douche is probably in the top 100. But yeah, it's mostly like seeing different lower decks from different species going about their day in different ways. And it's all ships that conglomerate in the final like battle and tactics. And it works well. It's a fun thing never before or again probably done in Trek. Who saves the saviors? Another season 2 episode of Prodigy. I don't remember enough of actual season 2, which is unfortunate. I need to go back and watch it. I have the Blu-rays. They're sitting on my shelf over here. I should probably work on that. 327, TNG's Deja Q. Perfectly interesting episode where Q loses his powers and leans on his buddies on the Enterprise D for his humanity. Becomes a slightly better person and he's taken back. And we get to see a John Delancey butt shot. So that at least puts it where it is. I would also put this one, I think, higher. Caves, the Lower Decks episode, like there's so many caves in Trek, and they literally almost all look alike because they're the same set, rearranged a little bit from time to time. And all the main characters retell a cave mission, and they're all wonderfully interesting. I think I'd have this higher, but if my buffer time pepples tell me that this is where it belongs, okay. Yeah, going back a few episodes, Norma, I refer to Clancy as Admiral Sheer fucking Hubris every time. Remember, at 325, the Voyager episode where, yeah, oh god, this one, are there really 300 episodes that are like that much better than where we are? Are we at the point in Trek where everything above this is all better by just a smidge because they're like really kind of all good? This is one of those like cautionary tales where a society has tried to hide its shameful past, but if you do that and you don't learn from history, then did you even? And that's pretty much what this episode's about. And it's done remarkably well. Correct, James K. At 324, Voyager's Revulsion. Oh, yeah, Leland Orser as a murderous hologram. This man is like one of the best creepy actors of the 90s and 2000s. And with the exception of the Skria character he played, every role he has in Trek is amazing. 323, a Tribble called Quest. That's an interesting play on a band name from like 30 years ago. But it's a fun, cute little episode where Rock fixes mutant tribbles. 322, DS9's Broken Link, where Odo goes home to get fixed by the Founders, who were the ones that broke him, so that he would have to go home. So he could be judged for being the only shapeshifter ever to do harm to another, even though that shapeshifter was going to blow up the ship that he was currently on. So feels dubious, but it's executed quite well. It's cool seeing the Great Link as the big pool, and it's interesting going forward for like half a season where Odo's not a changeling and he has to experience things differently. It brings out a new side to the character. 321, TNG's The Defector. You know, and as a kid, I did not like this episode at all. I still don't really care about Admiral Jarok or his defecting. However, the ending where Tomalak's like, haha, we got you now. And Picard's like, do you? You sure? You might, look behind you. And then he just like, he one-upped the Romulans, and it was beautiful. The rest of the episode is just, it kind of slogs along. I do not care about this Romulan. 320, Dr. Bashir, I presume. I know a lot of people aren't crazy about Julian being genetically engineered, and especially as late in the series as they did it. I did like this, and I appreciated being able to get not the doctor, but Louis Zimmerman in there, Bob Picardo. I think it really opened up the rest of the series, much like the episode for Odo becoming solid for a while. I like that it changes some stuff up through the series, even though, like, Bashir had the first season and a half, he was the ambitious idiot that was not dialed in. And then we finally got him dialed in, and now he's something else. So, like, I could see both sides of that, but for me, I enjoyed this episode. 319, Discovery's Point of Light, where, yeah, Tilly's like, she's seeing some stuff in her head, and it does not work. It does not end well for her for a while. Tyler gets kicked off of Kronos after, like, the whole thing with, but it's yo, baby, with Chancellor Laurel, and his son becomes the son of none. And Spock is implicated in murder. It's good setup for an otherwise not so great season for me. Lower Decks 504, A Farewell to Farms. This comes back to a character that we had seen previously, Ma'a and his brother. And this really sets them, it's a good episode in and of itself to get him back in the captain's seat. But then also it sets him up to be, and his brother, to help in the final battle in the last episode. So good season and episode by itself. Proving Ground at 317, where Enterprise finds a prototype Xindi weapon, and hey, Shran just comes out of nowhere to help them. And here, I guess we forgot that ships that enter the Expanse basically don't exit it. So how was Shran going to get in and get out? Always still wondering that, but hey, when you've got Jeffrey Combs in blue makeup with antennas, I'm here for it. 316, DS9's Death Till Death Do Us Part. Cisco doesn't listen to the prophets. They tell him, nobody's going to have a good time. You will know only sorrow. And for everything that happened in Academy, I keep going back to this episode where in Academy, you see this chart of the descendants of Cisco, but it only comes off of Jake's line. There is no baby listed there between Cisco and Penny Johnson. So I just assume from that it means that the child was never born, because like the prophet said, you will know nothing but sorrow here. So, and that's just a tangent. This episode on its own is like most of the finale. It's like 8 parts that are basically all together at the end of DS9. These are all quite good. Unlike in The Visitor. Oh yeah, he didn't like spin out like he spent his entire life searching for his dad. And that was what I was always worried about, because The Visitor basically is what happens in real life. His dad disappears. Wouldn't Jake like spend his entire life looking for him? I guess not. So that is a good positive. And speaking of Academy, we have Come Let's Away. And I know this is like part of some like larger quote in a poem. This could arguably even be the best episode of Academy. I think there's I think there's at least one better, but you could argue with it this one at the midpoint where like Noose just totally sets them up and knocks the Federation down. Like Ake knew that this was a bad idea and Vance forced it on her, and then the entire thing was just concocted to get Noose what he wanted so he could rub the Federation's nose in like his perceived grievances. I wouldn't say up here. I mean, there's only 10, James K. There's at least 3 quite far down. And hey, we still have 300 to go. Yes, there are good Academy episodes, and this was for sure one of them. And speaking of good new Trek, The Serene Squall, arguably season 1's best episode, where we like come back and find Cybok's love interest, Angel. And it seems like they set them up to be recurring villains, haven't recurred yet. We even see Cybok from behind, as if to tempt us to think that this is going to come back around. So we've got a season and a half. Let's see if that comes back around. This by itself, it was just this is a good, like what I call a popcorn muncher when I talk about movies. Yeah, I like this one. 313 Dragon's Teeth, where Voyager finds this group of sleeping aliens that have been in stasis for hundreds of years, and they probably should have remained that way because they were the reason that like a good chunk of the quadrant had been conquered. They were similar to the Iconians in that they used these like under subspace gateways to get from place to place, but it was similar to like the idea of the Iconian gates. And yeah, it turns into this like whole thing where Voyager realizes, hey, we just upset the balance of power in this quadrant. We should probably do something about this. And they do. And then they get a little closer to home. So yay. 312 Preemptive Strike, where Rolaran does not do a good in Picard's eyes, and will later come back to them having tension in Picard. I don't have a lot to say about this one. I do enjoy it. I think it's good setup for the Maquis. And yeah, I as a penultimate episode to the series, I feel like it maybe should have been a couple earlier in the run of season 7, but that's a pretty minor complaint. Sure is. Okay, 311, Second Chances, where we find another William Riker, or as he'll come to be known, Thomas. I think as I remember hearing, there was some talk about like maybe killing off Will, maybe even in this episode or soon after, so that they could then replace him with Thomas, which this late in the run of the show, I'm glad that they availed themselves. And Thomas got his own thing. I hope he survived the Dominion warriors of Cardassian prison. 310 Voyager's flashback, where we, as part of the 30th anniversary, we got Uncle George in a Voyager episode, also retelling some stuff that happened in the undiscovered country. So we tie all kinds of Trek together and find out more about Tuvok's first Starfleet career. 309 TNG Peak Performance. And if anybody wonders who Brad is in some of my notes, it is a joke my wife and I have about Riker. He looks like a Brad. We call him Brad sometimes. But then that became problematic when Brad Boimler popped up. We call him that less now. But anyway, this is one of those really decent season 2s. I like the whole thing with Kalrami and Data. This is the next to last episode of season 2. And so for Pulaski going in, and I know a lot of people don't like her because of the way she treated Data, but by the end of this season, she has come 100% around, and she's behind Data and pushing him to be like, I bet you can beat this guy. I think you should go after him. And she is like his biggest cheerleader. So in just the span of a season, she's had some really good character work. And it's definitely earned. You can see it throughout the season between like the first episode where she's like, Data, one's my name, one is not. And then Elementary Data, where she's questioning whether he can do the thing, but then once they do the thing and defeat Moriarty, she seems to have more, I don't know, tolerance for him, at least at that point. And then by the end of the season, I think she and Data could have gone on to maybe even be better friends than him and Geordi. Either way. And it's this one's just fun. The war game stuff is fun. I don't think we needed the Ferengi in here. I don't think we needed another aggressor, an antagonist. It could just be this fun little war game thing between two Federation ships and this fun little game between Data and Kalrami. It's a good episode. The Ferengi bring it. I would probably even put it higher if it weren't for the Ferengi. God damn it, Armin Shimmerman, you tried to come back and be another Ferengi and redeem come back and redeem the Ferengi from The Last Outpost. And it is a better interaction than The Last Outpost, for sure. It would be hard not to be. But it's pretty far from what we'll get a few years later as Quark. I digress. Good episode. Okay. Body and Soul at 3:08. Voyager episode where the Doctor has to hide himself inside of Seven and then like experience stuff through her, which is so unethical, but is fun to watch as a television program. Like in the real world, this would not be okay. He eats and drinks everything in the replicator, and then there's a little hanky panky going on. So yeah. Anyway, but it is a fun episode. It's great to watch the juxtaposition. It gives Jeri Ryan a chance to do something different, and she does pull off the Doctor's mannerisms quite well. Yep, glad you agree, James K. Because, yeah, Jeri Ryan nailed that. Picard, 17 seconds. And as we learn, 17 seconds is a thing for Captain Shaw, that dipshit from Chicago. For all of the episodes where they're stuck in this nebula of the space jellies that I'm not crazy about, this is the best one of them. There's these heartfelt moments. There's some nice history, and we tie back to Wolf 359. There's some great character work and moments, and for what little happens in this season, truly, by the end, this one is a nice refresher from the constant hokiness going on. E squared, not E2. I don't think I could figure at the time how to do a squared here. Yeah, right, because this is in basically an Excel sheet. So if I put squared, then it thinks I want to do math. So, Enterprise episode, similar to a DS9 episode, which did it better. But I do like this, T'Pol meeting her really exceptionally older self. Other than that, this one's, it's fine. And you kind of feel bad at the end that Enterprise 2 doesn't really exist in the end, but they still did a C leads to A leads to B moment where they do something that once they do it, they disappear, so the thing shouldn't happen, and Enterprise shouldn't have the things that they gave them. My head hurts, but it is a decent episode. It's just a touch of gray at 3:05, where Janeway goes, and it's getting towards the end of season 2 in Prodigy here, and all the kids have been captured, and you think like, oh wow, the Val Nakot might actually win this thing, and then Janeway busts in there and cracks some skulls, and it's a pretty good action heavy episode. Where she gets the Prodigy crew back. Starbase 80? I might even put this higher. No, maybe not. No, because the B plot is almost garbage. I love Stephen Root as Jack Kabowski. He's kind of funny, especially when you get him into the arcade, and there's a whole bunch of little Easter eggs there. The B plot with Freeman and Ransom going around fixing things on the station and then fighting this giant rat boss at the end like we're in an RPG. I hope they rolled a crit. Anyway, the B plot's not great. The A plot, quite decent, and it sets up the very end of the season 2. So as an episode by itself, I really enjoy the Starbase 80 A plot narrative and what it sets up for later. 303 Facets. Oh, this is Jadzia's Jantara. I could have done with Kurzodo going on for the rest of the series. I love Rene Aubergenois doing this Curzon thing. I think that as much as, I mean, Jadzia was going to go anyway eventually, so if we're going to do that, let's just do a Kurzodo. 302 Before and After. Yeah, this one's weird. It's like Kes gets, we start at a future point in time from where we are in Voyager and work backwards all the way to Kes's like conception. Not quite like conception, but before she even becomes a cluster of cells. And then suddenly it reverses because that's the way time works, because they got it right in one of those timelines that she mentioned her problem in, and cool. So the ending's not great, but I do like the beats and the pacing and how the episode moves along backwards. Yeah, it is an innovative time travel episode. It's because it's not exactly a time travel episode. It is, but it also isn't. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say like Loxana's a freak, and Kurzodo, which I bet he would get freaky, but Loxana also has a type, and she only goes for super serious conservative men for some reason as a free spirit. 301 Worst Case Scenario. Yeah, so Seska had been gone for an entire season at this point. And bringing her back for revenge on the holodeck, it's weird. And if it wasn't executed on a perfectly high level, this could have failed spectacularly. But it was. It's got good comedic beats in between stuff, just like slapstick stuff where she's messing with them. The plot in general, even if it's a touch out there, like why did Seska really need to mess with everybody? And this was before she even left for the Kazon. But it's a good time and a good watch. 300 Hope and Fear. There's a lot of Voy here. Yeah, the end of season 4, and it's not even a cliffhanger. But this has been a season arc going on to like decode the rest of this message from Starfleet. and we get the name of the ship, the Dauntless, that Janeway will go on to be the admiral / captain of in Prodigy with the slipstream drive. So I guess they got that to work, even though why aren't they still using that? I have questions. That or the protodrive or literally anything in Discovery season 3 through 5. I digress. Good episode. And this was, I believe this was Gary Graham. Again, so many characters. Rest in peace, Gary. Wonderful, wonderful recurring actor. Errand of Mercy at 299. Hey, we haven't seen TOS in a while. Yeah, Kirk and Kor lose a war. Neither the Federation nor the Klingons win this second Klingon Federation war because the Organians force a peace treaty and just force them to not be able to fight, at least for some indeterminate amount of time, because there will be more Klingon Federation tensions up till the end of the century. You sure, Norman? Because I'm pretty sure all Book had was a regular warp drive, and then he had a spore drive for just a minute in season 4. If I'm wrong there, feel free to cite me, but I'm pretty sure he just had a regular drive. But he also knew about these courier corridors, which are pretty much the thing from a couple episodes ago with Dragon's Teeth. I think it's just those like underspace corridors, which are super dangerous because they're not maintained. If I'm wrong, please challenge me on that. Okay, 299 TOS's Errand of Mercy. Yeah, the Organian Peace Treaty. This is quite a pivotal part of Trek. It's the first time we ever see the Klingons. John Kalikos as the first Klingon is just as great as when he comes back as Kor in DS9. I've been watching all of the original Battlestar Galactica, and he's one of the big bad guys, and it's great to watch him in that role. So yeah, I'm very pro John Kalikos, so this episode, quite decent. Ooh, The Killing Game, parts 1 and 2. This is, for all of the like holodeck safety off episodes, and all of the Nazi episodes that Trek tries to get into, this is one of my favorite of both. It really shouldn't be, because I don't know, especially in the end where Janeway gives away holographic technology, which the reason she never gave the Kazon or anybody else tech was because they didn't know how it would be used and affect the balance of power in the quadrant. And then in 3 more seasons, we're going to find out that this affected the balance of power, at least within the Hirogen, and then unleashed a bunch of crazy holograms upon the quadrant. But that's not this episode. That episode is quite far behind us. This one I have enjoyed since the original watch. Kate Mulgrew as Katrine. Love that for her. I love getting Jerry Ryan on stage. Woman has an amazing voice. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. 296, The Rules of Acquisition, which must be DS9. I wish this Ferengi Pell had come back. This is a great feminism episode and really kicks off what we get to at the very end of DS9 with the feminist ideals taking over on Ferenginar. And I hope Pell was a big part of that. I want to believe that she was. And what's the great moral B-plot? Or is the B-plot boring? Now I don't even remember what my notes mean. Who am I? Where am I? How many hours has it been? Oh, 12. Okay, we're 2/3 of the way through this thing. We're more than 2/3 of the way through the list, so we're making good time. Oh, boring A-plot first. First what? Jesus, how much? What do I have here? Oh, first. Oh, no. Oh, it's the first mention of the Dominion. I was going to be like, we don't see them till the end of season 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the first time Quark hears about the Dominion from the Dozai. Right. Tom is a World War II soldier. I love that they did a real thing that they did during the war. If you encountered somebody from like another division, where they'd like question them on what should at that time be common knowledge for dudes, like random baseball statistics. He almost kills his best friend. Yeah, that's a trip. Okay, rules of acquisition. Great. Arena TOS episode that introduced the Gorn. I mean, could have done without the rubber suits and the dude that's like, so slow. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are like, the Strange New World isn't doing the Gorn like they did in TOS. You could see the fucking zipper in the Gorn suit in TOS. I'm glad that they redid them. And even basically have redone them twice, because we saw like the little ones as like real physical puppets the first time we brought the Gorn back, which was cool. And even the CGI guys are, they're fine. They're not my favorite, but I'll still take them over the Arena Gorn. But Kirk in the whole thing with the Metrons and just like figuring out that, hey, I don't need to end my opponent. I just need to outsmart them. Great Trek morals as far as TOS is concerned. Oh, and like side note, that's like terrible. This was what was it William? I can't remember if it's William Shatner or Leonard Nimoy that ended up with like permanent hearing loss in one ear, and the other ended up with partial hearing loss in one ear because of the mortar explosions that are going off at the beginning. But yeah, you shouldn't have to sacrifice your hearing for an episode of television 60 years ago. 294. Quote the Raven, nevermore. Where we're introduced to the worst parents in all of Trek. You know, at least Icheb's parents, they sacrificed him for a reason. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Why the Hansons, if they had other relatives or places to leave their child, did they take her on a transgalactic journey to research the Borg? Granted, they didn't know a lot about what the Borg really were at the time and how bad they were. But even to take a kid on this like long range, unscheduled mission where they had to like where they didn't even leave a flight plan, questionable. But the episode, like it gives us good insight into how and backstory into how Seven got to be where she was in just a few episodes after she's introduced. Co-genitor. Now here's one I know is wildly controversial for a whole bunch of people. I remember seeing Jessie Gender's breakdown of this one, and I understand why she does not like this. And the first time I saw it, the first couple of times I saw it even, I felt the same way. But over time, I have come to see that this is another one of those, we need a prime directive, because Archer really can't rule on a society that hinges on 1% of the population being the difference between a functioning society and societal collapse. That is way above his pay grade. And he shouldn't get involved. It's not that I don't think that he should have helped them, but I do agree that it's way out of his purview to play God like that in an entire society. I don't particularly like how it ended, but as a lesson for Trip in like the grander scheme of the universe, because Trip is Florida Man, and we see we get to see the galaxy through kind of different eyes through him. While he's a competent engineer and he grows over the series to be able to like learn to both tolerate other cultures' customs and be able to do diplomacy on his own, separate of Archer. Towards the beginning, the first couple of seasons, he's really just kind of Florida man fumbling about in the universe. And this time there was some serious consequences for his actions. I understand no matter how you feel about this episode, you feel about this episode. I'm not going to try to tell you it's great or terrible. For me, it's somewhere in between. I think it's a decent lesson, and it's a really interesting, deep exploration that that brings up a lot of questions that you can talk about in conversation about Trek. At the very least. Okay, let's get beyond this uncomfortable bit. Picard, Remembrance, the pilot. You know, I might rank this a little lower today. I think it was a breath of fresh air for me to have a Star Trek pilot that is not set in space in almost any way. I enjoyed all the natural light just because it's so different for Trek for a couple of episodes before they, head all out into the wild blue yonder. I don't think it does enough to set up characters to be worth where it is here. It does a lot to set up what's coming for the season. Great. And again, but Picard season 1 is the slowest building season in all of Star Trek. And I do like it by the end. This one probably could go down a little bit, though. 291, Voyager's Prey, the follow-up to Hunters. And hey, we get Tony Todd as something other than Worf's brother again. It's a really interesting moral quandary between, so Seven hasn't dialed herself into being fully following the captain's orders by this point. We're only half a season in. She still has a lot of Borg think. So when she sees species 8472, she doesn't care how she has to eradicate it or what the consequences are. She's going to do it because in her Borg brain, this is the right course of action and I'm going to do it. And hopefully the collective rewards me in the aftermath because I did the right thing, at least to me. And again, Tony Todd. This was his final performance in all of Trek. Enterprise Ceasefire at number 290. Yep, we get both Shran. We get both Jeffrey Combs as Shran and Gary Graham as Ambassador Saval. And I don't think I need anything more. And also, Susie Plaxton is there in all blue. I am here for this. Is the plot great? No. Do these three wonderful recurring Trek actors still acted at an 11 out of 10? Yes. So we are where we are. Family Business at 289. Yeah, this is where we first get is it the first? I think this is the first time we're introduced to Quark's mom. And the first of 2 or 3 actresses. Either way. Yeah, we learn a lot more about Ferengi society, and it's another one of those good feminist plots. It does well to move the Ferengi ethos in the direction of women have rights. Hooray! What are little girls made of? Pretty sure this is 107. I don't know why that's been altered. Anyway, it's an early TOS episode, and TOS is one of the only series where it gets worse pretty much as it goes on. Where it's season 1 basically knocked it out of the park for 1960s sci-fi. I had this one quite a bit lower originally, And I moved it up for a variety of reasons. For one, I love the android's outfit, the women's one anyway. Corby's outfit, he's Corby. But especially after bringing Corby into Strange New Worlds and seeing more of him there, it helps make this make a little more sense. Really, and it's like the only Nurse Chapel episode in TOS. It's early, then we kind of never go back to that well again. Thanks, Majel. 287, The Tholian Web. Another good TOS episode, and even from season 3, its worst season. Yeah, it introduces the Tholians, which we've only seen or heard come up a few times. In one instance where it doesn't make any sense, where Quark and Jake are accused of doing, I can't remember what it was, accused of doing something in the Tholian ambassador's quarters. But if you were in the Tholian ambassador's quarters, it would be like 200 or 300 degrees or whatever it is, because that's what they survive in. I don't think that would work out so well. 286, Enterprise's Anomaly. This is the second episode in the Xindi arc. Well, technically the third, second episode of season 3. And it's the first one where like you get the sense that Archer he's not playing by any rule book anymore. Not even his own, which he'll come to regret in season 4, but that's we already talked about that. We already talked about the episode Home, I think. Pretty sure. But yeah, they get attacked by some raiders in the Expanse and have their stuff taken, and then they go back after them, and then Archer even puts a dude in an airlock to torture him for information. And you realize very early in the season, Archer will do whatever it takes and more, and he sure will. Hello, Karen. Thanks for joining us in hour 12 of 18. We will be here for a while longer. We have some trivia coming up at 9 o'clock in our regular buffer time slot. But before that, in the next 2 hours and 45 minutes, I need to get 185 things ranked. Okay. Night. This and The Void. Like I never know which one's which if I just see the episode title, because one is Voyager in a black void, but it's in open space. There's just no stars there. And the other one, they get pulled into a pocket dimension that has nothing at all in it. No energy, no nothing. And this is the one where there's just no stars, but they're in the regular galaxy. And the Malons are dicks dumping their theta radiation. And even once Voyager's like, here's the schematics, quit spewing your radiation everywhere. And they're like, but then I won't have a job. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. It's one of those like Voy stands up for what's right. Maybe. And I mean, Janeway is in somewhat of a similar situation where she'll do almost anything to get the crew home, except compromise the Ocampa. But Archer, and I don't think Janeway really has, well, maybe not, because then there is this episode night. Never mind. I must be completely talking out my ass. I was going to say that I don't think Janeway reflects on these things the way Archer did in Home. After they get home and he's like, dude, I did some shit out there and I am not proud of it. But literally in this episode that we were just talking about, in Night, Janeway like squirrels herself away in her quarters because, you know, the ship is basically on autopilot at this point anyway. And she's just self-deprecating and reflecting on what's happened over the last 5 years. So yeah, yes, correct. I agree. Nope. The oil industry has never had a history of buying up any technologies that makes them obsolete. I don't know what you're talking about. Where are we? We're at number 284, DS9 statistical probabilities. So these, what are basically analogs to high-functioning autistic folks that are genetically modified like Bashir, but not as coherent, because genetic modification is risky. You modify one gene, it can do multiple things and cause problems along with the extra insight or physical strength or whatever it is that you enhanced. So it's a mixed bag. I overall do like this one, even if, like, I think we could do without the party hats and dance with O'Brien. Or is that in the next one? I also mix these two episodes up because they come back again. Starfleet probably should, to a point, should have listened to the augments. Not that they were right about how the Dominion War would progress, but also the prophets had a pretty big hand in that. So they couldn't have really necessarily foreseen that. And I don't think they had all the answers, but Starfleet probably should have had them at least working in a back room. And even if they didn't follow all of their recommendations or take them seriously, at least have them working on problems. Because it seems like they were capable of probably at least working out some of the issues. Anywho, at 283, Voyager's Homestead. This feels like a real send-off, and not just for Neelix, because like everybody lines up for him to leave the ship and go start his new life with a Talaxian that we won't ask how they got like 20,000 light years away from Talaxia. Yeah, it's a really it's more the really touching moments where even like from it bookends with Neelix and Tuvok. And Tuvok, for the first time, 100% seems like he respects Neelix. And I love that. The episode itself is just fine, but I love his send-off. And it feels like it's generally a send-off for the series, for all our main characters. Yes, it is. I just couldn't remember if the party that they have with the party hats and O'Brien. I can't remember whether that was in the first or second. I feel like it was the first one. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of too bad that he doesn't go back to Earth, but at the same time, he got to stay with his own people, and now they have an ambassador in the Delta Quadrant. The only thing I'm super disappointed in is in Prodigy, we have several classes of ship capable of getting to there in the Delta Quadrant. It might have been nice to at least have a comm link with Neelix and like Janeway and their former personal chef just chat about Leola Root or whatever one does. At 281 and 282, Discoveries, Such Sweet Sorrow, parts 1 and 2. These are the finales of season 2. I didn't really like season 2, and the battle in part 2 is so unbelievable because Discovery and the Enterprise should have just been pummeled and taken over by Control in the first 30 seconds of the battle. They tried to do like a Game of Thrones level epic battle, but the battle just doesn't make a lot of sense is all. There was they had an overwhelmingly outmatched force, but plot armor. But the first episode is quite good, and the stuff that isn't sending them to the future, even if we vanquished Control, and why are we still going to the future anyway? I do like that they got there. So I like the setup. 280, DS9's Apocalypse Rising. DS9 exposes oh yeah, the Martok changeling. And I always assumed that, and this isn't the first time we encounter Martok, but I always thought that the first time that he came around in was it Way of the Warrior, where they attack with Klingons attack DS9. I thought that was the real Martok, and he wasn't changed into a changeling until after that, but I've come to find that's not actually true. Yeah. And I still, like, to this day, anytime somebody says something about a house or your house, like, and glory to your house, it's one of the best Gowron moments in all of Trek. And I love that he still keeps pressing this war with the Federation because honor demands it, but he's like, yeah, okay, well, thanks for helping us with this. We're not gonna like put you in prison or anything. Future's End parts 1 and 2. We just talked about this one a few weeks ago on Buffer Time. We discussed this at length, so I'm not going to spend time on it. It is a good one. 277, Prodigy's Ghost in the Machine. I swear we've already talked about this one. The holodeck with the safeties off late in the game. Okay, hold on. Is there 2 of these? Yes. So there's not actually 952 episodes. Huh. Well, that sucks. And interesting that it must have been two different ones of us that have put it in 2 different places on this list. Okay. Well, in 952 episodes, there was bound to be a faux pas here. Where the hell are we? Who knows? Ghosts of Illyria, the Strange New Worlds episode. It's really one of the only things we get with Una. She's the most underdeveloped Strange New Worlds character. I like the backstory of the Illyrians a lot. The whole, like, being drawn to light thing was kind of weird, but the episode said how it set up Una, I did like. Enterprise's The Council. This is a pretty big pivotal moment in the Xindi arc, where Archer actually addresses the Xindi Council. The E-squared ship was how they got there. And it's just Scott Bakula doing some awesome acting, and Archer really standing up to this race that wants to wipe all of Earth out, but only because they've been told that Earth is going to wipe them out. This sounds like it has a modern political parallel, but I'm not going to get into that right now. 274, Voyager's Unity. Yeah, Chakotay as a faux Borg finds this, like, colony. Okay, and I like this one, but it has one major glaring plot hole, maybe. How did survivors of Wolf 359 get here? So the cube that was at Wolf 359 was destroyed, but whatever her name is like, I was on the Lexington at Wolf 359. Well, how'd you get here? There's also always been this, like, kind of conspiracy theory, but not totally, that the Borg ship that took all of the outposts along the Romulan and Federation neutral zones was a different cube than what was dispatched to Earth, and that cube may have taken part in the Battle of Wolf 359 is one of the only reasons that even this underdeveloped force for knowing the Borg was just wiped out, even though it's like an overwhelming amount of starships. So There may have been a second gunman on the grassy knoll, is what I'm saying. Probably not. I don't 100% buy that, but how does this episode work? So let's gloss over that weird plot point that I always get stuck on. But then there's also this whole thing with Chakotay and then with the Borg that will be brought up again. So this gives him some insight into the Borg heading into season 4 and how to deal with them when he becomes the captain during Scorpion. Yeah, I genuinely like this one. Maybe. I'm honestly not sure if we just have a double on here or if it replaced something else. If we miss one episode of Star Trek in these rankings today, I am not going to cry about it because, yeah, I got 2.5 hours to get through 173 episodes. Let's go. 273, Picard's Farewell, the final episode of season 2. Actually, I don't think this deserves to be as high as it is. I do like the reveal in the end and using a non-copy and paste fleet to do something cool, and the new Borg, that new Borg from Borgatti, synchronizing them. I like that. I want to know more about what they're guarding at the gate there. Maybe, but probably not, we'll ever get an answer to that. What I really don't like about this episode, and I like season 2, is basically anything to do with Soong. Pretty much the whole season, I haven't liked anything to do with Soong. Why Q helps him, I understand. Why Q just gives Kore freedom unless he's kind of working on behalf of the Travelers to set her up. I don't know why he gives her like the cure to her genetic illness, but because it doesn't do anything for his plot line. And in this one, like pretty much everything involving Soong and Talon and Renee, I just kind of can't with. Yeah, I'm for a season that I will be one of the few people to defend. I'm not crazy about how it ends. It does have some good moments, don't get me wrong. I don't think this is like the worst episode ever or anything, but we need to keep moving on. 272, Crisis Point. Oh yeah, this is the first Lower Decks movie where I kind of agree with Boimler in the second Crisis Point, where he's like, that was just a tantrum that you threw so you could kill the crew. And I mean, it was so that she could work through some stuff, but I don't disagree with Boimler's analysis of the situation there. Decent episode. 271, DS9's Blood Oath. Yep, the first time that all of our TOS Klingon friends come back in new makeup and pretend they're awesome one more time before several of them don't make it out. This whole thing with the albino is like, yeah, it seems like a perfectly Klingon blood feud. And I think this really changes Jadzia going forward. Love it. Workforce, part 1 and 2. I can't tell you why I like this episode. I really can't. Because it's really all over the place in this 2-parter, but it's like something written for any primetime soap opera adapted for Trek, but it's done on a really high level. And the CGI cities, the way they're laid out for 90s CGI, top notch. Yeah, I had no idea. I hadn't seen all of TOS when I first saw that. So I'm told. I do like these episodes. But again, I can't really tell you why. So let's move on so I can tell you why I like Cold Front at 268. This is part of the Temporal Cold War arc. We get Silic back. I think he was a pretty great character. And Archer gets to make friends at the Great Plume of Agasoria. It's just it's a pretty good early episode. Kobayashi. There's so many episodes named Kobayashi. Kobayashi Maru. Kobayashi. Written with anyway. 267 Prodigy's Kobayashi. Where Dahl is just like basically like Boimler and Ix Creed hit me again. And he will not give up until he beats the Kobayashi Maru, and he brings in some friends from across Trek, and we resurrect some voice samples from some people that are no longer with us and get some new ones. I think this was the first episode of Prodigy that really, really hooked me. 266, All Those Who Wander, the penultimate episode of Strange New Worlds Season 1. It's so sad we killed Hemmer, and in my headcanon, him's still alive. But the Gorn and how they were done in these like puppet things, top notch. That was some really amazing puppeteering. And it's tragic and it hits you in the feels, but that's why it's good, even if we had to lose Hemmer to do it. Because we knew we were going to get Scotty eventually anyway, so it's not, the biggest loss ever in Trek of a main character, but I did appreciate him an awful lot. 265, Discovery Die Trying. So this is after they get to the future and they finally find the Federation and Starfleet and what's left of it. And they have to prove that they are who they say they are and that they'll do the things. And they do the things. And that's pretty much it. It's purely a decent episode. I like the setup with Starfleet. First episode of Admiral Vance, favorite admiral in all of Trek, even if he was highly questionable during this past season of Academy. Ooh, the first episode of Picard Season 3. That does a really good job of setting up what should be an interesting season that ultimately lets me down personally. But this one's good. It has a lot of good setup, just like you've already talked about it. The episode from Season 1 of TNG, where Wesley takes the Academy, coming of age. Even though Conspiracy does not pay off super well, I appreciate the crap out of the setup for it in Coming of Age. Same thing here. I can really appreciate the setup, even if I'm not super invested in the payoff of Season 3. Yes, Action Bev. That is a thing. First Contact, because we don't already have an episode called First Contact and a movie called First Contact, so now we're a Contact. Prodigy's 7th episode, where Dahl, this is another one of those like recurring, what seems like is being set up to be a recurring villain, much like Angel in Strange New Worlds, that never recurs. I never found this one particularly interesting, but it's the first like Planet of the Week episode in Prodigy. So, okay. I hope, well, never mind. As I say, I hope Dahl's mom comes back, but we're not going to get that anymore. We will never see Prodigy again. We'll be lucky to get Prodigy on a streaming service again. DS9's The Maquis, part 1 and 2 at numbers 260. There's was for years in the 90s a group of Trek fans that say that that Dukat is actually the protagonist in DS9 and Sisko is the antagonist. While I don't subscribe to that at all, one could be forgiven after seeing this episode where like Dukat literally comes out of the generosity of his heart to be like, hey, your colonies are they're messing up. You've got to rein them in. And tries to be a friend to Sisko. And then when Ducat's on the ropes, Sisko is a friend to him right back. It's definitely not, at that point, a protagonist-antagonist situation. I would say, at least in this episode, they are both the protagonists. But after, 90s chat rooms, maybe a minor thing compared to today's social media, but word got back to the writer's room, and Ira Steven Bear's like, no, we need to make very clear who Ducat is. And that's how we got Waltz, and how Sisko declared him, some men are just evil. Ooh. Oh, I was going to say it's a two-parter. It's not a two-parter because this is that... It's a good episode. But Disco bookends season 3 with That Hope Is For You Part 1 as episode 1, and then episode 13 or 12, whatever it is part 2. And it's just a naming convention. Yes, I actually like this. Burnham ends up in the 32nd century, and this is the first that we see of the 32nd century. And her feuding with Book before they become fast friends and more. Khan's puppet. Are we gonna do a Khan puppet in Strange New Worlds? Probably. I don't know what we're talking about, but that sounds probably. Yeah. First Contact. Is that an actual episode title? Because that wouldn't surprise me. We cannot have enough First Contacts in this franchise. That is for sure. Okay, Norman, now I've got to go on. I'm just going to look up Quantum Slipstream Drive on Memory Alpha. And if it doesn't say anything about Bookship. Voy, antimatter, history, voy, Protostar. Yep. Yeah, wait. Okay. In 3188, Cleveland Booker implied his ship was capable of slipstream travel if he had Benamite. So he may have been lying and overstating, or maybe if he had, and I took that to mean he would have had a drive installed that does that if he had access to this even rarer thing than dilithium. I'm not saying now that I've looked it up, I'm not saying you're wrong. But I think the answer is more complicated than either one of us think. Probably, but with the ambiguous wording, we're all right and we're all wrong. I imagine the titles must be coming soon because we only have a month and a half. Actually, let me go down another rabbit hole. Let's see if there are episode titles for Strange New Worlds Season 4. No. Okay. All right. Enough rabbit holes. Enough rabbits. Enough freaking holes. Let's go. Child's Play and an episode in Voyager that does not involve Lon Suter or Brad Dourif as the voice of Chucky. This is a good one and an interesting moral quandary where Icheb's parents genetically modified him to destroy the Borg, and I guess he was quite effective because he toppled one cube, but then all you need is Janeway to take out an entire sphere right after that in this episode. That's why Janeway has no fear of the Borg anymore. She is she has become Borg Slayer. But yeah, it's definitely a moral question. Is it okay to use your children to destroy your enemy that will definitely destroy you? That one's way above my pay grade. I consider me Archer, and I ain't touching that one with a 10-foot pole. 258, Voyager's Deadlock. Yeah, this is like, I think this is the last time we see the Vidians, or is it just a couple episodes after where we get Denara Pell back? I don't remember. Either way, yeah, this is pretty serious. There's not the real prime timeline. Harry Kim doesn't even go forward because he suffers so much. He gets blown out, a blown out section of the ship. And same with Naomi Wildman. This is an up and down play with your emotions episode. Will they, won't they? And then like there's one ship that's pretty much pristine, but that's the one that blows up, and the heavily damaged ship is the one that survives, and that's the Voyager we know from here on out. Yeah, I mean that's a whole nother question with like lift us where suffering cannot reach. But as I pointed out multiple times, they had contact with the Federation. Pike offered them years before a Federation membership. They could have had alternate sources of energy rather than sacrificing kids at this point. That's a choice. With the Borg, this is an enemy that's going to keep coming. They've come multiple times, and they will probably come again and take everybody. So, and I'm not saying that like sacrificing your children to do that is okay. Just that I feel like there's slightly different grades in the like moral gray area. The moral gray sandbox. These are the days of our sandboxes, and they are gray. 257, DS9's Chrysalis. This is the other genetically modified people episode, and I do like how it starts with the Admiral Patrick. That's a stupid question. That's a great comedic beat. There are some good comedic beats in this, and then there's also doing Do Re Mi the entire song with the second refrain, and Bashir doing what he should not do with his lady patients. Well, he did. I do like this episode, and I do like that he actually helped somebody, and like she just goes on to be, live a more normal life. So great. Oh my God, there's another episode that's First Contact. First Contact. The finale of season 2 of Lower Decks, where the Cerritos is able to, has to save the bigger capital ship, the Vancouver, captained by the same woman that spilt hot cocoa all over Picard. It's a pretty, I think what I really liked about this is like, you see the Cerritos with no hull plating, because that's like a requirement for going into this energized field that incapacitated the Vancouver. And that was pretty cool. There's some neat stuff in this one, and some good comedy. Yes, Gomez, Sonia Gomez. The name was escaping me, especially on almost hour 13 of 18. Good Lord, we're getting up there, I swear. And that's fair to not like Bashir in that episode, Chrysalis, Karen. I don't condone Bashir in that one. At least he did something good for somebody, but then did creepy Bashir stuff also. Yeah. We are at DS9's Children of Time, the original and better version of Enterprise's E Squared. where like they could settle down on this planet and be farmers and raise some kids for hundreds of years because of an accident that truly Odo may have caused originally. It's questionable, but there are some interesting tidbits meeting descendants of oneself, and find Chief O'Brien actually may have ended up with someone that's less shrill than Keiko sometimes. Yeah, okay. It was a pretty good one, though. More Prodigy Season 2. Yeah, this is where we first meet Wesley Crusher and find out way more than we probably ever thought we wanted to know about the Travelers. And they have this time ziggurat wherever. There's a lot of good action here. There's a lot of good setup for the end of the season. Wesley Crusher is the least annoying he's ever been in the entire series, and just seems like fully competent, at least till he's not. He bites off more than he can chew. But as part of the larger season 2 arc that a lot of us truly enjoy, this is a big part of it. TNG's family. Now, here's one that I have come around on pretty hard over the years. As a kid, I did not like this episode. Even though it's like truly the only pseudo 3-parter in TNG, because it follows up on the previous 2-parter with the Borg. There's some fluff in there, like, oh, Picard might become the manager of an undersea domed new colony under the sea, which rings kind of hollow. I don't ultimately care about the stuff between Worf's parents and him. I do like the end with Wesley watching the like hologram of his dad and stuff that he wrote when he was a little older than Wesley was then. And I do like the ending. It does hit pretty hard, the ending with where he just like breaks down to his brother. And he's like, "Yep, okay. I guess I am human. A Borg wouldn't cry." And then they get drunk, like one does after you fight in the mud with your brother. Ha ha ha. Mirror, mirror, mirror. At 251, the TOS episode that started it all in the Mirror universe. Not quite as good as some of the more modern looks at the Mirror universe, I'd have to say, but a great attempt, a really interesting premise for the time. Totally not like an overused trope then. So, yes, I like this one quite a lot, especially for season 2. Voyager's Relativity, where we get this like battle across time, and 7 of 9 is recruited by the temporal time agents multiple times. And you know what else? The model design team took it upon themselves and decided this episode needs to show the Utopia Planitia dry docks and the scale of it. But there was no money in the budget for it. They pulled an all-weekender and created all of those for free on their own time. And they as far as like model stuff in like the end of the model era of Trek, they're quite good, and I appreciate the crap out of those guys. And Relativity by itself, I mean, and that's just for like a 10-second establishing shot, and it's wonderful. Relativity as a whole, though, even without that, is a great premise. They could have showed us just Voyager like in McKinley Station, and that would have been fine. But they took an episode that was already like, you know, a good like 8 and bumped it up that extra half point. 249, Discovery's Project Daedalus. Oh, rip Airiam, this character that we didn't get to know until this episode. And while that's tragic in the grand scheme of writing, the episode itself is quite good, even if it ends tragically. Time Amok, because we don't have enough Amoks and times or firsts and contacts. At 248, near the midpoint of the first season of Prodigy. God, is this... I swear we've looked at this one too. What is going on here? No? No, we haven't. Okay. Just the, like, protostar fractured into multiple timelines thing, I swear, was already a note I talked about. Yeah, I don't... This was the one where, like, Rock Talk is, like, moving super slow, and then, like... I'm pretty sure, and then, like, learns a boatload about engineering because she goes on for what's... I don't remember if it's months or years by herself with just Janeway. Which is kind of tragic and sad, but she also learns to be this, like, amazing engineer. So that's pretty cool. Yes, it is Prodigy is shattered. Yeah, I was just confused by the notes. It looked very similar to a Protostar Prodigy episode we'd already done. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, this is Lwaxana Troi's best episode at 248, Half a Life in TNG. It's an episode where she shows that she is capable of truly caring about both someone and a cause, and not just herself and her own weird whims. And wades into this philosophical and moral battle, which, like, no member of Starfleet could, because it would break the Prime Directive to involve themselves in, asking a society to not off themselves at 60. That is not in their purview. But lover of all creatures, I guess, except for Deanna's not future in-laws, she really digs herself in and digs into the idea of, like, what is aging and what is appropriate, and do end-of-life decisions make sense if somebody's super healthy. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It is a deep episode, and it's done extraordinarily well for being a Lwaxana Troi episode. DS9's Extreme Measures. This is almost the end of the franchise, and this feels like a side quest, even though it's, like, a pretty major thing, because they want to cure Odo. But if they cure Odo, then somebody outside of Section 31 knows the antidote to the disease that they infected the Founders with. I do appreciate Bashir's, like, how he set this up. And he set up a man that's a master of setups in Sloan. I almost feel bad for Sloan in the end, that he, like, had to end himself to keep from giving his secrets, especially since he still ended up giving up his, like, both the antidote and other secrets. But yeah, this one is. This one is. I'm going to leave it at that. 245, TNG Parallels. We talked about this one relatively recently, I think. One of Season 7's only good episodes outside of the finale, where Worf shifts into other realities and you see other permutations of character bonds and who's still alive and what is the Enterprise D outfitted with. And, oh, hey, is that Wesley Crusher over there? Cool. It's a super fun episode. 244, DS9's The Abandoned, where the crew raises a baby Jem'Hadar. I honestly don't remember this being the best episode. I'm not sure if I put it here or if one of my friends has moved it here. I don't have much to say about it one way or another. We learned some stuff about the Jem'Hadar through this. Great. 243, TNG's lessons. Yeah, this is the thing that I call the Picard is Human arc, which starts with the perfect mate and ends with him actually having a relationship that looks like it could last for more than one episode before we realize, oopsie, the captain can't be involved with somebody for more than one episode. That wouldn't be Star Trek. But the whole thing with Darren is, it's quite interesting. All right, here's what I know a lot of people aren't crazy about the alien Nazis at the beginning of Enterprise, but I am fully invested in this, to be honest. Stormfront, though, it's like the ship's so beat up coming out of the Xindi arc, and then they're dropped into this situation without so much as hey, thanks for cleaning up the timeline. At least until Daniels shows up randomly not doing too well. But it closes out that arc and of the temporal Cold War. I appreciate the crap out of this one. Meld. I bet there's going to be a mind meld here at 240. Oh yeah, this is the one with Lon Suter where he kills somebody and he's like, I didn't have a reason, I just killed him. And Tuvok just cannot let it go because there has to be a reason that somebody does something. He's like, no, I did it because I did it. And it gets, as things that involve Brad Dourif, it gets pretty dark. Oh, and we go from dark to like super sad and somewhat dark. Similitude. The episode where we grow a new trip in a test tube just so we can harvest his organs. All right. Yay. It's totally not tragic what happens in the end. It's another one of those moral choices that Archer has to let slip through season 3. Lifeline, Voyager episode where the Doctor gets sent back to the Alpha Quadrant and we get to play around with some stuff there. Jupiter Station, which we've heard about before, but now we get to see, which seems to be like the recycled hulls of like 4 or 5 other starships with some other random stuff in between. What I'm saying is kit bashing. And this was for years there have been like, split screens on 2 people and it's just filmed at 2 different times on the same take and you get on different sides. Or at the very least, you leave the camera in the same spot and then you cut the 2 frames down the middle. This was the first time in television history that they'd done a realistic looking, probably at that time, blue screening of Bob Picardo like walking around himself as 2 different characters, and it looked pretty seamless. So there's that in television history, and also it's a touching moment between the Doctor and his creator, and hey, Reg Barkley and Deanna Troi, who's better in Voy. Troi is better in Voy. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea why this episode's this high, and I'm not even gonna try to blame my friends that have redone this list for me. I'm pretty sure I put these here. But lore just does not, as a whole, work for me. The whole thing with Hugh and like his underground movement was fine. And I think what I really liked, there are parts that I do really like about Descent, and one of the major ones is Beverly Crusher, who is probably a fine and competent doctor, but we don't even see her do a lot of doctoring over the course of TNG, the same way like Bones has to sort out all kinds of crazy medical crap in TOS, or even Bashir in DS9. But every time we put her in the captain's chair, she seems super confident and awesome, especially here, particularly here even. So Beverly Crusher is the high point of this episode. Hugh is a good footnote. Laura can go fuck himself. The Manor. We just talked about this episode a couple weeks ago on Buffer Time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Just that pretty much all of us agree that this is a much better recut of The Cage. The Cage is not on this list because the menagerie is here. All the best parts of The Cage are in the menagerie, and then all the extra parts about Pike and about Spock. And it resonates even more now that Strange New Worlds has played up these characters and how they are. So yeah, the menagerie, it's both the best and worst two-parter in TOS, because it's the only two-parter in TOS. Great job. This is I know we've still got more than 200 episodes, but this is in the top 10. There is not a lot of TOS left on this list. Who watches The Watchers at 233? I'm glad I'm not the only... Wait, whoa. Did I? Really? Okay, so somebody did move it, because I feel like I remember it having it reasonably high up around there. And I promise you, I haven't touched it since my original rankings years ago. So I don't know what some of you have moved. I can't imagine anybody moving Descent up this high. But it does at least have its moments. Beverly Crusher. I will defend this episode for a character that I overall don't like, but can be awesome. Anyway, on to How Watches the Watchers at 233. Picard become like the Cisco, the Picard. And he is also a god to some proto-Vulcans. This is a really classic episode that I don't have a lot to say about. It's just, I don't have anything super good and memorable that sticks out in my mind other than the fact that they nearly kill Picard. It's a good thing he has that artificial heart. But it's a decent episode. It's a good exploration. It's one of the first really decent episodes getting into season 3. 232, The Sound of Thunder in Discovery. This one is it starts super family oriented and nice with Saru going back to Kaminar for the first time since he left to join Starfleet, only to get into this whole thing with their mortal enemy that oversees most of the planet, the Baul. And he has to then save his sister from it, and then he liberates the planet from them. So, I mean, good for Saru. It's one of the most Star Trek-y messages in all of Discovery, and it's done quite well. Good job, Doug Jones. 231, DS9's The Begotten. This is where Odo becomes a changeling again. It's I don't have a lot to say about it. I feel bad for the baby changeling. It's another moment where he tries to buck his dad scientist that found him, Moira, again, but then realizes, oh hey, there's a reason we do things, and they might not even be pleasant, but we do them for a reason. And then this baby changeling that he gets to have experience being some basic shapes gives him the chance to be a shapeshifter again. Great. It's heartfelt. You feel bad for the baby changeling in the end, but hey, Odo gets his groove back. At 230, TNG's Conundrum. Totally not the god of the people from Justice. Blanking on the race's name because fucking Justice. But they reused that model of their god as the Lycian Central Command. I remember that this was one of the first episodes that I truly remember seeing as a kid. And then I didn't know that Kieran McDuff wasn't supposed to be part of the main cast. I'm just like, yeah, all right. I'd seen some episodes. This wasn't like the first episode I'd ever seen, but one of the first I really remember. Like I didn't know that this guy was not a real Starfleet officer. The ending, the whole thing, like, oh, well, they could have ended her war and stuff. I actually don't care. But the run of it and like figuring out who they are, I'm invested in that plot. 229 Enterprises. Oh, and 28. And oh no, is that only a two-parter? I thought the Phlox kidnapping one was 3, but there are so many 2 and 3-parters in season 4 of Enterprise, it's hard to keep up. So Phlox is kidnapped, and we find out why why 90s Klingons look different from TOS Klingons. And while I don't care that we redesigned them for like the 4th time in Discovery, they could have saved, the way I understand it, they spent $1 million working out that makeup. They could have just put big bushy eyebrows on the Klingons and on humans and called them Klingons and walked away. But as for this episode itself, it is an interesting side note, but maybe they should have left it a mystery just because nobody was going to follow it in the future. 227, The Red Directive, not the Red Hour. This is the beginning of Discovery Season 5. It sets up this cool mystery with Maul and Locke and progenitor tech. And you've got this way out of control Captain Raynor who will get reined in the next episode and get demoted. But yeah, coming out of season 4, I was like, geez, I think Discovery has blown its wad, and it's probably out of ideas. But season 5, and particularly its first episode, impressed me. It locked me in for the season. 226, Strange New Worlds Charades. Charades? Who can say? Which one is this one? I knew this was a T'Pring episode. Oh yeah, where her like parents come on board, but Spock has a transporter accident, and he looks human right now. And they don't appreciate that very much. They already hate, or at least her mom hates that he was already only half Vulcan. So when she meets a, human in a beanie, she's like, well, why are you marrying my daughter? I don't think she talked like that, but that's how I imagine this woman talks. T'Pring's dad seems pretty chill and just like, yeah, hey, I'll go with whatever my wife says because I don't want to cause an argument. But he seems like one of those guys that like has the really strict controlling wives that like after they do something stupid will like go up to whoever the wife just disrespected and be like, I'm really sorry. She's like that. Just do what she says and we'll all be fine. So yeah, there's a lot going on here about like prejudices and overcoming them and, fighting for your love, even if that's not going to pay out. And this is basically the end of their relationship that Spock knows. We'll see if we get any more of that in Strange New Worlds. I really doubt T'Pring comes back at all. I think their next meeting is in Amok time. All right, Enterprise's The Andorian Incident. This is the first time Archer meets Shran, and Shran beats the shit out of him, and then they both agree that the Vulcans are fucking liars. This is a great setup, and not just because it brings back Jeffrey Combs as a new wonderful character. He's definitely not dialed in yet, but a great start to Shran, and one of those good early Enterprise episodes in a sea of lower end mediocrity that early Enterprise is. Empok Nor. This is a totally Halloween episode where you really get to know what Garak can do. I mean, we've had innuendos and hints of what Garak's capable of, but like when he goes crazy and then sets his mind to hunting O'Brien and through Nog, it just like I don't think we've had another quote unquote villain that has hit quite like this until Noose Braka in the past season of Academy. While he chews the scenery a lot more, and Garrick is a little more measured even when he's like going psychotic. I don't think it's unfair to compare this version of Garrick going psychotic because of like the Cardassian virus that's in the air to him. I think they're very similar. Like regular Garrick, no, because he's way more measured and in way more control than Noose Braka. 223 Enterprise's Stigma. So I never understood. There was a thing going around at this time in Hollywood where like all the major networks on all of their shows were going to do an episode about AIDS. And this is what they decided to do here. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad episode, but I don't ever get the sense that this is about like AIDS or incurable diseases, just that it's about, hey, you should probably believe and help survivors, victims of SA. That's how I took it, because she was like, you know, mind assaulted like Deanna Troi 1,000 times. And that's what caused this whole thing to come up. Then there's the B plot in this, which is just silly, where like Flock's wife wants to bang Trip, and Phlox is like, yeah, that's fine. That's how we roll on Denobula. And Trip's like, no. And it's uncomfortable. It's yeah. Sexual harassment and SA packed into the same episode. Go. 222 Voyager's Riddles. Tuvok loses his memory. Yeah, as I remember, this happens to Tuvok like twice, but this time is when he starts like making cake. He starts making cakes and then like does out the like waveform of however they can detect the people that did this to him, and scrambled his brain. I feel so bad for Tuvok, but Tim Russ acts this very well, as he always does. Yeah, good episode. Enterprise The Shipment. More part of the Xindi War arc, where they make friends with the people that are making the actual like precursors to explosives, but don't know that they're abetting genocide at this point. And then Archer makes them aware, and the lead scientist is like, shit, maybe we should do something different. It ends up helping Archer out. And like, I find it incredible. So Archer comes in strong, both here and with pretty much all the Xindi that he meets at first, because I mean, they just killed 8 million people on Earth. And he assumes that all of them are going to be out for Earthlings at all times, but then gets met with making allies at pretty much every turn within the Xindi, and realizing like, yeah, actually, we're not so different. So it's one of those many just like really good classic Trek. We can work together even though we're not allies. Picard, Absolute Candor. I used to really hate this episode because of what I called the Borg ballroom dancing scene, where Narek and Soji just like literally twirl through the whole hall and like slide down the hallways of a Borg cube. And this is another Jonathan Frakes directed episode. If this wasn't directed by Frakes, I don't think it'd be very good at all, but he makes things more fun and adds some pizzazz and some interesting camera angles. And Picard gets the son that I was going to say never had, but just never knew about in Elnor. Treachery, Faith, and the Great River. Okay, so there's two things going on, and actually the A plot is merely fine. The like Weyoun defected, and Odo, and then Odo has to end up giving him up, or the Weyoun ends himself so that they don't end Odo. And that was almost not a changeling harming another, but boy, the Dominion putting out a hit on a founder. I think that's a no-no. But the other plot going on, which is just this fun Ferengi thing where like Nog gets to use his Ferenginess to trade for parts within Starfleet, because the captain's like, I need that new anti-grav unit and I need it in 2 days, period, end of story. I don't care that they're out at the quartermaster. And Nog really proves himself to be both a super capable Starfleet officer and an amazing Ferengi businessman, all in one package. And just as a B plot, I am here for that. And that kicks this otherwise just decent Dominion War Arc plot with Weyoun and Odo up. The Elysian Kingdom. Some people hate this one. I like it a lot, especially that the book is written by Benny Russell. And this also has this weird quality of being like, I'm trying to remember the TAS episode. I know I've already talked about it, or have I? Where they end up in this like pocket dimension where like all the races of the Alpha Quadrant that are like some warring, some friends, and they're all friends here because they're just because they can't leave. And even the Klingons that were just recently trapped here in the Enterprise have to work each other out. What I'm getting to is that how it's described is remarkably similar to this nebula that M'Benga releases his daughter into with this unknown entity named Deborah. And you almost wonder if either M'Benga's daughter or Deborah created this other universe from TAS. Anywho. 217 DS9's For the Cause. Cisco learns that his boo is running cargo to the Maquis when she shouldn't be. And and Eddington's a traitor. He's also in the Maquis, and he used all of them. So she's going to go away for a while, and Eddington's going to become his antagonist. Although one could argue again, like the Dukat being the antagonist of Trek, maybe Eddington was really the protagonist and Cisco the antagonist. Certainly in For the Cause, not For the Cause, but For the Uniform, that definitely seems to be quite true. 216, The Forgotten Enterprise. More Xindi War Arc. There's a lot of that through here. And that makes sense. The Xindi War Arc, it wasn't perfect. It had problems, but it was also quite decent. So like the 7.5s, 8s out of 10. That's pretty much where we are in the rankings right now. I'm going to go about 10 more minutes and then I need a break. I didn't even say anything about the Forgotten. What happened? Trip's tired. Oh, this is the one where one of his crewmen in engineering dies and Archer's like, she was your crew member, you should write the letter home to family. And Trip, like the whole episode is just he's going for days and pushing himself because Enterprise is falling apart. And he's also agonizing over what to write in this letter. Until like the ghost of this crewman literally comes to him in his dreams and is like, hey, you got this, pretty much. And that really hits. And there's actual like Xindi War Arc stuff, or Dominion, Xindi, the Xindi War Arc going on where where Archer's trying to find proof to prove that like, hey, yeah, the Sphere Builders, they're not good people, and they also lied to you about Earthlings. Yeah, quite good. One of the many Kirk talks a computer to death. Richard Daystrom, this is not the actor's first appearance in Trek. He first appeared as Admiral so-and-so. And I keep seeing like the meme come up that him as a Black Admiral was like 6 years before the actual U.S. Navy got a Black Admiral. So go Star Trek for getting ahead of that curve. But this one's super interesting, and like it actually causes like loss of life on the other side, or like this Federation versus Federation war game. And I think it's a good message about not trusting AI. If only we listened. Sarek, the TNG episode. Gene Roddenberry originally had a rule that nothing that was in TOS and none of the characters, outside of that one little quick cameo we got of Bones in Encounter at Farpoint, was to be canon. You weren't allowed to bring him in, and he had no control of the series by this point. But he was still alive, and he was frustrated that they brought Sarek in. And at first, he even told the production staff, like, you can't even mention Spock. So they do it in this like roundabout way where Sarek just calls him his son, and never says Spock. I mean, for all we know, he's talking about Sybok. For all we know, he's talking about yet another Spock sibling that we didn't know about. Didn't know about his half brother till we did. We didn't know about his adopted sister till we did. For all we know, there's another Sarek baby out there. But anyway, in this one, it's mostly like Patrick Stewart getting the chance to really go and put on the emotions and turn them up to 11, which is not something he gets to do a lot in this series. And I think that's the crux. It's not even so much that, hey, I am glad to see Mark Leonard, but like the episode itself is mildly boring and entertaining until he gets to this part where it's like Patrick Stewart is he's doing some of the most like heavy acting I've ever seen him do in any thing I've seen him in. Yeah, for sure. All right, where are we? 213, Jetrel. Here's one that my friend Vanessa from I Love Bad Star Trek, we fully disagree on. They are not a big fan of this episode at all and have done an episode about it. And that's okay. If we all agreed on the same stuff, would it even matter? I do like Jetrel and the analog to like Oppenheimer and other scientists that are involved in like nasty work, and they're like, some people think they don't have a conscience about it, but most of them do and are cognizant that what they're doing may not be good in the long run. I don't know how to put it. It's like, this episode is weird. The whole like transporting and like making random piles of organs thing. Well, that was a bit weird, but I mean, it's in furtherance of like trying to bring the survivors back because the dude has guilt about them dying under his watch. I do like this episode. And it's also the first one where like Neelix stands up and becomes more than just a sex pest. Under the Cloak of War, the season 2 episode I didn't know I needed in my life. I mean, I always need Clint Howard in as much Trek as we can put him in, reasonably. But this like M'Benga as the Butcher of Jagal reveal is quite shocking. Like, you don't really see him like this. There had been a weird thing about like a serum, and then he like becomes a crime fighter early in the season, and you don't know what it is until now they like pay it off and show you like, hey, I used to be like the guy for Starfleet intelligence. And he's like pinned down by war, and that's how him and Christine met, and she has seen some stuff already too. So, this is a really heavy hitting episode. I might even rank this higher than this. I did like this one a lot. And hey, we went back to like regular old 90s kind of style Klingon makeup. I know they're like, the way they make prosthetics now is vastly different. And that was one of the main reasons, at least I'm told, that they changed the Klingons, because they wouldn't look right like the 90s, but they seem to manage to have done it in Strange New Worlds. Anyway, 211 TNG's Remember Me? Another like good Crusher episode. Crusher almost gets crushed by her offspring's own warp bubble experiment. As people disappear, and like, I'm surprised people give Beverly the benefit of the doubt as long as they do, considering how this universe works. Until eventually, like, the first time I saw this as a kid, for something where it just ends up being one person on a ship, I find it kind of terrifying, or at least I did. This, like, the universe is slowly shrinking around you, so you better figure a way out. That is absolutely terrifying. And a good Crusher episode. Fun fact, not exactly fun, but Gates McFadden did all her own stunts for this and didn't know she was pregnant at the time, but she was. She was only a few weeks along, but she was pregnant during this. 210, DS9's Hippocratic Oath. Boy, isn't that something that Bashir should be following, especially with his lady patients a little more often. But that's not even what this one's about. It's a good moral quandary that tests both the bonds of the Hippocratic Oath and the friendship between Miles and Julian. And there is some angst there for a while after this. So I'm glad that it worked for at least a few episodes before they were like, oh, buddy, let's go to the holodeck again. I think Bashir did the right thing, and this is a good episode. It's definitely an episode where you can ask a lot of deep questions and discuss. Enterprise at 209, Minefield. This one's super cool on a lot of levels. I mean, it sucks for Reed, but he kind of sucks as a character, let's be honest. We get the Romulans in their first chronological appearance in the franchise, and they definitely have the upper hand. That's pretty cool. I don't think they were supposed to have had cloaking devices that early, but whatever. I'm not even gonna worry about that in the grand scheme of Trek retcons. But yeah, you'll both learn a lot about Reed, even if I don't care. And it's quite an interesting plot, and Archer like wanting to sacrifice himself. And it's this delicate balancing act between doing what you're supposed to do because you stepped into somebody's territory that you didn't realize, and saving both one man and your entire crew. Good episode. Really good episode. 208, Crisis Point 2, Paradoxis. Paradoxis. That one. I'll tell you, the thing I like about this the most is one of the simplest little gags. I love that when they're on the Cerritos, we're on full 16:9 frame aspect ratio. And then when we go to the holodeck, they literally have to step over the black bars that create the black barring at the holodeck door. One of my favorite tiny little things about Trek. The first time I saw the episode, I didn't even notice. It was the second episode. I was like, wait, so they went from 16:9 to anamorphic, and then I didn't notice the transition, and then I saw them like literally Boimler stepping over the black barring coming out. I love that. Now, what else do I like? Basically everything. Like, Boimler really goes on this journey of self-reflection until he realizes all platitudes are meaningless. There's a lot going on in this episode, and it sets up his alter ego clone to become both the destroyer and savior of all universes. Hooray! And we'll be back for that one much later in this. 207, Strange New Worlds, Memento Mori. Wait, was this the first time we saw the Gorn as the Gorn puppets? Because I know it was only the first. Maybe it was this one and not the one where Hemmer died. Maybe it's both. I'm crazy. This one, it had a good message. It introduced the Gorn back. It's fine. I don't have a lot to say about it. 206 DS9 Heart of Stone. This one's one of those mind fucks where Odo thinks he's just trying to help Kira, and really it's his people trying to deceive him and figure out what his real motivations are. I don't like this as much as some people do, but it is the first really big hint and hit that, like, Odo is full on head over heels in love with Kira, even if that won't pay off for 3 more seasons during his way. 205, Voyager's Imperfection, where Seven's cortical node is gone. And I both love and hate that when they end up offing Icheb in Stardust City Rag, the worst episode of Picard, the first thing is like, where's your cortical node, buddy? He gave it 7 of 9. He doesn't have it anymore. That's pretty much it. It's like, this is just a good episode, and I don't know how to explain why it's good. It's just very heartfelt, the stuff between Icheb and Seven. Enjoy it a lot. Starship Mine, an episode that both is ranked and, for me, is better than it has any right to be. This is Die Hard on a starship during the Baryon sweep. This is Tim Russ's first time in Trek as a random human. There is just something about Picard going full warrior man, and like, at first I never understood, like, so he has a bow and arrow and like chemicals in his quarters. I didn't realize until just a couple years ago, like, oh hey, he's in Worf's quarters making the like explosives, and apparently Worf has a archery device, crossbow, and apparently Picard knows how to use that. But this is a super fun, interesting episode. 203, Picard's Penance. Second episode of season 2. Our only episode that looks at the Confederation universe, which is like the Mirror universe if it were even more fascist. And we just completely destroyed our biosphere on Earth. So I think they were really trying to speak to us today through that, and it does strike a nerve for me. I like this one in season 2 quite a lot. I wouldn't mind if they went back here as like a 1-episode foray from some other series, just like the Mirror Universe. I think the Mirror Universe itself is like played out at least for a while. This could be interesting to go back to this well at least once. Just don't overuse it like the Mirror Universe has been. Any serious writer carries their own saddle. Pike knows this too. All right, a couple more and then I'm going to take a break. Let's get to number 200. Vaulting Ambition. This is where they finally realize Lorca is actually Mirror Universe Lorca, and they're in the Mirror Universe, and he has the upper hand. And then Giorgio like goes full bore, and just like when she finds out who Burnham really is and who the Lorca here really is, kills her entire council. And that was a pretty awesome thing too. And just like Emperor Giorgio, awesome. Love her. Give me more Michelle Yeoh. I would even take another Section 31 movie. I know there's basically nobody out there for it, but I would give it one more chance, especially if we follow up on what they were talking about at the end of that movie, where they're going to go to Tasha Yar's home planet, and probably start whatever throws the entire government into chaos for decades to come. What do we got here at 2:01? Visionary, DS9. Oh yeah, this is I Hate Temporal Mechanics episode where O'Brien like sees the future. If you know anything about Romulan ships, you might pick up what's going on before we get to the end of the episode. I know when they were like, yeah, I'm detecting a force singularity somewhere. I'm like, it's the Romulans. They are plotting this whole thing, and then I was right in the end. If you're not like a hardcore Star Trek aficionado, this might pay off better. I'm not saying it's a bad episode. I do really like this in the like O'Brien must suffer, and much like Harry Kim, the O'Brien that we get to know isn't truly from his own. Maybe he's from his own. No, he's not from his own universe because something different happened. I hate temporal mechanics, but the O'Brien that goes forward is not the same O'Brien that went back in time on purpose or forward in time on purpose. It's a distinct but similar O'Brien, like Harry Kim. Okay, we're going to get a break heading into number 200, but let's get a peek at what we've got coming up after the break. DS9's crossover. Hey, Mirror Universe stuff. Cool. I haven't had a break in hours, so let's hide that. What am I going to give you? What have I got left here? The best of satire in Trek.
I submit to you. Submitted for your approval, or at least your analysis.
Who has summoned me? Disturbs my slumber.
We've just seen is not real. Never happened.
Are you unsatisfied with your meal of colorful cubes? That's fine as long as you get your daily intake of milk. Milk's good for you and contains 22 essential nutrients to build strong, healthy bodies. Got milk? Warning, engineering consoles are not to be used as coasters per Starfleet Regulation 4747, or this may happen to you.
About this long, this thick?
Baseball. Am I crossing you?
You're gonna look pretty funny trying to eat corn on a cob with no teeth.
Professor. I was just thinking.
You might be some kind of Martian.
Vulcan?
Whatever. Bottom line is...
We ain't got no union cards.
In other words...
That's now!
I'm not saying we...
Ain't got no union cards.
But I don't play ball. I have to get clearance.
Let me talk to Bob.
I reach that, brother. I really do.
I can't get stuck here.
Stuck?
Stuck?
Ain't fed me since I got here. It was a nightmare. God awful smell of meringue.
Enlarge.
Yeah, we're banging on the wall.
Fully enlarge.
Now, Ensign.
I said now, Silent Bob.
You're on a mission to save them.
We're on a mission from God.
I want full emergency power.
I want a hamburger.
I want the warp drive engines on full standby.
I want a hot dog. I want a milkshake.
I want everything within about 2 minutes. Kirk out.
We may be able to match Hostiles 9.8, sir, but at extreme risk.
It's too dangerous. We've got to slow down first.
You want to see the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed? No sign of disease or malnutrition or parasitic infection. No, I have no reason to keep you here.
You know what doctors aren't allowed to do with their lady patients?
Yeah.
Well, he did.
And they're not going anywhere until I personally talk to J. Edgar Hoover.
Why is J. Edgar Hoover on your phone? I didn't know. He's on everybody else's. Why shouldn't he be on mine?
I think you'll find that's manure.
Manure! I hate manure!
There's something you should know. And what would that be?
Unlike some other Robin Hoods, I can speak with an English accent.
Go back to the oversight.
Got the rest of us?
Take that one and don't track back.
Bunny? Bunny where?
You're feeling better.
Yes, thank you.
This is your brain.
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
What I can't understand is why anyone would voluntarily become dependent on a chemical.
Just say no.
That's why I'm here. I'm getting ready to die.
We go over to the dying holes and we die.
I'm going to have to ask you all to please refrain from using your imaginations.
Imagination.
You've been very kind to me. I'm gonna check out now.
Time to cash out. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
You and First Officer Spock, be our guests on Stratus.
Be our guest. Be our guest.
I already have.
I'm glad.
I am their prisoner. I was returning from a diplomatic mission when they attacked my transport.
I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
Hello, Corrine. Don't you think it's time we stop pretending?
Hello, Clarice. It's good to see you again.
There are damaged subroutines in all of the character files. Shut it down.
Shut it down!
Open, please. Wider.
And open, please. And open wider.
Have you ever had to end a marriage? The arguments are long over, and there's really nothing much left to say at all.
Husband should be like Kleenex. Soft, strong, and disposable.
She says she's a tracer, a kind of bounty hunter.
Your mother's a tracer!
What species are you?
That's a complicated question.
That's a stupid question.
Are there any grown-ups I could speak to?
That's a stupid question, too.
I want to be baptized.
What are you doing with that damn hammer?
I don't rightly know. I just kindly woke up holding it.
You will be taken to Central Prison on Cardassia Prime.
That is your receipt for your husband. Thank you. And this is my receipt for your receipt.
Blank alert. Blank alert.
Red alarm! Red alarm!
I thought you were Herosian or Borg.
There are no aliens roaming the corridors.
Aliens! It's aliens! Those freaking aliens! I knew they'd do this!
Tell me you read the course manual.
I skimmed it, more or less.
I skimmed almost most of it and read some of the captions.
Archer.
Ventura!
Yes, Satan?
Are you a female? Your gender? I am a male. There seem to be a number of anatomical differences.
Sexual harassment, panda. Say hi to sexual harassment, panda!
I think we've reached the top.
Harry! I've reached the top!
My name's Merriweather. Patrick Merriweather. And this is my wife, Anastasia.
Allow myself to introduce myself. My name is Richie Cunningham, and this is my wife, Oprah.
Mr. Vulcan, come in, please. I can hardly see you.
Come in and know me better, man.
Yes, that is Starfleet. Yes, that is who we are.
Yes. Mexican dude.
Carter Montalban.
Yes. I'm
I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral.
I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical.
The data wasn't clear on why Omega stabilized in the last few seconds.
I guess we'll never know for sure what happened this Christmas Eve in Central Park.
I'm an explorer as well. At least I used to be.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
You actually enjoy this?
It's an acquired taste.
Back when I was picking beans in Guatemala, we used to make fresh coffee. Right off the trees, I mean. This is shit.
Well, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something! There's a whole galaxy out there full of people who will reach.
I reach that, brother. I really do.
What's this?
What's this?
They came from the future too, you know. Yeah, they came in on a starship.
We came on the rocket car.
A flawless kill.
Flawless victory.
Get down!
Get down. Who's the prey now?
Who's the fall guy now? Coyote Ugly?
Hello, we're back, and I think we have a new friend. Who's there?
Hold on.
I muted
All
myself
right.
so I wouldn't make a
Hold
sound
it.
during
No,
whatever just happened.
We hear you.
Hello, hello. Hi, I'm Charisse, the Sci-Fi Savage, joining here on part 3 of the 5-year anniversary celebration of
This is
Dustin's
actually
channel.
don't let the bottom of the screen fool you.
Part 2.
I never correct. This is actually part 2. Part 3 will come after buffer time.
Okay, that makes sense because the link said part 2.
So you're saying whatever this was a segment that I used to call Satire and Trek. And I put together my best of from stuff I had done years ago. And that's I have to have some break content in 18 hours. I just ate dinner in 7 minutes, so I'm ready to run a 4-minute mile. Let's go. All right. Charisse, I am so glad to have you here with me. Let's get rid of that. Toss up that. And we are at DS9's crossover. This is the first Mirror Universe episode where Kira and Bashir cross over through the wormhole. Thoughts?
Yeah, so I didn't realize, so as you know, I just watched Deep Space Nine for the first time last year. And so but I had seen all of the new Trek. So there was a lot of Mirror Universe in Discovery, like a lot. And one of my friends was like, oh yeah, there was a ton in Deep Space Nine. So this is our first taste of it. And I was like, okay, let's see what the Mirror Universe is all about. Cause I also, am making my way through TOS. So I didn't experience that Mirror Universe episode yet, like whatever the first one was. So I was excited to see what the Mirror Universe was. I was not the biggest fan in the world of like super sexy Kira, just because I felt like it was kind of lazy. It's always like, I know what we can do with the female cast, make them really sexy. It just, I don't know. It just felt like, okay, we couldn't do anything different.
Kind of fair, but that's also the Mirror Universe and just kind of how it operates in all of the other iterations of Trek.
I mean, they didn't make Cisco sexy at all, or Bashir. They didn't make it, but like, you know what? That being said, that was my biggest complaint. However, I do like the way that evil Kira, I don't know, I do like the way that evil Kira pulls people's strings as we keep seeing her over and over. So that's kind of fun. And it all started here. So I thought it was a little bit lazy writing, but I did enjoy seeing the characters get to play different versions of themselves. And I think that's always fun when it's like, it's them, but it's not really them. And they get to do something that's just like out of their wheelhouse as far as what we're used to seeing. Because it just gives us a little bit of a break. As long as they don't do it all the time, then it's good.
Fair enough. All right. We're going to keep our answers short. I have to get through about 100 episodes to be on schedule before buffer time in an hour. So, yeah. All right. What's next? For the uniform, where Eddington forces Cisco's hand and makes him commit a war crime and poison an atmosphere. I do like this one, but I don't agree with what Ben did at all.
Okay. I think if it was like, I don't know, for some reason in this universe, it just seems like there's like limitless M-class planets. So it felt like less of a total, complete, utter destruction as it would if there was less M-class planet. It seems like they just went like to the planet to the left in my mind. But yeah, it was pretty intense and does show that Cisco kind of takes no prisoners kind of a thing.
Yeah, and I did appreciate the like Les Miserables thing that was going on. And this was the introduction of the holo communicator, which I was actually surprised that they used multiple times for multiple things, and it wasn't just a throwaway gag for this episode. All right, 198, DS9's A Time to Stand. This is the first of the like 6-parter at the beginning of season 6. Where we come back and it's DS9 is now Terok Nor.
I don't remember this episode. Like, I remember the 6-parter because I kept watching it till it ended because I had to know what happened. But since I binged it, I don't remember what happened in this episode. So, your thoughts?
I don't remember all the stuff that happened on Terok Nor. I think it was mostly just like set up with like Weyoun and Dukat. But the main part of it was that Cisco and Dax and Garrick and stuff go and use the captured Dominion ship that they had to go destroy the Ketracel White facility. And then in the next episode, they crash land with it. So this sets that up. It's a pretty good standard Dominion War thing. Not quite as good as most of the rest of the episodes in that 6-parter, but very decent here in the top 200. Okay, 197, more DS9. I think we're gonna have quite a few here in the 100s. Actually, Soldiers of the Empire. This is the first time Martok, after he is freed from the Dominion prison, comes in and he's given the like worst ship with the most incompetent crew that has no history of battle victories.
Is this the one with
he has to put
Alexander?
him into shape. No, that's later. That's like a season later. No, this is just the first time he gets like used to his crew, and yeah, I'm not even sure that it's worth being where it is. It is a good episode, and it like lifts Martok up, but like Dax has to push Worf into like challenging him for command just to get Martok to step up and be the real leader that he needs to be, and then he's great after that. All better.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. Now that you say it, I remember it. But for some reason, I'm just keep mixing it in my mind with the Alexander episode. But yeah, I remember that was a good use of Dax and Worf, and like going deeper into Klingon culture.
It really was. I liked this one a lot. I don't like all the Klingon stuff. This was a good one. 196. Oh boy, more DS9. We're going backwards though. We started with season 6 and season 5. Now we're at season 4. This is when Dukat has been. He's still a gull, but he's been demoted to freighter duty.
And
then
Kira steals a Klingon ship.
Kira helps it, like shows him like Bajoran guerrilla tactics, and like, all right, so we've captured this Klingon weapon that's meant to be ground based, but now we gotta like get rid of all your cargo so you can put it in your cargo hold and you can fire this giant weapon that way. And she teaches him how to fight Scrappy, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blanking on this one too. So
fair. I mean, you've only seen it once recently. I feel
it
like
was recent, but I don't know why it's not like coming to me.
I'm in the process of rewatching Battlestar 04, and there's like so much that makes more sense to me on this second watch, and also because I just finished watching OG Battlestar, so there's a lot of little things that are actually better set up in the 70s one that start to make more sense about what's happening.
Sorry, one second. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
All right, keep going without me.
All right. Where are we? 195, The Pegasus. Totally the episode that is only here to set up Enterprise's final episode, and wonderful thing, and it totally won't be resented. No, this episode by itself is quite good, and the like. I bet Charisse can talk about The Pegasus more than
love this episode. Yeah, I was gonna say for your BSG thing, did you know that Katie Sackhoff, the actress who played Kara Thrace, is doing a rewatch of BSG?
Yes, I've seen most of her. Yep, with her husband. Yep,
yeah, so for those of you watching, if you like BSG, check that out. Pegasus, love it. It is one of my favorite episodes of season 7, which isn't saying much because season 7's not great.
True.
But it is one of my favorites of season 7. So.
Yeah, that is something. Like there's some
good ones in
episodes,
there.
And
there's
then
mostly
a
bad
whole
ones. Yeah.
lot of lower end. I don't know. They ran out of ideas. But yes, this one is quite good, and I honestly don't know why the Federation ever signed the Treaty of Algeron or like didn't develop this stuff.
Thank you. And then
more
in
than they did.
DS9 they had the cloaked ship, and I was like, why didn't they have this all along? Because I watched them out of order. And when I watched it, I was like, okay, so like everybody should have this. Everybody should have this.
No, they're special. They're special little guys. They get it. Nobody else. But yeah, this was a good one and gave us some late in the game backstory on Riker. All All right, DS9 season 7 once more unto the breach. This is where Core from TOS comes back for his
Oh.
final appearance, and he's like, because he's down and out, nobody will give him a command or even a position on a ship, least of all Martok. And then Worf has to go behind Martok's back and be like, yeah, I made him second officer. I hope you don't mind.
Core was a really old guy, right?
Yes.
And this was like his second shot at glory.
It's his final shot at
Or
glory.
last shot at
he's
glory, I
well
mean.
over 100 years old, and like he pissed Martok off because he was I guess like back in the day he was in charge of like who got on the officers list and made it as candidates
Oh.
into like whatever their war college is or whatever.
And now the tables are
So
turned.
he denied him, and now Martok's like the only one that can get him back into the fleet and in glory during wartime, and he won't do it. But Worf forces his hand, and then he proves himself and like
Doesn't he like sacrifice himself for something?
Yes. At first it's like he's got dementia and he like almost causes their whole attack to collapse, but then like save the whole rest of the fleet by sacrificing himself in one ship because he's like awesome at tactics. But
Yeah.
holds them off so that everybody else can get away.
I
So
remember
it's a
this one.
fitting end to Core. I've like it's when they like bring out the blood wine at the end, you feel for this guy because this has been being played up since season 1 of TOS. I don't know if you remember the episode. I know you've only been recently watching most of TOS. Did you see the only Klingon episode in season 1 with the
With the Tribbles, right?
Organians? No, that's season 2.
Oh.
The Organians force them to the Federation and the Klingons to stop fighting because they're like all powerful. Didn't see that one? An Errand
No.
of Mercy. That's the name of the episode.
Mm-mm.
Errand of Mercy.
No, haven't seen it yet.
That's one of the best episodes of season 1, honestly. And that's where we first meet Core. Same actor, John
That's
Cleekos.
wild. That's pretty
who
cool.
also, you want to tie in some Battlestar stuff. John Cleekos also plays Baltar in OG Battlestar. And he's amazing.
Wow. That's wild. I have not seen OG Battlestar. I'm a little nervous about that, but I'll put it
A
on the
lot of it's worse than TOS. I'll be brutally honest, but it does have some charm, and it does help make some things make more sense from 04 that they never, for having a 4-season run and that only having a 1-season run. They packed a lot into it for the 1970s. It's not great, but it has its moments. And John Cleekos is a lot of them.
Can
Him
I
as
just say-
Baltar is one of the best.
Can I just say two things? One, Norman, I see you in the chat and you're killing it. Keep going. And also, whatever this is awesome. This is
just this,
awesome.
this
Like I
random
just keep,
scroll.
I just keep seeing stuff where I'm like, oh yeah. Oh look, Janeway just got zapped. Oh, that's the time. Like this is great. This is just like
Yeah, you know how I've said before I have the folder with like 17,000
Yes.
Trek pictures?
This
Yeah, I
is
just
those?
use OBS and let it do a random rotated
Oh, it's
image
awesome.
sequence.
It's awesome.
I wish I could have it go more with me, but I cannot take the time to do like
You don't need that. This is
Customized
this is such a delight. Plus, it's like all the episodes you've already talked about. We get to see glimpses of them still.
Yeah. You missed earlier I still have it on this my empty box for my cat bed. My
Like in
my
case your
cat was
cat
here for
joins?
my cat
Oh.
was here most of the day actually.
Okay.
And he kind of sold the show for a little while even. I have the camera still on in case he comes back. It's right there. Anyway, we gotta keep moving. Where are we? 193, Voyager's latent image. Oh yeah, where the Doctor has to be talked down off the ledge for the second time because he can't make a binary 50-50 split decision.
Which is a dangerous condition for a doctor who needs to make decisions like that quite often. But for some reason in season 5, it just got to him. And you know what? I'm not gonna hold that against him because his program was evolving. So we could say this is like we can say this is him being even more human for him to like have a challenge with this instead of just a calculation.
Yeah, I mean they at least by the end of it, treat him more like a human that's going through something than, oh, just a program to be altered or wiped.
Yeah,
or
we'll just
whatever
reset
they
him.
got to do.
We'll just delete the memory. We'll just reset him. Then they're like, okay, we'll let you actually process it and grieve.
True. DS9 rejoined. This is the famous lesbian kiss episode where Dax meets their former wife from a former host, and now they're both in women hosts.
Wait, Dax's former wife was also joined? I thought she was not a joined Trill.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that's
missed
how
that.
that's how we get this. So like it was Tarius Dax, the shuttle pilot that died
Right,
in a
that was the previous
shuttle
Dax.
accident. Well, it was a couple of previous, but yeah.
Right, that was like Dax number 5 or 4, whatever. But I thought the wife was the same wife, like not that she was
No.
joined and in a new body as well.
Yes, it's a joined thing, and they've both gone down several generations now.
Interesting.
Yep, that's the Khan symbiont. You still haven't seen the TOS movies, have you?
I have seen that one.
Okay, well that's good. Khan. Anyway, to say something about the rejoined episode, it's an important progressive episode in Trek. I don't have a lot to say about the actual plot outside of that. It's merely fine.
It does what it needs to do.
Season 3 of Discovery, People of Earth, where this is after Discovery goes to the 32nd century. They go first to Earth to try to find the Federation, only to find Earth unjoined the Federation. Unfriend.
Earth unfollowed Federation.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember season 3 of Discovery at all, I don't think. So was this a good one? I mean, you put it higher than
I think
Pegasus,
so. And I'll give two quick examples. I like the very end, where, you know, the historic tree on the Academy grounds that like Picard says he carved his name into, and Boothby did something to erase it. So the same tree grows for like 1,000 years, and it's like gigantic, and you get to see like a bunch of the younger main cast members of Discovery sitting under it after they solve this problem. But also the bulk of it is this classic Trek trope where there's these like raiders coming in, so Earth has this shield around it to keep them out. But you only find it, and you think it's a bunch of like weird aliens, but it's just other humans living on like Titan that are attacking them, just trying to get food and medical supplies and stuff. So like Burnham reunites them and like gets them to work stuff out. So, you know, great classic Trek tropes. The Jem'Hadar at number 190. This is the first time we actually get to see the full weight of the Dominion. At the end of season 2, when this episode kind of has a identity crisis. It starts as this fun, like, hey, I'm going to take Jake to the Gamma Quadrant. He's going to do a science project, and we're going to go camping, and we're going to make jambalaya. And then it devolves
and his best friend's going to come because Jake can't go anywhere without Nog.
And then his uncle's going to come because he wants to try to bribe the station commander into doing advertisements.
Which is just like a good fun. It's like a fun, quirky episode.
And then it starts that way. And then it devolves very heavily into, by the end, you find out the Jem'Hadar have wiped out the entire colony the Bajorans set up on the closest planet to the wormhole. And it's like, oh, okay. And we lose because we like at that point think that the Galaxy class starship, that's like the greatest crowning achievement in Starfleet history. And then one just goes down like nothing to the Jem'Hadar. So you're like, oh, these guys are serious.
Yeah, it was the last scene of this episode that got me when one of the Jem'Hadar beams onto Ops, and they like put him in a force field, like a little, like a super close force field, and he's like talking about the crash, and then he just walks through the force field, and I was like, oh my gosh, because we've only ever seen the Borg do that. So like I lost it at this. I was like, oh, we're screwed. We're so screwed. Like the Jem'Hadar could just walk through freaking force fields. That was a good. Yeah, that was a good ending for you to be like something big's coming.
Yeah, as Norman points out, I wish they'd gone back to the Vorta's telekinetic powers again.
Same.
But
Because that was my question
alas-
after that episode. I was like, "Ooh, are we going to see this again?" No.
Nope, not once.
No, we're not.
But hey, they're immune to poison too, and we'll find that out later. Cool. Good episode. 189, The War Within, The War Without. Discovery Season 1's penultimate episode. I like this better than the actual ending episode. It sets up how they're going to finish up the war pretty well until we come to an anticlimax in the end of the final episode. I liked this one. I liked the setup here better than the execution.
I have nothing to add. I'm unless it's Discovery Season 5, which was the latest thing I watched, which was 2 years ago, whenever that came out.
Yeah.
Everything else is like, I have not rewatched it. Put it that way. I haven't rewatched
Fair
it.
and also perfect, because you got a lot to get through here. More Discovery Scavengers. Oh yeah, this is when like Burnham goes to rescue Book on this Emerald Chain planet where he's been captured and enslaved as like a junk dealer and sorting junk. I don't remember all why this is here, to be honest. I remember it being a good episode, but I couldn't tell you why it's great. So if you've got nothing to add, I'm gonna.
Nope, we can keep going.
Ooh, a Voy drone. Oh, this is a good one where they like Seven's nanoprobes and the
Doctor's
EMH
mobile emitter
merge into like super drone from the future.
Who's also a giant child, and I love him so much. This is a great episode. Its ending is very tragic and melancholy, which you don't really see in the beginning because it seems kind of creepy or scary or dangerous. You get all the feels in this episode, like every emotional situation. It starts out kind of silly, goofy, and then at the end you're just like in tears. Or maybe I'll just speak for myself. So I like the journey it took me on.
It is, and it really it moves Seven. There's a lot of moving Seven's character forward in the latter seasons of Void, but this is I feel like the first time. Season 4, she's pretty much the same throughout, and this is the first time where she gets some real growth and shifts a little bit. And the ending is tragic. Hits you in the feels every time. Oh, Timescape. This is one of those ones that I can't tell you why it's an amazing episode.
It's great.
But I've always liked it. And it's the only time we get to see a runabout in TNG, so
yes,
why not?
It's one of my favorites. One of my favorite TNG episodes of all time. We've got the time loopy thing that I like, but it's done in a really interesting new way. And we're trying to figure out the mystery, and everything we think is happening is not what's happening. I love that.
Yeah.
The bad guys are not the bad guys. The weapons are not what you think they are. Like nothing's what
everybody's favorite. Candle Ghost.
Everyone's favorite. Was that at the bottom of your list?
Damn near it. It's in the bottom 20. There are 952-ish episodes, and I say ish because we've already found one double today, so
okay.
I don't know. And they were both in two very different places.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know if so this is not my original list. I have let the crew and Buffer Time mess with this list for the last month.
Oh, I thought you just redid it with new episodes coming in.
New episodes and TAS, which I had never done previously because I was only doing live action. Yeah, I guess the number is actually 951 episodes that we're doing. Anyway, so I find it very interesting that however it got doubled up, two of us put it very different places on the list.
Yeah, that's not surprising though.
It was a Prodigy episode. Anyway, this one, yeah, was solid. Picard drawing a smiley face on a warp core breach.
And then laughing and then screaming. Like that scene alone where you're like, haha, wait, oh, this isn't funny at all. Like that, even that was pretty well done.
Okay. 185, Su'Kal. Where would we figure out where the burn happened? We haven't gone to the sad Kelpian child yet. Oh, this is the one where they leave Tilly in command and she loses Discovery to the Emerald Chain. And that's terrible. I hate that for her, but that's on Saru. How it all happens and how it plays out and the action of this, love it. I am sold on it. Enterprise Damage. Yeah, I know you haven't seen it. This is another hard-hitting, like, Archer betraying his morals because he has to thing. For season 3. That's most of season 3. Archer just devolving and letting all of his morals slide because otherwise Earth dies. But yeah, they like Casey Biggs, who plays Damar in DS9, comes back as a different character in this one, and they literally raid his ship because they need a warp coil, and they are not going to take no for an answer. So
they turn into
yeah.
pirates. Interesting.
Yes. And that's foreshadowed very early in this season that like eventually you'll have to do something you're not proud of and take what you need, and that's exactly what happens. Sorry, spoilers. DS9 The Search. So this is the beginning of season 3. We just did the end of season 2 here a few ago, where they finally get the Defiant for the first time and they go searching for the Founders. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's just good. It's a good two-parter.
And this isn't the one. This is not the one where Garrick and Odo go to find his dad, right?
No.
Okay. Everything about figuring out who the Founders were was super interesting. Odo learns for better or for worse about his people. Yeah, everything about the Founders was super interesting to me. I thought that was like such an interesting species to pull in, and such a great like storyline to keep running with, because I was in. I was like, what's going on? Oh no, Odo's from like the bad guys, but are they the bad guys because they were the victims? I don't know, all of it. I was just, for the nuance and the layers, I was here for it.
Yep, this is a good setup. A good use of the Defiant. I wish we had brought back, I can't remember her name, who ends up playing Seska as the Romulan, but she's only in this episode, and she's supposed to be there to protect the cloaking device that's on loan. But it'd
be so hard to have her on this and on Voyager when it's so clearly Seska.
That's true, though she was pretty minor on. Yeah, that would be tough. And this was roughly the same time, because season 3 started just ahead of Voyager. Voyager started in like January. This started into September, and Voyager started a half season in January, just into the next year. So yeah, okay, good episode. More DS9, Behind the Lines, another one of those, part of the 6-parter at the beginning of season 6, where Dax is in command of the Defiant. And there's a lot, this one's a lot slower than a lot of the other ones, because there's like, she goes on a mission, but we don't see it. It's a lot of the intrigue of what's happening on now Terok Nor, with like the female changeling shows up and like starts getting all sweet on Odo.
Is this when they like hook up and no one's seen Odo for like days or weeks or whatever, because he's just like in the room with her?
I think that starts here. I don't know if they actually do the thing until the next episode, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe you remember this one. This is another one of those ones that I don't know why I love. There's no reason that this should be an amazing top tier episode. Nothing of like serious substance happens, and there's even a moment where like Garrick and Dukat set up something that will never pay off. It's like, your time's gonna come, and we're gonna, and then Garrick's like, yeah, we're gonna have it out, and they never have it out. but the rest of the episode,
they have other fish to fry by the end of the show.
There's just something about it that I like. I enjoy just like Timescape. I just enjoy this satisfying weird story.
It's good. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It's good. And the part where Dukat gets trapped in his own trap is just like the irony of that. It's just great. And then I think at one point he's flirting with Kira, and Garrick is just like, yeah. And Garrick is just like, I don't know what he says, but he's like, please, like she would ever be interested in you or whatever. Whatever he was saying, it wasn't clear he was flirting. And then Garrick made it very clear he was flirting, and also clear that she's going to shoot him down because he's like worthless scum. And it is just in front of everybody. You're like, oh, this is awkward. But it was so great.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. The attention Bajoran workers has spawned infinite memes as of late also. 179, lower decks fully dilated.
Ooh, it's
And
in
you would
cap and bold.
it just means that this was one of the new episodes that was added to the list in the last couple months, because Lower Decks wasn't on here. Now, you would think like this had been set up earlier in the season. We had set up Tendy's sister as pregnant, so you might think that fully dilated is going to have to do with that. No, not even a little bit. But this is they're stuck on a planet this is like their inner light. They're stuck on this planet for, to them, years. But it's only like 30 seconds in the real world just because Boimler and Rutherford are idiots.
Yes.
And shouldn't be drinking micheladas around
margaritas.
the consoles.
Yeah. This episode was so fun. I really love this episode. And I love how they mention all the other times when stuff like this has happened on Trek, and how Mariner's just like, this is my time. Finally, I get to live my whole life and like do everything, have a family, get married, have kids. It's like prime directive, schmime directive. Yeah, purple data. And yeah, just seeing like Tendi unravel. This has a lot of layers in it as well. And it's genuinely fun and hilarious to watch.
It really is. You just hit all the points. Okay, here's one that is very controversial. Some people love this, some people hate it, some people think it's in between. This is the episode where fear comes into play with Michael McKean. I love this episode. I would, and I probably did put it higher, and I think it's been bumped down.
Yeah, I haven't rewatched this in a long time because it creeps me out. But I was watching a few scenes from it the other day, and I was just like, man, fear is so crazy, like so legitimately good. I don't know if you saw Sherlock, the BBC Sherlock.
No.
But the guy, so the guy who plays Moriarty he channels the energy of fear. Like he is that chaotic, like energy where you just don't know what they're going to do and what crazy thing is going to come out of their mouths next and what they're going to break and what they're going to destroy. But you know something bad is going to come from them. And it's a very like, I don't know, on edge kind of a feeling, which is not usually the vibe for Voyager. But it was a good, similar to like the weird ones or the silly ones. It was like they had time and space to do stuff like this, which I love.
Yeah, and the very end where like it's just literally a slow fade to black with like Fear and Janeway just like whispering at each other by the end.
Yes.
It's one of Trek's best endings. There are a lot of parts of the episode that objectively bring it down to probably somewhere around here because it's as over the top as some of the worst TOS episodes like Plato's Stepchildren, which you probably haven't seen yet because it's in season 3 and you're not missing anything. But it's really over to the top antics like this, but that don't pay off in the same kind of way that this one does. Okay. His Way, where Odo finally gets with Kira. Because Vic Fontaine kind of forces them together because he knows.
Because he's a little Cupid. I love this episode. It's like the least spacey Star Trek episode of ever, it seems like. It's really just about the two of them getting together, and I'm here for it. It's like, it's one of those episodes where I'm like, it's like there's a lot going on, but we don't need a lot going on. Odo trying to learn how to like date Kira is all I want to see. And then tricking him into actually dating Kira. And then they finally kiss the end. I literally stood up and applauded at this episode because I didn't think this was ever going to happen. I personally thought he would still be pining by the end of season 7. So I was like, wait, what? So yeah, I was happy.
It's just, as far as like romance plots in Trek, it really slaps. And like it's been built up that Odo, I guess we can call them Kodo now. Odo has liked Kira since very early in the series, and like she doesn't get it. We're just friends. So
yeah, she has no idea because he doesn't tell her. And then he still doesn't tell her. It's like future him from the planet from the other planet who's lived for like 100 years who tells her how he feels. So he would have never told her.
Though I do think in the modern day, with like AI girlfriends and stuff, there is a bit of a moral gray area here where like Vic forces this fake version of Kira on Odo, and then like at first doesn't tell him then, and then doesn't tell him when he's with the real thing. Also, there's some moral quandary, but overall great episode.
Conniving AI.
Pathfinder, where Reg finds a path to Voyager. The first transgalactic phone call, as Dr. Zimmerman will finally put it.
Is this the one where there's Ferengi involved and they're trying to like...
No.
Oh.
No, I don't like... I'm not a big fan of that one. This is the first... That's the second episode with like Reg Barkley and communicating with Voyager.
Is this the one where Reg is like obsessed with Voyager and pretends like he's on the crew?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Classic.
Where you only even get to real Voyager at the very end of the episode.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like this one. We get to see Troy and we get to see the cat again in this one, right? Or is that the second one?
This is the first time we see Reg's cat. And I think the first time Troy comes into Voy too. Troy and Voy. And for me, overall, I think she's better in the few episodes in Voyager that she's in than most of what she's in TNG. With a few exceptions, like Face of the Enemy, which I think we're getting to here eventually.
Yeah, I agree with you, Norman. Barclay does take a step back into his hollow addiction. But this time, it's like functional hollow addiction. Whereas before, I guess you could say it was functional for him to like interact with the crew in a way that didn't actually cause him to interact with people authentically. But in this case, parts of him was trying to save Voyager. Parts of him was just hanging out in the mess hall and like just being friends.
Part of it's the hollow addiction, but at least he's like using it for a noble cause and not just to
it's not 100%
and make an AI girlfriend of the goddess of empathy. Or make Wesley Crusher eat pies in a
so he could beat up Riker again and again.
I do love short little Riker. I'm here. I'm ready. Anyway,
Reg's cat is named Neelix. Did you just make that up, Norman?
No, his cat's name is Neelix. That's a real thing.
That's random. I love this episode. Who mourns for Morn?
Morn is another this is a super fun episode of DS9 that has nothing to do with like the wider, larger arcs.
No Dominion in this one. No Dominion needed. This was just fun, silly, so enjoyable. Every twist, every new crew member of the heist was just like, I was like, what is going on? This was a blast to watch. I couldn't have done this for more, like this one episode was really special. I think if they did a bunch of these, I would probably not love it. But because they just did, silly ones here and there, this one really knocked it out of the park for me.
After 16 and a half hours, I have to sit back some.
It's cool.
My back is killing me.
You can just lay
Good
flat and put your
Lord.
head in the cat cam and just pop up. If only you could reach the button to like go to the next, just go to the next episode.
Oh, I can. All I have to, I've just got, I have to be clicked on it. Up key, the quality of life, the Exocomps episode, and not Peanut Hamper.
I love this episode because I love seeing Data do Measure of a Man for someone else. I thought that was really cool.
Agreed. Is nowhere near as good as Measure of Man, but it is quite good as an episode, and especially as a morality play. Not super crazy about how this sets up Exocomps in Lower Deck, but that's a whole other cross to bear. Enterprise 0 Hour. Is this the final? Yeah, it must be. This is the final episode in the Xindi arc. They do what they need to do. I won't spoil too much for you, Shreese. It's just quite a good episode, quite a good finale to a very twisty, turny arc. DS9, The Ascent, when Odo and Quark climb a mountain.
I love this one. This was such a surprise because I don't know if I was... I mean, I think the Odo Quark, frenemy thing was kind of whatever for me. it was kind of the Odo and everybody frenemy situation. So it's kind of like whatever. True. But this episode, I love this episode because it was like at any point they could have left each other to die, and they did not. It was really good.
True.
It was really, yeah. I didn't expect them to be angrily kind to each other. I don't know. It just was. It was nice to see how would these two people. They're kind of like, because Quark is like a scoundrel with. I was gonna say a heart of gold, but he doesn't have a heart of gold. He's just nice sometimes. He's not as heartless as he always seems. Sometimes he's nice. And I really loved this episode. It was surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, you think you see like Odo and Quark together all the time, but in reality, they're only ever really on screen in most episodes for like 30 seconds at a time. They throw a couple of quips at each other. This is their one episode, even though they are like one of the most memorable pairings from DS9. Yep. I saw somebody the other day that's like, the Ascent is trash. So I'm glad. I thank you for reaffirming my belief in humanity.
Yeah, I mean,
Voyager's
it's a
Memorial. This one could go either way for me. I do really like it in the end, but ultimately it's like, all right, this is a thing that happened, and now Janeway's going to force future generations of people that stroll by to feel this the literal weight of fascism.
Yeah, I mean, she did put the buoys, so people will go have some idea of what they're getting into, assuming the buoys last as long as the device.
That's a good point.
But that was like the intention. So at least she didn't tear down the memorial and have everyone forget, but she also didn't leave it as just a big hole for people to just fall into. At least there's like some kind of warning. Hey, if you go into this line, you are going to have PTSD if you cross this space. So now you know what you're getting into, which is a luxury they didn't have.
I always wonder though, who put up the memorial if everybody died in this, or it doesn't seem like there's nobody left on the planet. Did they just do such a fascism that they just wiped everybody out? But then still, who put up the freaking memorial?
I think it's the soldiers who survived who put up the memorial, like after, or, the people, because they didn't die, the soldiers didn't die. And then this came out at some point. So the survivors, someone else could have put up the memorial, but it's been there for 300 years. So this atrocity that happened, there was some kind of coming to the light of this situation at some point. And their memories had to be taken at some point to create this whole thing. So I think it's just like, right. This colony, I think they just like probably never repopulated it, just let it be.
Fair. Okay. Carbon Creek. You know this one. We did this one.
I do know this one.
It's one of the few enterprises that you can actually talk about a little bit, because we talked about this.
One of the one enterprises.
It's completely disconnected from actual Enterprise. Almost completely disconnected anyway.
I said the Odo and Kira one was like the least Star Trek-y, but actually this one is the least Star Trek-y, because this is just like small town vibes. And it's super sweet, and it's very, It's a Wonderful Life. And I like this episode a lot.
Me too. I have no complaints. And I've said it before, but for anybody that hasn't heard it, this is also the biggest Ouroboros in Trek, because not only is there I Love Lucy on television, who was like the godmother of Trek, but also Trip mentions the Twilight Zone. Like, her story is like out of an old Twilight Zone episode is his exact quote, I think. And almost every main cast member of TOS was also in Twilight Zone. So this big weird. The episode stops just short of making the show Star Trek canon within Star Trek,
which would be kind of cool. Then we'd be like Star Trek, written by Benny Russell.
Oh God, yes, created by Benny Russell. Yes. Starship Down. Yeah, I'm actually not sure why this one is as high as it is. Yeah, they go to save Karma ship in a gas giant, and the Jem'Hadar are coming after them, and it's basically it's one of those submarine episodes of Trek where it's like submarine warfare out psychologically your opponent even though
Was
you
this something
can't
with
see them.
with the Maquis too? Like they were looking for them, but then
No.
this. Okay, well, no, okay, I got nothing on this one.
No,
then.
this is like in the Gamma Quadrant. I'm almost certain. Anyway, it's
Apparently very
it's
good.
pretty good. I don't think it's quite this good, but it is good. More DS9, more season 4. Oh yeah, this is like the first time we see Wei-Yun, Jeffrey Combs. Before they made, and he dies in this one. So then the writers producers liked him so much as the character, they just made up that the Vorta are all clones now so that they could bring back Jeffrey Combs.
Which I assume they did, because when I watched this episode, I remember seeing in our group chat just seeing like a bunch of little like dolls for DS9, and there was a Wei-Yun doll. And after I saw this episode, he died, and I was like, "Wow, Wei-Yun must have made a really big impression to have created a doll of him with just one episode where he dies in the end. Like that's amazing." And then when he came back, I was like, "What? Wait, he literally died. Like we saw him die." And then they had to explain, "Oh, there's clones and we all look the same." And I was like, "Okay, that's okay. We could totally do that." And then by the end, I was like, "Okay, yes, I understand why Wei-Yun's a doll now. He deserves to be a doll. He absolutely should be a doll in this universe."
Heck yeah. I thought that this episode was going to go a long way towards like bridging the gap between the Federation and the Dominion, and it doesn't.
No.
I think one of the most notable things is for all the pounding you see the station take from the Klingons and then the Jem'Hadar several times after, you never see it fully damaged. In this episode, there's a whole upper pylon just gone at the very beginning. So I found that very interesting, the broken DS9 model. And it's the only time you see it like that. 167, even more DS9. Are you sick of DS9 yet? Because we're in season 5, and Ben has visions that Bajor should not join the Federation, which really irks his commanding officer.
Is this the one with like the big tablet that gets broken and then like he starts having visions and we have to?
Oh no, I was gonna say that's the Rapture. No, that's the Reckoning. Right, another R.
Wait, I thought the Reckoning was when they had the Pa-Wraith and like the Prophet fighting each other on.
It is. That's the
promenade.
Same one where they smashed the tablet, because the tablet released the Pa-Wraith. The Pa-Wraith was within the tablet.
Okay, but this is the one where he kept having all these, like he kept hallucinating to the point where he was like going to die, and Jake was like, "Please stop doing this." And he was like, I have to. There's a message for me. I understand everything so clearly. And in the end, he was just like, didn't understand it anymore.
Yep. He's like, "Oh, I was so close to seeing it all, and you took it away from me." But that was clearly what the prophets wanted anyway. He did what he needed to do. He warned the Bajorans to stay out of the Dominion War lest they become the first casualty, basically. 166. Again, sick of DS9 yet? This is towards the very end of the show, when it rains. This is where Kira goes and trains a bunch of Cardassians to basically be Bajoran militia fighters and fight guerrilla tactics against the Dominion like they had to against the Cardassians.
The one scene I really like from this episode is when I think Damar's family is killed, and Kira's like, "I'm really sorry about that, but like, welcome to the war." And Damar says something like, "What kind of people would kill helpless women and children," or something. He says, like, "What kind of a person would attack families?" And Kira's like, "Are you freaking kidding me right now? Are you serious? Like, your kind of people, all of your people. That's why we hate you." And then he was like, "Oh shoot." And he was like, "You know what? When we get through this, I'm going to make sure that Cardassia is a different place," which I really wanted to see. And I'm bummed that did not get to work out. But I was starting to root for Damar after that conversation with Kira.
He had quite an arc and quite some growth as a character, because honestly, he seemed worse than Dukat. Like, at least Dukat knew when to like be cordial and not crass, and Damar like was always crass.
I think that's because Dukat was just more manipulative. and Damar
True.
was not. He just wasn't. He didn't have that bone in his body, so it was just black or white. That's it.
Yep. All right. My God. There's like 23 minutes and 66 episodes.
Okay, do you want to say like thumbs up, thumbs down?
Definitely
They're all
need to
gonna be
do
good.
like 2 sentences every episode.
Okay, let's go.
Trials and Tribulations, the DS9 episode where they go back in time and we
Magical.
redo Trials and Troubles. Love this. I don't love this one as much as some, but I do enjoy it. The Next Phase from TNG. I know you're a fan of this one. This used to be my favorite episode when I first saw it in first run as a kid.
One of my favorite episodes of all of TNG, because again, it's got a little bit of timey-wimey stuff going on, and I love the Geordi Data bromance that you see explored here. It always makes me cry.
Yep. Yeah, I really like this technology. We won't ask how they can walk on the floors if they're going through walls, but
We don't need to know. Doesn't matter who.
okay. More DS9, Tears of the Prophets. This is the final episode of season 6 where they go and attack Cardassia, even though the prophets are like, Ben, don't do it, don't go. He's like, no, I gotta go.
I don't remember.
And this is also where Jadzia dies.
Oh, I remember. That was
remember now.
that was shocking because I knew she died because people had told me before I watched the show. But every season she was still alive. So I was like, when is she supposed to die? And then at the right before season 7, I was like, oh come on. Like this is the
Very
last
end.
season. Well,
She got Rick Berman.
so close and so far. And then poor Ezri caught all the flack for it.
And she was good. I liked Ezri too.
I did
I have
too,
no
but
problem
she
with
just caught so much crap because she wasn't Jadzia. She
Yeah.
couldn't be her.
162, The Enemy. For all the crappy Geordi episodes, he at least gets one. And it's fairly early in TNG, where he gets to bond with this Romulan over just trying to survive this hell planet.
This is where we learn that phasers can smelt. We never see it again, but it's very cool. And this is where we get G.I. Geordi, and he's so like resourceful and has all these different ways to survive, and I'm here for it.
I mean, we do see phasers used to like heat rocks up a bunch of times, but yeah, I think you're right. I think this is the only time that we melt something with it on purpose. The two-parter, the introduction to DS9, Emissary. One of the best. There are two pilots here back to back. We'll see what the other one is in a moment, but yeah, this one's always slapped. It's one of Trek's best first episodes. It sets up everything you're going to deal with for the next 7 seasons. The only real gripe is that Bashir is nowhere near dialed in as a character yet and won't be for about a season and a half.
Which is understandable for a first whole season, let alone a pilot. We also get Kaiopaka rest in peace or rest alive on that prison planet, who I just really love. And I think it makes me hate Kai Wynn just a little bit more because it's like, I don't know. In this episode, Kaiopaka's so likable to me that it makes Wynn like so much worse.
It still kills me that they never go back to this. I want them to
They
take Kai
never.
Wynn to this planet and meet with Opaka and have Opaka be like this very gently, understandingly, but also telling Wynn, you're a piece of crap, cut out what you're doing in the nicest way, Opaka way possible.
Or at the very least, lower decks to revisit the prison planet and be like, you guys are still here?
could be.
Let me get you off this planet. Like it's been a long time.
And I know you can't speak to this one, but for me, and I know Josh feels the same way, we both agree that DS9, the Enterprise's two-parter to start is just a smidge better than DS9's, mostly because the characters are pretty much all dialed in from the start. They all have growth from there, but we get a little bit about everybody, and it's a great way to start the series. It has its own nice story and sets up a lot of stuff just like Emissary. Not quite as much, but it feels more fleshed out. And yeah, yep, that's where we're at. Strange Bedfellows. Literally, this is the episode where like Dukat and Win, they be doing stuff together.
Yeah, that was a shock that Dukat turned himself Bajor into, like, all of that. I did not see that coming. I didn't see it coming.
Nope.
And the Breen
Nope.
were super interesting, and I'm glad we got to revisit the Breen in Discovery, because I watched Discovery first, and I was like, why is it so amazing that they take their helmets off? You know, it was like, what's going on? And then watching this, I was like, ooh, this is so interesting. Yeah, watching Deep Space Nine, it made me want to know more about the Breen and Section 31.
DS9, The Siege. Oh, this is part of the like the first 3-parter in Trek that starts off season 2. I remember when you were watching this, you're like, man, a 3-parter, and then we told you, yeah, wait till you get to season 6, and it starts with a 6-parter. And you're like,
Because
no.
who starts with a 3-parter,
Yes.
Dustin? Who even does that? Nobody does that.
DS9. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about these 3 parts, but it is a pretty good little story, especially for early Trek. It lays out Kai Wynn as being, you know, awful before she's even Kai, and you know that she's manipulating stuff behind the scenes.
I'm good.
Upper Decks, the
I love this
near the
episode.
end of episode, the near the end of the run of the show, where we actually see stuff through the eyes of the normal bridge crew that you would see in most shows.
My favorite thing about, I love this episode. I love the back and forth and jumping between all the bridge crew. But one of my favorite parts is at the end when the lower deckers come out and they're like, somebody said that our ship was taken over by giant crickets or whatever, or clickets, whatever they're called. And then another one was like, oh, nothing ever happens on this ship without us. That's crazy. It's just like so many adventures, as many crazy adventures as the lower deckers have. They're just completely unaware of the even crazier adventures that the upper deckers have. I just love the implications of that. It's fun.
It's like the first episode of South Park where the like 4 main kids weren't in it, and then the very end is just a scene where they're like, boy, I'm glad we stayed out of that. Yeah, this is like a whole thing. The Outcast from TNG. I have had my ups and downs on this episode for years. I didn't like this one when I was a kid. I didn't even like this the first time I saw it as an adult. Mostly because it portrays gay conversion therapy as working when it really doesn't for very many people. And that kind of bothered me. But then but there's so many great explorations of like, you know, how does all this stuff work, and how does gender work in other societies, and then the great like courtroom scene where Soren advocates for themselves.
Mm-hmm. I love this episode. I always love this episode because I like how Soren, I love the courtroom scene, but I also like how Soren was like brave enough to be like, I feel like a woman in a society where you can't say that out loud without getting brainwashed, like physically surgery on your brain. I don't know. I remember reviewing this episode for the podcast and just being like, I don't think I'd have the courage for that. So yeah, I love what it explores. I think it's super interesting. Let me turn off that alarm.
TOS, The Journey to Babel. This is the first episode where we're introduced to Sarek and Spock's mom. Have you seen this one?
Mm-mm.
All right,
No, I'm
well,
on
then
season 1.
we're just gonna leave it here and keep moving. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's fine. Also, Indiscretion. This isn't the one I think it is.
This is when we meet
oh, yeah.
Zial for the first time.
Yep. This one is actually pretty good. I was thinking that when I saw it at first, I was like, wait, this is the one with Kira's mom and like going back in time. I don't like that one personally.
I actually don't like this one myself.
Okay,
I don't like any of the Dukat Kira episodes. I think I'm not even sure the feeling, but just Dukat constantly hitting on Kira and Kira constantly being like, get away from me, creep. It's just like, I don't need a whole episode of that.
Yeah, and then after you find out that he was with her mom, it's even creepier.
It's even creepier.
so
Somehow
weird.
it elevates the creepiness that he has always exuded. And you're just like, ugh. So yeah, I did not care for that. It was just Dukat Kira the whole time. I'm glad Zial lived. I think Zial was a very sweet character. And so this episode's good for the fact that we got her. But yeah, I didn't love this episode.
Nepenthe, the episode where we eat bunny corn sausage, no venom sac attached. Riker makes pizza. It's very down-homey. It's fun. Or it's fine. It's family-oriented. It's, okay.
Yeah, I vaguely remember. I don't remember what happens or why, though, so.
I don't like this as much quite as some people, but it is a good episode. Oh God, Course Oblivion. This is one of my favorite tragic episodes in all of Star Trek.
Sad.
And I shed a tear literally I know what's coming.
Time.
And it hits me in the feels every time.
You're like, if they could have just gotten there 2 minutes earlier, even if they didn't save them,
exactly,
just to acknowledge they existed, just to be like, we saw you. But it's like they get there and they're like, huh, guess there was no distress call, and you're like,
and now all they are is the most minor footnote in the real voice log, and that just hits me every time. We gotta keep moving. The Magnificent Ferengi. This is where Iggy Pop comes in as a Vorta. The day after he broke his arm crowd surfing at a concert, and he plays it masterfully. Yeah, you get to see the Ferengi as more than just traders.
Yeah, I think is this the one where they do where the Vorta gets killed and they puppeteer him so he's still alive?
Yep, they weakened and Bernie's him.
Yeah, they weakened and Bernie's him. I was not in a good mood when I watched this episode, so I didn't like it. But I know a lot of people love it. So maybe if I watch it after having a snack, I might think it's a lot more entertaining. But I remember watching it and being like,
fair.
And then they killed him. I was just like, why is this episode still going? So yeah, I need to watch this again, and maybe I will find the joy and the love that everyone has for this episode.
Boy, I was sure hoping to get to number 100 by 9 o'clock. I am going to have to gloss over some stuff after we do buffer time. I'm going to take a 10-minute break here. And at 9 o'clock, we're going to come back. We're going to do trivia. You might even do okay tonight if you're going to join us, Reese, because there are 4 categories, and 3 out of the 4 are all TOS through Enterprise. Mostly stuff you should know. Up to you.
Reanimate him. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dustin. And I will step out and let you take that break.
Thank you. All right. So we're coming to the end of part 2. We will be back. Check my channel for the next link to the episode of Buffer Time, just titled Trek Trivia. And then after that, we'll be back for 2 more hours where somehow we're going to pack 150 episodes in there. By God, I swear we're going to do it. But until I see you again in about 10 minutes, live long